Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, hello and welcome to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series powered by Loco. My name is Angad Singh Chahal. I go by the Experiment or XP depending on your mood. And with me, of course, as you can see, the studio is a bit brighter because we have the sun himself, Arka, joining us at the beginning. Arka, week 3, a monumental task for a lot of teams. How are you doing, buddy?
I mean, I'm pretty much excited. I just hope that the teams are feeling the same because all they have is 1 week, 4 days and 16 matches to prove themselves whether they're going to be available in the final tour of this tournament.
Of course, for some to win, others do have to lose, which means 8 teams are going to be bidding us adieu at the end of this week. But the question is, who is it going to be? Because maybe, correct me if I'm wrong, it is still open for a lot of teams. If they have a massive start to the day, well, they might just make it to the top 16.
Absolutely. I mean, considering the point at this point of time from the 15th position, and let's not forget that UP50, if they can do a miracle, get 4 winner chicken dinner for themselves, they'll still have a fighting chance in the final 3 days. So it's still not done. The final war is still to be called for. And once that is done, I believe that is where our eye is going to be set on the overall points table.
Well, of course, we are going to go over everything in due time. But again, like we say, anything is possible because now is when most of these teams are like a wounded animal with their backs against the wall. They are cornered. And all they can do is just come lashing out, bearing all their fangs. And, that is what this tournament is all about. And speaking of the tournament, none of this would have been possible without BGMI Crafton and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco. So before we get into all the action, let's just have a talk about this bad boy that we have in our hands. I'm, of course, talking about the iQOO Neo 6.
Absolutely. iQOO Neo 6, I mean, they have designed specially for the game and the stats speak for itself. It's going to be Snapdragon 875G. With it comes 80 watt flash charging, which we have been speaking about, 12%, 50%, and half an hour, you're going to have 100% for yourself. Like 12 minutes, 50%, sorry. And then we have 1,200 hertz of intense. I mean, I would like to say that, it's not instant. I would say it's intense because ultimately when you're playing the game in that intensity, if the touch is actually working out for you, that is where you can win a lot of games for yourself.
Of course, you need to have that touch basically in your favor. And when things get heated a bit in the game, you've got to keep one thing in mind. Your phone is going to be crispy cool because, well, we have that amazing Cascade cooling system in our hands. Now, of course, a lot of lucky people out there, they can actually win a few for themselves every single day. And, well, Marka, I guess we're going to come to that in just a little bit. Now, the question is, what are we fighting for, right? I mean, we are here now. This is week 3. And again, it is going to be basically, forget David going up against Goliath. They're going up against a mammoth because, well, they've got to make it or break it. And speaking of making or breaking it, we are going to have a look and see what all the hullabaloo is about. Because let me tell you one thing, your eyes are not going to deceive you. That is a massive 2 crore rupees on the line.
Absolutely. And the first team taking home almost a crore for themselves at 75 lakh rupees is going to be a game changer or a life changer for all these players. And let's not forget, right behind that is going to be 35 lakhs. Third one is going to be 20 lakhs. But let's not forget the bragging rights of being on the top and proving themselves that they're champions of the Pro Series itself is more than enough for them to survive for a long period.
Of course, as you do go down the rankings, the numbers are going to dwindle just a little bit. However, we have all these amazing prizes for individual performances. I'm talking about the MVP, most finishes, lone survivor, and all those who love going on a bit of a rampage. However, what I do like is this little secret that we have, additional prizes, and that is almost 10 lakh in its own. So I'm excited to see what it's all going to be about.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I love the most about this tournament, if you're going down at the 16th position, you're not going to go empty-handed, right? You're going to have experience, first of all, which you can't buy, but at the same time, 1 lakh rupees, which is also important because you've invested yourself for so long in this tournament and you're not going to go empty-handed, and that's the best part.
Now, we have to decide who gets what, and that is, of course, where the point distribution comes in handy. Now, you are going to be familiar with this graphic. Each finish equals 1 point, and if you have a look, unless you don't place in the top 5 perhaps, things are going to be a bit tricky if you want to rack up those position points because I love the fact that it makes the teams showcase a little bit of a balanced gameplay.
Absolutely. Like, if you have finished points over here, which we have been speaking about, right? Let's read it out as quickly as possible. First place, the team with the winner chicken dinner is going to get 15 points for themselves. But finishes, if you have 6 finishes for yourself, you're going to be placed at the 5th position itself.
And of course, speaking of points, we did have the last 2 weeks that really did kind of go by in quite a flash. Things did kick off on the 19th of May, all through this month over here. And now we are in June. which means week 3 is going to be starting today, the 2nd of June to be precise. We are going to have league stage week 3. Again, you know, I get it. The finals are still going to be something that everyone is anticipating. However, buddy, this week is going to be amazing.
Absolutely, because this week is going to decide what's happening in the later stages of the tournament, which is the last week and where you would want to be from the 9th to the 12th of this month. Ladies and gentlemen, do not forget to mark your calendars over there. 9, 10, 11, 12 is where the champion of this tournament is going to be declared, and every single war they fight is going to be a very crucial one for themselves.
Now, of course, speaking of wars, all these battles are going to take place in the maps on your screen now, and you will see a little bit of a switcheroo coming in. Now, last week, I love the fact that we had Vikendi in play because, you know, it just it was a fresh breath of air, first of all, and second, you know, it just kind of threw everyone's game plans out the window. But however, today we are going to have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok is coming back in week 3. Erangel, Miramar, and well, the crowd favorite Erangel to make sure we wrap up the day. Now, I'm excited because we do have, we did see which all groups are going to be playing. Everything is even Stevens right now.
Yeah.
The first game, in my opinion, is going to be one of those which even a team, I'm just going to say it out, suppose UP50 come out and they get a chicken dinner, that confidence that is going to be infused in them, that momentum that is going to be carrying them forth could be a bit of a game changer.
Absolutely right. When you're at the bottom of the table, when you know that you're capable of doing it because they've already replicated it before. They've got one winner and a chicken dinner for themselves, and after that they couldn't capitalize. And now they know the mistake. Now this is where they would want to come in and capitalize and make sure that, you know, from here on the graph is going to be climbing up. At least give a fighting chance for themselves in the top 16 itself. But at the same time, let's not forget this GOG also coming in over here. The bottom twos are here, and these are the Wounded Lions, and let's see whose breath is going to be deadlier.
Well, of course, we are going to check out what happened in the previous weeks because for now, this is how things ended at the end of League Stage Week 1. Now, Team Seoul, oh boy, they came, they saw, they conquered because they did end things right at the tippity top with a total of 226 points, with OR Esports coming in close with 192. Now, Nigma Galaxy, again, 156 for them. Big Brothers ending up with 155. Out of these 4 names that I've just taken, a couple, well, not a couple, Enigma has kind of fallen down to the 5th position at the end of week 2, which of course we are going to see once these stats come up on our screens. But as far as Team Seoul is concerned, now when week 2 does pop up on our screens, you are going to see a little bit of a difference. They were kind of taking it easy, and you know what? I don't really blame them.
At the same time, there's one more team, right? That's going to be Team Autobotz. Look at that. They're holding 7th position over here. And look what happens by the week 2 itself. And in the bottoms are few of the favorites who have performed the best, right? Our Esports, Global Esports especially. You know, the way they picked up after week 1. Look at that. They were on the 10th position. And they were almost on the verge of, you know, going down to the bottom 16. But still, they held on. And we have Hydra officials as well. They were trying to play it between the 10th and the 15th position by the end of week 1. And the way they placed themselves after week 2 shows that, you know, they are one of the teams to watch out for in the complete tournament itself.
Of course, you know, it's not that we ever counted some teams out, but we were kind of wondering what's up with Hydra official, because 13th position is not something you'd expect. But, you know, before we head over to week 2, let's just have a look and see what was happening in the bottom. Now, UP50 did not have the best of starts, you know, languishing in that position down here. However, if you have a look at Esports Walla WSF, 23, and once we have a look at week 2, they did climb up a few positions, in fact, just shy of the top 16 by a few points. Again, you know, this week is going to be big for these lads.
Now, Team EXO at the 17th position was something which we have to focus on, because 17, and then you jump to 2 over here. I mean, immediately. That shows what consistency is going to do to you, right? They have 7 winner chicken dinners, and just imagine in a 4 days game, in 16 matches, they've won almost 7 of them, or 6 of them approximately, to make sure that they come on the top 2. Shows that it's still possible for the teams on the bottom to do the same.
Absolutely, and you know, just speaking of Team EXO, you will notice that they do share the same points with Team Seoul, 350 to be precise. Now, you got to remember, we give precedence to position points over finish points, which is something, again, it's all about that survivability. However, OR Esports, 164 points is the lead that they've created for themselves, and they look nigh untouchable.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget the side of Team Hydra, right? We did speak about Hydra official who were there in the 15th position, suddenly shot up to the 4th position, and also Global Esports coming to the 6th position shows that, all these experienced teams had actually picked up the pace. Now, this is where few teams fell down, like Big Brother came down, and also we had the side of Blind Esports slowly climbing up, and let's not forget Team INS and ACBC, Team Walkouts. All of them are in the same fray and in the danger zone that they might get eliminated.
Again, you know how it is. For one to climb up on the leaderboard, another must definitely be toppled over. And that is the thing that we have seen with most of the teams. But this is interesting. Now, if you have a look at the third page, which is popping up on our screens right now, Autobotz out of the top 16 by a mere point. Now, they do have 3 chicken dinners for themselves. Let's see if they have what it takes to come back a little bit stronger in week 3.
Now, exactly. 7th position to 17th position. And that is what Autobotz fan were not looking out for. 200 points is what they're holding. And if they want to get outnumbered yet again, the teams on the bottom, all they have to concentrate on is 50 points when they're vulnerable. But if Autobots are having an average of 10 every single game, they're going to retain that spot or do better in the overall points table. But let's not forget GOG at this point of time with the side of UP50, 149 and 126. This is where I say that UP50 needs 100 points in a single day to make sure that they have a fighting chance. And let's not forget GOG needs 50 because of a little bit of a hard work they've done so far.
Little hard work again, but they do need to come out swinging. That is, of course, something they are going to be keeping in mind. And I'm sure, they've had 3 days to go over a few things. And the best thing is, all these teams, they have a team behind them that does all the homework. We have our analysts, we have people who read the maps, and we're going to keep talking about that because now we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, and well, let's have a look and see if your favorite teams are kicking things off because it is Group A going up against Group C.
Now, this is where I want to say these are the 2 groups which shouldn't have met in the first game because obviously teams on the top would want to fight and retain the top spot, whereas the teams of the bottom are going to be struggling to climb up, where I refer to the side of GOG, UP50, and the teams of the top like Seoul, EXO are also over here. But at the same time, let's not forget the middle bracket where we have few teams. We have FS, we have Global, we have INS, we have WSF. These are the teams which are on the radar, to be specific, because every single time they have a bad game, they're going to be a pressure building up over their shoulder telling that, the teams in the below are catching up to us. We have to make sure that we perform better or else it's going to be the end of the story for us.
Of course, it is their time right now to shine because, again, this is what this tournament is all about. You want to come in and showcase what you have, and that is what BGMI Crofton have given us a little bit of a pedestal. And speaking of pedestals, none of this would have been possible without our lovely sponsors, iQOO and, of course, Loco. So before we get on with the show, let's have a look at another promotional video from our lovely sponsors. We've all heard of how to train your dragon, but this just shows out how to slay your dragon. And of course, anything is going to be possible when you have the iQOO Neo 6 in your hands.
I mean, absolutely right with that cooling system. Like, this one promo has been one of the best promos I've ever seen till date because it's going to give you complete information. How much the battery is going to be, how much the cooling is being done, what kind of, frame rate is going to be coming in. Probably not frame rate, probably the touch sensitivity, which we keep speaking about, the
you
sample
can see him
rating.
At the beginning, he's just going at it.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe that, they've done a wonderful job and you guys need to get this device in your hands. And I hope they're going to stick around over here to learn how to get this for free, but at the same time, where to get this as well.
Of course, we are going to come to that in some time because, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time that we are going to be exiting. And, well, before all the death and destruction is going to visit the map of Erangel, let's just take a step back and appreciate just how beautiful it can be.
Oh, look at those blood stains on the buggy itself. That shows that, this vehicle has been through the roughs. This vehicle has seen more death than any of those on the lobby itself. But at the same time, there are some places which looks to me for the best where the circle is going to end, especially this part of the map where, just imagine the circle is going to be ending up at this broken, palace, and their teams are on the top as well as on the bottom, hoping to reflect or probably the grenade projectiles to make sure they connect properly.
Of course, we have seen a lot of activity in and around the mansion, as you did mention just moments ago, but I want to see something different here. I want to see a Zarky final circle. I want to see something a bit more dramatic. But now, as we do have a look, I think you spotted something out.
I mean, look at GOG MJ. I mean,
wow.
Courtesy of the map feed, you know, we get to know this, but he's already traveled to the mainland?
So I'm sure all of you are aware, you know, we do spawn in at the spawn island, and a lot of us, we like swimming across to the main island before, and well, that is of course what Arca was talking about. However, the thing is, once that big bird takes to the skies, everyone is going to be sitting inside, and they are going to be comfortable until they have to drop down from the heavens above. And in any second now, as we have a look at again, a really important place, a place where we've seen a lot of action in and around the farm. We're going to see exactly what all the commotion is going to be about, because yes, you know, all the teams, they have their favorite drop spots, but the flight path is what kind of determines where and when they drop off. And speaking of the flight path, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be time as we do take to the skies for the first day in week 3, and well, looks like we are going to be flying a bit to the northwest, in fact starting at Novo Repnoi, ending all the way over Severny.
Now, this is the most important flight path. Most of these teams, let's not forget where UP50 drops. Let's not forget where GOG drops. As we all know, the teams on the bottom have to live up to what they do. And in the beginning itself, we can see Team RE as well as Team GOG dropping off to hit the ground at the earliest, get the right kind of farming, and plan out to their rotations as quickly as possible. One thing which we have been seeing, the teams which get off early from the flight do not have the zone under their control, right? They'll have to make it inside the circle until and unless it's blessed. But let's look at the points being gained over here. OR Esports, almost 100 points difference between themselves and the side of Team EXO, shows that this is the most dominating map for the team.
Of course, they have dominated in style over here, because in week 1, it was all about Team Seoul. However, like we kind of mentioned, they've been having a good time. They've been trying out new strategies, a few, experimenting with things here and there. But again, I do believe they are going to come back locked and loaded as far as week 3 is concerned. And now all eyes are going to be on what's happening as far as the circle is concerned. However, something interesting is happening. Now, we know the Autobotz, they love heading over to Primorsk every now and then. And speaking of the circle, not something out of the ordinary. It is going to be central, and it is going to be favoring the north just a little bit.
Oh yeah. But one thing is going to remain common. That's going to be the northern side of the map. 7 is Arky and Stallball, always getting abandoned. Nobody dares to go in for an early loot over there. For the side of HH, for the first time, they're thinking a little bit out of the box, probably going towards the side of shooting range. And I believe they're going to prove me wrong every single time.
Well, I mean, they are making sure there's nothing is going to be in their way, as they do try and make their way towards Western Georgia. But let's have a look and see if that is going to be the case, because looks like they might just be on a little bit of a collision course with UP50, who love heading towards the containers. Now, all speculation aside, I do see a few teams are going to be dropping at their favorite spots. Seoul, of course, is going to be spread around Gatka. And as expected, the Autobots, well, they have definitely assembled, and looks like they might be heading north of that bridge, which is, again, a good thing since the circle seems to be lingering on about there. Team INS, however, we did see, could have a little bit of a kerfuffle on the north side of the bridge, but again, that is going to be something we have to wait and watch.
Now, 2 things are striking my mind at this point of time, right? So that's going to be the side of Team EXO 7Cs as well as the side of GOG. All 3 of them towards the side of Milta Power and Milta. For those early skirmish places where during the time of rotation we can expect them to, strike out one another. And the second thing, when we concentrate on the bigger picture, right? So 1 week away from the finals, I do believe we can bring in to the argument of all these positions which have been holding back. If Team Seoul continue to play the same in the finale, or which is going to be happening in the next week, I strongly feel somebody is going to target them, because they're going to be so far away from one another, and that's going to be easy finish to be picked up.
Speaking of the team on our screens right now, 105 points in week 1, 245 in the second, which means, again, they had that meteorical rise, right? I mean, we were wondering, in fact, all of us were wondering, what is wrong with them? Because they are a star-studded team. We do have Snacks and the boys, once they get into the ins and outs of the games, oh boy, they are pretty much an unstoppable force, which is something they did showcase in week 2. In fact, just, speaking about them, 7 chicken dinners is no small feat.
Exactly. That is where I was coming in, right? 50% of the matches you have played, you have always come on the top 2. Not even 50%, I would say 75%, and amongst that 50% you have gained winner chicken dinner shows that you are going to be one of the teams to watch out for. But at the same time, how much of the strategies have they let go in this part of the tournament itself? Because in the grand finale, if the right kind of homework is done by the opponents to check out what do they actually do and what is the key for their success and the strike to the weakest point, that is where I believe Team EXO can be a little vulnerable.
Now, of course, we did see our Finnish leader for week 1 up on our screens, Goblin, but he did kind of lose that mantle, I do believe, to Aditya, which again just goes to show that OR Esports, well, they are feeling good right about now. However, Seoul, like we said, like we kind of anticipated, and I'm sure, a lot of our casters, they do tend to speak to the players every now and again, and the general consensus was that, hey, we're just trying new things out, and I do believe this time around, they might just come packing a bit more firepower, looking to prove a point.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, at the same time, when you try to do the maths and find out how Team EXO has turned this off, because the first week they played, they had an average of 6 points in every single game, right? In the 16 matches they played, that's how they had 100 points. But whereas in the second week they played, they had an average of 10 points. And that is what we have been speaking about, right? Just imagine the side of Team UP50 as well as GOG. If they get an average of 10 points in every single map, I believe that they're going to get 145 to 150 points very, very easily in the 16 matches they play. And with that kind of a points in their pocket, I do believe that can easily make it into the top 16 by the end of the week itself.
They could indeed, and I liked how Hector over there was just checking his weapon out. Again, when you have all these beautiful skins, it's hard not to be distracted by them when you are fighting against the enemy. But as we mentioned, Soul Goblin up on our screens, 73 finishes to his name, and well, OR's Aditya is going to inch away just a little bit by 2 for himself. So again, the competition between these two lads is something we are going to look out for, and another thing that we are going to look out for are the boys from Hydra Official. Now, week 1 we were thinking, wait a second, it's a big team, right? It's a big name. Where are they? Well, they finally showed up in week 2, and for now, they've cemented their position, well, in the 4th position as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned.
I do believe they've done enough to make it into the next round, right? Because there's not going to be any team which is going to be challenging the top 4 at this point of time, because most of them have crossed 250 pointers, and no matter what happens, if you have an average of 250 points by the end of the week 4, you're going to make sure that you make it into the next round. But that doesn't mean that, they're going to let go of their guards, they're going to let down of their arms as well, because every single time they pick up a finish, it's going to be more confidence rooting in that, they can do much better in the grand finale.
They can indeed, and one thing that I'm looking forward to is where the next circle is going to shift, because normally, whenever we've seen Hydra Official get out of Yasnaya a bit early, because of course, they want to make sure that they are going to be somewhere in the center of the map to take advantage of those drastic zone shifts. More often than not, whenever the circle has kind of shifted back to Yasnaya, oh boy, they've had a pretty hard time getting back in.
Oh yeah. And this is one of those moments where we have to see how many teams are going in for a late rotation. But before that, let's look at the Finnish leaderboards coming in over here. We have 2 players of Team OR coming in. As we all know, they have never bought in, any kind of changes in between the games. They had the 4 best playing always throughout the tournament. So Aditya is on the top with 75, points of Finnish points. Shows that the domination coming in from the side of Team OR is more in the frontal battle. But let's not forget, Goblin was holding that position for a long time, and just 1 week the tables have turned.
Now, of course, we are going to be coming towards the 8-minute mark of the game, which again is kind of anticipated in the map of Erangel, as long as there are no clashes early on for vehicles, which means everyone is going to be looted to their heart's content, and then this is where the risk is going to start coming in, because all these teams, they want to maneuver in towards a nice little niche for themselves, and that is where, of course, we do have a little bit of drive-bys and a little bit of manslaughter taking place every now and again. I do believe a couple of shots might just be fired off. There you have it, perfect timing. 7C Esports going dangerously close by Team EXO, and looks like, well, I did see one of the gentlemen from Team EXO, Fairs to be precise, alight from his vehicle, possibly just training his weapons at the team going by. However, looks like no shots have been fired so far, but you see something at the bridge.
Obviously.
INS are getting RTR pretty much right on their position.
Could this be the first place for skirmish? Because ultimately both these teams need those average points of 6 to 7 in every single game. And we can see that, few of them are stopping by where the others are trying to spread around. And this is where, Team INS, probably Team INS can dominate over here, right? Because there's a split coming in from the side of Team RTR. No, I think it's the other way around, because team side of RTR are having all 4-men stationed at one place where INS are rotating around to get an angle. But at this point of time, what's going to happen is more important.
Well, of course, the circle is going to shift further up north, and shooting range Severny and even parts of Rozhok are still going to be in play. But again, with Team INS, the thing is, as we expected, they are going to be cemented in that compound north of the gas station. And I'm sure RTR did kind of do their homework, as they are going to be taking that little left rotation over the hill and in towards the plains of Gatka, which means for now, although they are, kind of avert a fight over here, we all know who loves dropping down in Gatka, and soon enough, they might be heading on a bit of a collision course with Team Seoul. Elsewhere, all teams are still moving about. Of course, the Great Migration is going to be taking place due north, and Seoul Omega realizes, wait a second, someone's coming by. I better get back to my team.
Absolutely, and he also knows that this information given to the side of Team Seoul will have a vague idea from which direction they have to place their crosshairs. And let's not forget the splash of colors getting into the circle, but at the same time, who is going to be choosing to go towards the side of 7E and wait out for all these teams to fight out and get those crucial position points for themselves is something which we have to watch out for.
And again, it's first come, first serve. Whoever makes it to a fortified position, a compound or such at the beginning, will have a bit of an advantage, because vehicles coming towards you, well, if you haven't done your scouting, they are going to be oblivious that, this place is already occupied. And I do see a couple of teams, they were heading towards one another, and suddenly somebody pulls the handbrake and is like, hey, wait a second, somebody is already up there. And I was talking about UP50 heading directly towards Team Seoul. They did a bit of a UE, and now they're going to be taking the bridge less traveled, which means they do have a little bit of a footing for themselves just now. Again, I am kind of surprised that not one shot has been fired at this point. Looks like all the teams, whether at the top or the bottom, are going to be playing just a little bit wary at the beginning.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget the discussion we had when all the casters were sitting, and where Fixes also told us, and one or two Hindi casters did tell us, until the final circle, we cannot expect any kind of skirmish, and it's going to be a huge storm hitting us in the final circle itself. But at the same time, let's not forget, there are few teams who need to watch out, right? There's going to be Walkouts, there's going to be Hydra, that's going to be Blind, Walkouts, ACBC, and Autobotz, because they are in the middle bracket, especially in the lower middle bracket, but they need to watch out for teams like Kinetic, Esports WSF, and RTR Retribution.
Speaking of Autobotz, of course, you can have a look and see who is out in the blue right now. Autobotz and our Esports being a couple of the teams, but they did something smart, I beg your pardon. Now, we know they love dropping down at Primosk. Hold on. Are we going to have a first few shots fired? Are we going to hear that little sweet sound of all those bullets being rattled off from their weapons? Looks like for now, everybody's just going to make sure they do their reconnaissance. But speaking of the Autobots, I did spot something interesting on the map. Instead of heading towards Gatka, like we've kind of seen them do time in and time out, this time they took the scenic route. They went along the west, along the edge, along the coastline of Erangel itself, and, well, are going to be coming in somewhere north of Georgopol. This is going to be perfect timing. Have a look at that. This right now is Western Georgia, and you see that little bridge. Again, no one is going to be there because Hyderabad Hydras, as we know, they love dropping down to the north. Now, the question is, are they going to expect something coming from their backsides? Because, well, if you want to make it to your destination without a little hiccup, you have to take the road less traveled, and that is exactly what this team is doing.
Now, let's hope that, that's the case, because when we look at the drop location coming in, there is something which is going to happen drastically, right? The circle is going to be shifting towards the side of 7E, and that is what I was looking out for. That is where I believe teams like Team GEO, GOG, as well as Team GE can actually go in and dominate the side of 7E to a corner where they can welcome everybody with the kind of lead they can pour in towards. But at the same time, let's not forget, some skirmishes has already broken out, as Manya at this point of time so far away. The single player is just waiting it out to strike when whenever the time is possible, because those early finishes which he can gain before getting taken down is going to matter a lot for the side of GE.
Well, there you have it. The first few shots off the game are going to be let loose from the barrel, and I do believe it's going to be Hector's M4 that did dish out those bullets aimed towards Hyderabad Hydras. But as we did see on our mini-maps, on the map feed that just popped up, it's going to be a kaleidoscope of colors just clashing with one another, and Hector, I do believe you see something in the distance. There you have it. He rattled off a few more shots. That is music to my ears, as UP50 were the intended target. And wait a second, I hear something else where it looks like Soul Goblin just took a few shots to the noggin.
Now, at the same time, I somewhere feel UP50 at this point of time is again making the same mistake they do. Try to get in close towards the side of Team Soul in the mid games, and that is where they get fired off from one side, and from the other side, they always have a backstab coming in. Now, with the change of mind, they're trying to move away, and this kind of rotation is where they're going to meet somebody at the corners of the circle. As the push comes in from the side of Akshat, I just hope that he knows the location of a player from Team Hydra inside, and some shots have been coming in from behind, and I think that's the cover fire.
That is, of course, indeed Omega, who was shooting down, making sure he suppresses the enemy. And the question is, I wonder if they know there's only one man inside, because they are going to make sure that they go in as a four-man squad. There you have it, up top. They are going to be assembling for a little bit of time. Maybe they might just be joined by Omega as well, but Dynamite, he is not going to take any chances. And for now, they're going to block whoever is inside with their buggies. Again, something we've done time in and time out, and looks like, well, that man's fate might be sealed, but first blood is going to come in, and it is going to be Team EXO's Punk, who gets this to his name as Hydra take on RPR.
Now, this is where most of these teams who are trying to get in for a path of collision has to watch out for how many points they're going to take before getting taken down. And let's not forget, the intensity is actually building up, as Team EXO on the other side always dares to, hold off that open field. Look at the kind of barrier they're going to create with a buggy, with two Dashias next to one another with the proper skins, and making sure that they have really good cover from either side of the map. And that is where the EXO Sensei comes into picture. But let's not forget to see where other plays the collision could take place, as I can see Team INS is coming closer towards the side of Team FS, and another Team Enigma.
Enigma getting shot down. Of course, you did mention Team INS. There you have it. They are going to be taking the fight right at the gas station. Now, Billion is going to make sure he patches himself up, and Crazy Soul is going to come in to get a little bit of advantage on that 2v1. Avi is going to be brought down, but this is where the cavalry comes in, and there you have it. They had no idea what was going to hit them that hard, and with the blink of an eye, Team INS, Joker and the boys are going to be the first team who are going to bite the dust, and this is what teamwork is. However, they've got to be careful, because from afar, Hitman is trying to lay down some lead in their direction.
And he does pick up one finish, probably one finish, but eventually it was taken away, and it's got to be Team Enigma really, really happy. The moment when they came in, they struck exactly to the corner where enemies were. That shows that the team is actually giving the right information, telling that this is where the enemy is. As you slam in, that is where your crosshair should be placed, as the circle at this point of time, ladies and gentlemen, shifts a little away from the side of Seveni, and the person caught inside the side of shooting range where he got blocked by the side of Team Soul. Oh my goodness, I feel sorry for him.
Well, I mean, he is going to be in a little bit of an issue, but I do believe he just might still be in play for now. The question is, are the teammates going to come in and get a little bit of revenge? Because for now, despite losing Eggy early on, Enigma Esports, they have 4 finishes to their names, which means, well, they are going to be on a little bit of a high just now. Shots are going to be fired elsewhere. Looks like Soul is going to be opening up on our Esports, as they are going to drive by. Again, this is when you need to do your scouting, and at this stage, to be honest with you, it can get a bit tricky, because every single direction you head to, somebody might already be there. Team Soul, 3 finishes for themselves at the loss of... Oh, that was a bit too close, Akshat. He went right towards the enemy. In fact, I thought he might just run him over.
Absolutely, but at the same time, let's not forget the fires were shots in towards him, and eventually Omega, being the solo man little far away, that is where the scavengers are going to run in and take him down. WSF is right now in the crosshairs of Hector and Goblin, as they exactly know the location of the enemies. But at the same time, let's not forget that they're going to be gate kept at this point of time, and Akshat is holding an off angle somewhere a little far away to make sure that he's going to come in, and immediately there's going to be spokes put up, because ultimately Akshat vehicle buggy back tire was taken off, right? So this is where he'll have to regroup with the same, but somewhere from behind it's going to be GOG dominating against the side of Team Soul, which was required.
That was what I was worried about. Now, of course, they did blockade that little thing going downstairs. However, explosions are going to take place because the wake up went a bit too much, and it looks like Goblin is going to be in the receiving end of things as UP Aditya is going to finish the last man from our Esports. And, well, as he does that, he gives his position away, and Manti from Hyderabad Hydras is going to come in and put him down on the ground for now. Team Soul, I do believe, are going to be left with one man standing as the revive might just come in. But I do believe, you know, that the fact that they blew that buggy up, maybe they could have gone in and dealt with the opposition because, well, they barely have any cover left.
Now, at the same time, you know, we have to speak about the side of Team GOG as well. That is where they're rushing in. But let's look at what's happening over here as FS Esports on the other side, as Hitman picking up a teammate. That shows that there are some fights happening with UP50 taking on the side of HH, as well as HH divided attention towards the side of Team Soul is where we would want to go immediately.
Well, where we're heading right now is Hitman with his Mini 14 just peppering the enemy, and Savathar is so dangerously close to be knocked out, but there you have it. His persistence and precision is going to be something that they are worried about. Now, again, since he is shooting through the trees, they barely have an idea of where the shots are coming from at this distance. You know what? I don't really blame them. 7C Esports, again, at the periphery of the circle, they are going to have to contend with another team close by in the form of Team Kinetic. Let's have a look and see if that's going to be an issue as GOG, boy oh boy, someone definitely gave them the memo that you have to be a little aggressive as they are going to be laying down shots on Esports Walla WSF as Hector is going to make sure that he picks up Akshat, and now from that little shack, they are trying to rain down death on the enemies on the other side. Now, if you have a look at the circle, it is going to shift a bit to the northeast, which means teams like, well, GE and Team EXO, they could be in a position to rack up quite a few finishes.
Now, let's not forget, GOG at this point of time is playing it very, very clever. As you can see, to the northern eastern side of the map is where they're holding. They have two teams under the crosshairs, right? One is going to be the side of Team Soul, other is going to be WSF, because eventually, between these two fights, there's going to be another cat which is going to take away all those finishes for itself. And let's hope that's going to be the case as grenades are going to be popped in. Carpet bombing is already started from the side of WSF. And let's see how much more bodies can they lay as Hydra Dynamite inside is going to be coming in from the other side. Probably try to do some damage, but those buggies are not going to allow as GOG from far away is going to put down bodies after bodies for the side of WSF.
Also keep in mind that GOG have been knocking off people left, right and center exactly at this position, something that Esports Walla did not get.
Oh,
this is
beautiful.
Where Soul could come in, but now a grenade from Leader Ropey, the leader himself, could spell trouble for EW, and looks like it might just be good. It is going to be, well, I think it was a bit too far off. However, he does go in for the second one. Remember, all those vehicles over there are going to provide them with some valuable cover, but that is going to be all she wrote for a few of their members, as Honey is going to be the last man standing at this position. But keep one thing in mind, Soul could get a few finishes for themselves as GOG. Well, I wonder if they know someone is going to be lurking in that shack, as Nick is going to go in, and there you have it. The grenades go boom, and with that, Esports Walla WSF find themselves out from this game.
Where was this kind of GOG all the while? They've got 6 finishes already. They're still having 12 teams and 36 points, and they have to play for 4 more points in this game. Do not push too much and make sure you get taken down. And let's not forget, from the other corner is side of UP50 who are under the radar, right? Because these are the two teams to watch out for, and they're going to take down the side of HH. And some throwables are going to be coming in as Ace Black is a bit more closer, throwing in some grenade towards the side of UP50. Not finding, but ultimately finds one at this point of time as Aditya, the last man standing, has to do wonders, or UP50's hope to remain in this tournament is going to end.
Well, I think that might just be the case over here because they are going to be coming under fire from all sides. Against all odds, they are still standing up. Now, this is the position we've seen Hyderabad Hydras make a mistake in the past. You know, of course, they didn't have that little coordination as they went forth. However, this time around, looks like they are going to be playing as a team and taking no chances. They are going to let loose a few shots before they make their way into the circle. Now, another one is going to bite the dust is UP50 once again with an early exit, and looks like Team Kinetic is going to make quick work of Hydra official. The teams are going to be dwindling down. It is going to be a bit chaotic. It looks like Team Soul's position is going to be coming up, and Akshat over here is going to make sure he holds down his nerve. And although he did just lose his teammate a second ago, Hector is lost as he was in Troy. But for now, Team Souls, their hopes and dreams are going to be alive by Akshat. But coming in from the other side, GOG, a revived team, are going to make sure they take the big boys down.
I mean, 11 finishes already, having the best spot in the house. GOG are going to continue domination as the circle is going to be shifting towards the side of GE. Let's not forget that they're still in the fray. They still have more finishes to rake up as Hydra Dynamite, the only man surviving in the underground, is the last ray of hope for the side of Team Hydra. And I don't know how this became a blessing in disguise for them, but ultimately there are only two teams with a 4-man standing. One is GOG and Team EXO, and how well are they going to come out to take away the real estate for themselves?
The other question is, how many first aids does the lad have? Because if he has plenty, well, he could go in for a little bit of a heal off. Unfortunately, I doubt that is going to be the case. And speaking of healing off, Evo, he patches himself with the last first aid as he makes a run for the circle. It does seem a bit too far, and chances are, well, he just might make it with a hop, skip, and a jump, and boom! There you have it. The circle is going to keep moving in. Oh my goodness, this boy is playing a dangerous game, but from afar, Ronnie saw exactly what was happening, and well, he put a few shots down range, and with that, Enigma Gaming are out in the 7th position. 6 teams remain as GOG. Boy, they are looking good. I love the aggression that they have on display. Oh, that grenade.
Oh, this grenade would have turned the tables for the side of FFS, but ultimately there are more going to be coming in from the side of Team EXO. Look at how Team EXO is going to make it inside the circle, right? They know this is the circle where less teams are surviving, less players are surviving, so they're going to slowly make it inside the circle, not too much to be in the crosshairs of somebody and not too far away to get taken by the blue zone itself, and slowly they're going to make it. But let's not forget, on the other side, there are going to be shots coming in towards them from the side of FS, as they know that there's a team coming in. A good grenade against them can do the job.
Well, a good grenade against them could, in fact, do the job over here, but the thing is, they are going to make sure that they give it all that they have, and now EXO's position is going to come under fire because Clutch does get the better of Punk as the grenade goes boom, and, well, Fierce is going to come under fire courtesy of Global Esports. Now, Global Esports, mind you, they have the only compound in the circle at this point, which means, well, that fortification could come in handy. However, GOG, on the other hand, do have the bit of a higher ground. It looks like Hydra, Dynamite, realize that, you know, wait a second, there's so many bodies littered over here, but unfortunately for him, this is all she wrote. He does give a little Superman punch and gets taken out in the 5th position. Decent points coming in for his team, all courtesy those position points. But now, it is going to be 4 teams alive and kicking, 12 members remaining, and GOG, have a look at that. They are looking good, and again, vying for a few more kills as Explicit from FS goes down. That is an optimistic grenade. If that connects, it could be massive, and Clutch, well, he does lose his HP, but it looks like another one is going to come in as Nick OP is going to make sure he gets his team his 15th finish.
Where was this GOG? I'm completely shocked. I've become the fan right now as they have to make it inside the circle, but they have done the job for the game, I believe. 15 finishes is what they've got, and the position they were holding, they have one more breather map coming in forward. On the other side, Aini gets taken down. Leader OP, what kind of a cover fire that was? It's going to be remembered for a really long time as Manya is going to be putting down Bullet at this point of time, and the push coming in. I don't know what happened over there, but ultimately some glitches here and there coming in from the Spectate is going to give us a little bit of a doubt.
Well, of course, that is going to be a speculation for later on, but right now, AJ is going to make sure that Ronnie is going to be picked up as, again, remember, they do have that little semblance of cover, but Manya, drop his health, fiddle on the roof, making sure he makes GOG punished, but the thing is, if they can pick him off, it is going to be problematic, because from the other end, there you have it. It is going to be another team, Team EXO, coming in and, well, putting them down in a tough position, again, between a rock and a hard place, but for now, Manya, he spots it moving in the distance. Snacks tries to zig-and-zag his way. In fact, Snacks is going to jiggle just the way that he always does. And again, nothing comes out from Global Esports' offensive right here. But finally, GOG are going to be at the receiving end again. We did expect this little Mexican standoff coming in as they are going to be pushing in the position. This could be a massive grenade. Bullet is going to be taken down, which means now MJ is the last man standing for his team. Global Esports in a prime position to actually win this first round, as all they have to do now is make sure they keep Team EXO at bay.
Now MJ on the other side is way outside the circle, going in for a heal battle, obviously. But how many first aids has he got is going to be the next big question, because ultimately they've done the job when it comes to placement points. 8 is going to be the answer. I don't think so he's going to survive to get the second position for himself. The fight between the side of Team EXO and GE is going to be for a little more longer, as they're coming out of the buildings, they're coming out of the hard cover, and slowly they're going to be slithering towards one another as MJ might run out of medkits.
Now the thing is, this is where you'd expect GE to go up on the roof once again to make sure that they have all those angles. Have a look at that. Manya is going to be on the ground. In fact, he makes sure he aligns his grenade perfectly. That could be a massive one. It is going to come in fierce. It's going to have a little bit of his HP taken out. But in the distance, GOG still holding on, and the second grenade comes in. Manya is going to make sure fierce pays, but looks like he walks right in the line of that grenade, as Snacks is going to get some much-wanted redemption for himself, as finally the play zone is going to snuff out MG's life, and then there were 2.
Now, at the same time, GE at this point of time have man advantage, I believe. No, it's going to be a same one. It's going to be a 2v2 situation as EXO at this point of time is going to make sure as GE has a very good opportunity right now to push in. They need to throw smokes in such a way they're going to stop the vision of Team EXO as they spread around the real estate. But which team is going to do this as EXO also has a very good opportunity to come over and take the real estate for themselves?
Well, looks like EXO Snacks is going to make sure that they retaliate as much as they can, keeping them at bay. But this is what I was wondering about. GE are going to try and get the higher ground in the form of Manya and, well, his teammate, as they are going to be raining down death and destruction on EXO's position just about now. There you have it, making sure they get as close to their prey because, well, the pros are definitely on the prowl, and this could be it. Global Esports, ladies and gentlemen, winning your first game in League Week 3. And boy, oh boy, did they keep their heads about them because, well, you needed a little bit of composure. You needed to be calm in that situation.
Oh my goodness. I'm just looking forward to see how many finishes which player has got and who's going to be that MVP of the first game itself. And let's not forget, coming in the reactions of the bootcamp itself, where most of them are saying, yes, this is what we're looking out for.
However, look at one boy down there. He is silencing his opposition, and still he's like, you ain't got nothing on me, as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco and have a look at that GOG, a game of their lives, 15 finish points, and well, they do share 25 points with your winners, Global Esports.
Now, at the same time, 25 points is what exactly GOG was looking out for, because at the end of the day, as I said, they needed 100 points to make sure they come a bit closer to the 16 and then play for another 50 points, and I hope that it's going to be the same. But ultimately, Team EXO, we all know whose signature move is that being silent, right? I mean, I do not want to put out some names, but this is going to be a war called in. This is going to be, I think GE at this point of time have stepped too much. And next time we see EXO and GE fight it out, you're going to see a lot of action.
Hey man, listen, if you have the goods to back it up, by all means, you've got to have that attitude as well. That is a winner's mentality. Then, you can't touch us. But again, a few teams did get touched a bit early, as our Esports, Team INS, and 7C Esports all ended this game sans any points.
Now, at the same time, you know, FS on the other side with just playing for position points, Hydra playing for position points, RTR Retribution playing for position points, shows that, you know, these are the teams which are playing it clever. But UP50 on the other side, just 2 points.
Now, you did ask me who is going to be ending up with the most finishes. Well, looks like the iQOO MVP is going to go Bullet OP's way from GOG Esports. I know you're going to say one thing: 7 finishes, 703 points of damage. The word you want to use is clinical.
At the same time, this is one player I've been playing around with, right? He's from the southern side. He's from the Mangalore place, very much close to my place. I've played with him. I've known him as a friend. And for the first time, I can say this, I've become a fan of what he's done today, you know. As clinical as possible is where he's got 707 finishes, a good backup coming in from the side of MJ for 700, you know, with 3 finishes. But let's not forget the valiant effort coming in from the side of GE, holding a hard compound. Crosshair is perfect. Ronnie, Manya and AJ have done wonders to get that winner chicken dinner.
Well, of course, when you have that steely determination on your face like Ronnie, silencing your opponents isn't going to be a bit of an issue, because let me tell you one thing, it is going to be intimidating and it is going to get in their heads. Now, we are going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as the match summary pops up. And, well, what stands out for you on this page?
I would say 67 knocks, because that's the one of the highest we have seen. Probably we have seen more than that, right? Almost 70 plus we have seen. But in this game, 67 knocks proves that most of them were on the offensive side. But 9 grenade finishes is something which was the best. And let's not forget, most of it came in at the final moments, as well as the side of GOG taking down 2 other teams. One is going to be WSF, where we saw Leader OP was going all in, and also taking down the side of Team Soul. And ultimately, it was at the end.
Of course, it was at the end. And now at the end, we are going to have a look at the finish and damage graph, the FD graph, as you like calling it, and have a look at that. That is the same GOG we saw in week 1 and week 2, but like I said, these boys are revived.
Oh my goodness, 2,500 of damage with 15 finishes. After this, I think you need to do that 3,000 damage to get more finishes for themselves. But let's not forget to see the other pitchers over here, like WSF, Hydra, Team Soul did so much of a hard work, but it's just that Team Soul was clever enough to pick up 5 finishes for themselves, whereas the others went down empty-handed. But 7 Cs at this point of time going out with 0 points, and Team INS is something which you have to look out for, because INS at this point of time were on the 15th position, if I'm not wrong, and with this game going abroad, I don't think so it's going to be easy for them to wake up.
Well, let's see if it is going to be easy because now we are going to have a little bit of a switcheroo as far as the overall standings are concerned, which should be popping up on your screens now. And of course, well, we did see Team EXO get a few more points for themselves, which means now they are going to be 10 points clear of Team Seoul. And Enigma Gaming Buddy, they finally come back to the first page.
Oh yeah, and they're going to be happy about it, but let's not forget that, you know, with no winner chicken dinner for themselves, they have huge respects among the chap. They have huge respects from the desk itself because it's not going to be easy. Look at that, 9 winner chicken dinners, 7. Even if we try to total it out, I know it's going to cross 30 to 40 winner chicken dinners, but still not gaining any in the top 8 shows that your persistence and your consistency is strong enough to retain the top spots.
Of course, you know, consistency is something that is required from all these teams. But again, you know, I love the fact that despite, like you mentioned, despite a chicken dinner, these boys are just all out aggressive. Now, let's have a look and see at what's happening over here because finally the Autobotz, well, they do get that 1 point from this game, which means they are going to be edging out the 16th place position. I do believe that was ACBC, who again haven't played a game. However, because the Autobots have higher position points, well, they are going to be a little bit higher. Now, 7C Esports, are Esports dropping down the ranks.
Now, let's not forget few other things which we have to see is going to be Team Big Brothers over here dropping down. I know that, you know, they're kind of safe when it comes to total points, but one thing which did catch my eye is Team OR has 200 points of finishes and 200 points change of position points. That's the highest by any team, whereas the others have not even hit the 200 markers, but they have around 220 points on an average at the top. So that shows for the other teams how many number of total points they need to rake up.
Well, that is what a big dog is for you. And now these are the teams that are going to be a bit in danger. 23 to 21 is what GOG have done right now. And again, 25 points coming from the last game is something, you know, we were talking about. If they carry this momentum forth, if they still strike as hard as they did in this game, again, anything can happen. And keep one thing in mind. We've been talking about something like this similar in the past, right? You got to go for those fights.
Exactly, and that was the strength of GOG, right? Whenever they took a fight, they took it really hard. Assaulters like Leader and Bullet was something which they had to look out for. And let's not forget the same thing. One good game, they've gone up 2 positions, right? From 23rd to 21. 2 more good games, they can easily make it into the top 16. And that is where they have to wake up. But UP50 on the other side, things are getting bleak for them, you know. The sun is not shining in their island, but at the same time, they have to do something with the moonlight, or else I don't think so it's going to be easy for them.
Well, I guess that's because the sun, Arca, again, the Sanskrit word for sun, for those of you who didn't know, is sitting over here. And our studio is definitely lit up. But again, maybe you might just want to, you know, give a little bit of sunshine on that team. But, you know, we did kind of not just anticipate, but hope that this team would come out swinging. They did try that. Let me tell you one thing, because they did start fighting, you know, with a couple of teams, Hyderabad Hydras and Team Seoul in and around the shooting range. Again, you got to be aware of your surroundings because the moment you let loose a few shots, everyone's going to be converging in your direction. So that is something that I do believe they still have to play around. But boy, oh boy, GOG coming in hard. I mean, they didn't get the chicken dinner. Of course, the 3rd position finish for them.
Yeah.
But those 15 finish points definitely come in handy.
Yeah, absolutely. And one other thing which I would like to, you know, amongst all these actions, it's important for us to thank our sponsors, right? Because they have allowed us to, you know, perform really good. They have allowed all of the teams to, you know, have an opportunity over here, as well as the Neo 6, which is going to be coming in from the iQOO smartphones, is also a beauty for itself. And the promo itself says a lot, as we're going to be stepping into the promos in any second now. What do you have to say?
Well, let's go and have a look at how to slay your dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, there you have it. Watch, stream, play, repeat. Again, I love living by this mantra because, that is pretty much what we do. And, of course, you got to have this bad boy in your hand, which, again, reminding you, I just forgot to English for a second, is available exclusively on Amazon. But, boy, oh, boy, we are still going to be talking about the last game. I mean, it was fantastic. Now, Global Esports, again, they held their ground. They held their nerve because at some points it looked like GOG was coming in from one end, EXO was coming in from the other, and they were going to be in a little bit of a sandwich situation. However, they kept their cool, largely thanks to that little structure that they had for themselves as well. But again, being brought down to almost one man and then picking yourself back again and then going on the offensive to make sure they deal with Team EXO, which, again, is what winners are made of. But now, Arca, let's have a look and see what all happened in this game.
Absolutely. It was GOG from the get-go trying to be as aggressive as possible and making sure they picked that up. But at the same time, this was the moment where I say Enigma struck perfectly to eradicate the opponents because it was Evo leading it from the front, UP50 jiggling around, making sure the crosses is perfect and eventually taken down. This is where Team Soul's end started to begin as there was some push coming in from the side of WSF to the side of Omega. From far away, it was GOG was also doing damage against them, but then on, it was a different story for them.
It was indeed, and Karan almost blowing himself to smithereens. However, it was the enemy grenade that came in and did the job. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, we did kind of agree, I'm sure Fixes will agree with this, that this is something similar we saw last time. I'm going to hold my thought right now because, again, Team Soul, they did try to do their best and put them out of their misery. Akshat going around and, well, making sure he capitalizes on their mistake.
Now, at the same time, there was a blessing in disguise. That was GOG firing from far away and helping out the side of Team Soul because ultimately, one good grenade it took to eradicate the side of Team Soul in this game. But Explicit on the other side, FS, this was the rotation. If Sense had capitalized on it, we all know the story of Team EXO would have been much more different. But Hydra official Dynamite somehow actually made it outside that thing and then tried to make it inside the circle. Ultimately, it was way too late for him. Probably if I had done that a little more earlier, it would have been better. But grenades coming in from the side of Nick, OP, as well as Bullet at one point of time. The Salters, the best of the Salters in this game, have done the job for the team.
Oh, absolutely. And even speaking of this over here, GE, their position was under fire. And Global, GOG, I beg your pardon, the fact that they went in one by one was probably something that led to their demise. But right over here, Manya, going up, he does get a few grenades, but look at this, he's going to walk right into it and boom, boom, in his face, all that shrapnel shredding his entire body. But this is the move I like. They wanted to make sure that Team EXO do not have a chance to basically fire on them. They take that little ridge, have a look at how they deployed that smoke, right? They make sure they have the upper hand, and well, when you do have that little high ground advantage, chances are you can shoot anything that moves down below, and that is exactly what happened as Team EXO, they really didn't have anywhere else to go.
Now, this is where the picture comes in for the smoke screen, right? So, you put up smokes either to close the sight of the enemies, or you put up a smoke around you to make sure that the bullets don't hit you. And you have to choose that wise according to the fight you're taking. Just imagine if Team EXO had put up a smoke screen just to block the side of GE, then rotate around the ridge they had and try to take the real estate and wait for the circle to come in and dominate against the side of GE. That would have been a different story. But GE thought that before them, put up a smoke screen in such a way that there won't be shots coming in from the side of Team EXO from down under, and they dominated it.
If I may, also AJ's position up on the first floor of that building was something that was pivotal, right?
Yeah.
Because he made sure that he kept EXO suppressed over there while his teammates ran around. And again, the point is they just snuffed their lives out. They cut off all the oxygen, and unfortunately, Team EXO, they finally succumbed because of that. But all in all, it was a wonderful start to the day in Erangel. As expected, action was a bit slow.
Late.
I mean, again, the first few shots were only fired up until the 13-minute mark. And from there on out, it was like someone let slip the dogs of war, and all hell was pretty much let loose.
Yeah, absolutely. But one other thing for the side of UP50, right? Because we have to speak about the teams who have an opportunity to make it inside, but still not letting go of it. When you know a specific place where the circle is happening, you need to know where you're going to be the strongest, right? Because they came in dead center of the shooting range itself, where they got fired from the top region, from the bottom region, and every other place. So if UP50 had to understand where other place they can going to place themselves, and from here on, they can still do it, right? It's got to be an experience where they can learn to be amongst the pros themselves. I do believe that they need to find that perfect place.
Look, I mean, we just saw what GOG did in this game, right? They came in hot, they came in heavy, and they pretty much wowed us all. And they were just one position, 20-something points ahead of UP50.
Yeah.
Now, what they did this time, and I'm sure we all will agree, is the fact they amped up the aggression. because, man, I don't think any team was really expecting them to be coming at them the way they did. And that was basically that pretty much, well, was working for them in their favor. Now, even at the end, had they probably come in as a full squad, they could have done something different. But again, you know, coulda, woulda, shoulda, maybe ifs and buts is something that we love doing because, well, that is a job speculating at the end of the game. But now the thing is, another one of these groups is going to be stepping out, and another group is going to be coming in, which means, well, I'm going to probably see you at the end of this game now.
Yeah, absolutely. But before you leave, you know, let's take your call on the next game which is going to be played, right? Because it's going to be the map of Miramar. We're going to have GOG back again. I know UP50 is going to be seated for some time. What do you feel? Do you think that GOG can again dominate in the map of Miramar, where they're well known for their rotations in the map of Miramar compared to the side of compared to the map of Wrangell?
Well, again, what they were doing different today was they didn't really stick to the plans that we have seen from them in the past. I mean, even as far as the rotations are concerned, they took the route less traveled, and it did work out for them. So in Miramar, what I'm expecting, if I just put the spotlight on GOG, is that it's all about that aggression. It's all about taking the fight to the enemy, and that is something that has pretty much given them, you know, a little limelight, so to speak, right now. So anything is possible, but again, we do have a few big dogs coming in next, and of course, it is going to be OR Esports. So you know what we're going to do right now is, as we head into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, I'm going to say bye-bye, and well, Arca Fixes is going to be sitting right where I am.
Oh, this is the first time seeing that, you know, you're going to let go of him without any kind of banter between you two. And it seems like love is in the air for you as well. It's going to be Fixes hitting the desk. A lot to discuss in the first map itself. Like in the map of Wrangell, least expected teams performing the best is on one side. And let's not forget the side of A and B, who's going to be facing it off. We have B coming in again. OR, BBE, IE, Walkouts, Blind, Nigma, Galaxy, ACBC, and Marcus Gaming. But before all these things, Fixes, welcome to the desk. How are you feeling today?
Oh, well, I mean, what a start to the day, right? I mean, especially when I was sort of wondering that it's going to be all about teams playing a little nervous.
Yeah.
Finally, you've got teams like GOG playing as if they've got nothing to lose. Now, considering the big names, the big dogs, you know, Global Esports, they come out with that chicken dinner. The second time they play defensive and they come out as the victors.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, let's not forget that, you know, the kind of gameplay coming in from the side of GOG, right? We have seen that there's going to be leader OP always going in the front, just like how Sensei plays for the side of Team EXO. But this time when he went in, he gave that initial damage which was required. And I do believe that was beautiful in this game.
Oh, we're definitely going to talk more about that. But right now, we're going to talk about this beautiful device in my hands. It is the iQOO Neo 6. And let's see what our friends have to say.
.90 FPS in the game of BGMI is something you would want to have, you know, because eventually every single move is going to be so smooth. Every single crosshair placement is going to be so smooth that you're going to be putting down most of the bodies in the game. But yes, coming back into the game itself, you know, where we were speaking about the side of GOG, where we were explaining about how the rotations were going in perfect. But this time, as they went in, more than the information they were gaining, it was more concentrating on the finish points. Is this the key for success for the side of GOG?
I think they finally found out that missing piece that was lacking in week number 2, right? They were always successful with their rotations, but it was all the fights that was a huge, huge problem. This time, more than aggressive, I would say they were more opportunistic, right? Every single time, if you talk about how they rotated, took that eastern side up, went all the way up north, and when they found that, you know, it's Soul trying to pester in the players of Hydra, that's where they kind of drive in and see the players of Esports Wala WSF also trying to come in, and that is how they started increasing the momentum, and once they started rolling, they never felt like they're stopping at all.
Absolutely. Now this is going to be the moment we're going to be stepping into the next map, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the map of Miramar. Before all the actions, as we all know, we're going to discuss a little bit about the teams which are going to be coming in. We have OR, Big Brother, Initiative Academy, Walkouts, Blind, Nigma, Galaxy, ACBC, as well as Team MG. The specific reason as to read out all these names, there are few names like ACBC, Team Initiative Academy, as well as MGs who are in the race. straight, right? Because of the middle bracket they are holding at this point of time. Do you think it's time for them to wake up as well as teams like GOG are performing?
I think Miramar has again been one of those maps where Initiative Academy always, tends to thrive, right? We've seen Blazy, we've seen Loki also show his true colors, and I feel that this could be the game that Initiative Academy might just pull off a comeback. What was really catching my mind was Team Hyderabad Hydras today. They caught in Manti to play in for the first time and making those substitutions instead of Striker having in over there. I think that was one of the pivotal change that they opted in for, and felt like Manti's still gonna take a lot of time to adjust to the pace of the lobby.
If that's the case, could they bring in Striker and Manti at the same time to make sure they both become that fighting duo to go in a little more aggressive? Because obviously Striker does need somebody to support the kind of aggression he's holding, right?
I think this is where you've got to bring in Maxi also to the discussion.
Yeah.
I always feel you need to fix things if they're broken, and for Hyderabad Hydras, the only big problem was their comms during the fights. Now I still feel they're a team that execute their rotations pretty much perfectly, and it was just the fights that they needed to work around, and how things go we do not know. They're out of the game in this one, they'll be coming back in the next, but for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be taking it up to the skies this time. However, the flight path trajectory is not going to be favoring these lads. It goes all the way from Impala towards La Drilera, so the teams going on to the northern side, they're going to face a lot of trouble.
Let's not forget those early jumps is going to show us which is the team which is opting to go far, far away, and all those teams are going to be jumping out and landing on the earth as quickly as possible. But at the same time, look at how this flight path is going to change for a lot of teams, right? Just imagine nobody would want to go towards the side of El Pozo. Nobody wanted to go towards the side of Trailer Park.
Yeah.
But still, this time they're going to be forced to do that. But obviously, traveling towards the side of Campo Militar is something GOG will never let go. But still, let's see who's going to be challenging them on the way.
One thing I'm certainly eyeing out for is maybe El Azhar. Are we going to witness any sort of skirmish over there? Because we've seen that in the past. But today, I think it's going to just be about Team Blind heading over there. Esports Wala WSF, there have been certain days where they also tend to go towards El Azhar. And considering how aggressive Blind have been lately in week number 2, I think that's not going to happen. But I'm pretty sure we're going to have some vehicle collisions, teams prying out for the vehicles. But look at that circle, Arca. So which really means, heading all the way up north, teams have to rotate pretty early.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget that, it's not only about your rotation towards the north, but also how many farming you're going to do, how good of the guns you're going to get, how good of it is going to help you in the rest of the games. But at the same time, the southern side of the map where Team OR again going in for a long rotation, GE spreading around towards the side of Valle de Mar, and let's not forget the side of Walkouts. How important of a game it is also for them.
Oh yeah, for Walkouts, definitely for sure, considering how they played in the iQOO BMPS. And that transition has been pretty much rough, but this is where you've got the swords hanging over their heads, right? They have to prove what they are meant of. Otherwise, you've got to wait for the next 2 to 3 months, the next big event where they will have to come in and to showcase their true colors. Now, one good thing about GOG in this particular game is they're not going to be facing hindrances from teams like Hyderabad Hydras, because they've always been one of those teams that kind of possesses a threat while they're trying to rotate from that northern side. So they get that good cover, right? According to which they do not have a lot of trouble. But for now, I think it's going to be a good game. They're going to head over to Cruce Valley. They might go to Campo Militar if they feel it's right. But for OR Esports, I mean, what a tournament has it been so far?
Oh, yes.
Having 100 points plus lead, and they look nigh unstoppable.
At the same time, let's not forget 222 finish points and 246 position points. The only team to cross 200 and also have a lead of 25 over the 200 number itself shows that, they are one of the strongest to watch out for. But at the same time, let's not forget they're just 40 points away from hitting the 500 marker, whereas the others are still looking hard to hit the 300 or 400 marker.
I mean, for a team like OR Esports, like I've been saying time and again, they are a complete squad, right? They know what their roles are. They play strictly according to their roles. Now, we have had this conversation with the players lately. Now, you ask a lot of other teams, we don't have any fixed positions. But Team OR, they're very well disciplined at that. You know, they are certain of the fact that we know what to do in situations. Let's say one of our player gets knocked out. The next moment they get the trades, the smoking comes from another player. You know, Aru has been such an important piece because he's been making all those wonders from the backlines, which might not be so visible on the finish boards, considering it's all about the finishes that these players get. But again, if it comes down to a team effort, OR have been the strongest of the lot.
No, but at the same time, you did point out that, you know, teams who are disciplined to hold the very position they go every single time could be the hindrance in case, you know, there's going to be a battle for the final finish and, you know, you're going to be challenged in this position. You're always spread around. Do you think that, you know, that is where the actually challenge is going to come in out of the blue moon and they're going to be not going to be ready for it?
You know, for OR, every single decision that they take has a reason, right? If
Yeah.
they're going for some really ludicrous splits, we've seen that in those past, right? Be it map of Erangel, be it Miramar, Jelly is always confident in what he is trying to do. And the best part is all the other players also believe in him, and at the same time they know what they are supposed to do, how they're going to take the circle, how they're going to pick up their fights, where every player has to be stationed, what their job is. So that is why, you know, I really feel that this has been one of the most complete teams. But I still have this sense that, you know, in the finals, we are yet to see, you know, the teams have few tricks up their sleeves. So OR do have a bounty on their heads. They need to watch out.
Now, at the same time, Nigma Galaxy is going to be one other team we need to talk about because ultimately, holding the 5th position, we saw the kind of damage they were holding, right? At this point of time, if you ask me, having the kind of finishes, they have 156, which is way much better than the side of Hydra officials who are right above them and almost equivalent to the side of Team EXO. Shows that, you know, this is one team which is also going in for that firepower because in frontal battles, they've come out successful even if they've lost a player or two.
I think for a team like Nigma Galaxy, if you compare how they played in the first week and the transition into the second, right? First was all about trying to take the center of the circle, try to play around the edges, and the second week was all about spreading their wings open. Now, you see players like MJ on the fragger boards, you see a player like Apollo really step up, and this shows how confident they've been as a team, right? Never really shy away from fights, even from when they're caught in dire circumstances, they tend to rise up. And this week also, I'm going to expect nothing less from their side as we transition about this team, Big Brother Esports. Now,
Yep.
Scream, he's been the star of this team, but can't really rule out Hellgott. But wait a second, what are my eyes witnessing or looking at? We do have iQOO also playing for the first time.
Absolutely, and that is where, you know, we need to look out for, is this the time that Big Brothers are going in for experimentation? Because ultimately right now the position they're holding is 10. You know, in the overall points table. I believe that's a decent position to be holding. But let's not forget that they're still not fortified themselves into the next round, right? And this point of time, going into experiment, do you believe that's the right thing to do?
I think I really feel they're still pretty much comfortable, and they're going to be happy about the fact that Sanhok is back this week, right? We
Yep,
do have you know, a day of Sanhok. The next day is going to be Vikendi, and then it's going to keep on continuing. So that's a really good thing. Now, few of the teams we've seen are really good on Vikendi. Teams like Retribution, RTR, Hydra officials, Team INS. Now, when it comes to Sanhok, Big Brother Esports have always made their presence felt. You know, majority of the games, they make sure that they are in the top 3, if not the chicken dinner. And certainly, sometimes they do get it. But for now, Arca, I think we might have a fight amidst us. It's going to be ACBC, who did come in for scouting few buildings, did realize that there's someone lurking around, and they say bye-bye.
Now, eventually, this is what you would want from a team like this, right? Become a little mature, do decide which fight to take and which not to, but at the same time, take the fight to the enemies. Once getting information, if you believe that, you know, you could hear only one footstep lying around, call in your teammates and try to capitalize on that. And I know that, you know, it goes by experience, and this team needs a little bit of a more of experience to do some things, as the circle at this point of time is going to be shrinking more towards the northern side, and most of these teams are going to be coming into the corners itself. But few teams think that the circle is going to be forming in towards the side of Picardo. Do you agree with them?
I think the circle is going way towards the northwestern side, somewhere around the crater fields, maybe towards the eastern side, or maybe the chances it could go towards water treatment. We haven't really seen some, you know, really ludicrous zone shifts, especially in the map of Miramar.
Yeah, at the same time, let's not forget to see few other changes coming in from the side of GOG. Again, coming in late into the circle. One thing which I love the most about them in the map of Erangel, every time they took a rotation, they had the blue zone behind their back, and they did not let go of that one thing. They checked out their back. They knew nobody was coming in from behind, because that was the cause for concern for them all this while. Somebody used to backstab them and take away the position every single time. But this time, they came in from the corners, and then they were very, very aggressive from the corners itself. And very less have I seen a gameplay coming in like this from the new pros itself. So finally coming in from the corners and dominating could be the key of success. And if they continue to do that in the map of Miramar, somewhere I feel they can do things. I do believe you have your own thoughts on this, and please go ahead.
I think GOG is one of those teams. I think nothing has really changed in terms of how they've been rotating, right? Pretty much, I think this was one of those facts that considering Hyderabad, Hydras aren't really playing in this game. They had a little bit of freedom from that northern side. Now you can see even in the game of Erangel, they took that northern route in. It was all about just waiting for the right chance to strike. Now what has really changed is they're not shying away from fights anymore. Now other than that, GOG, they're going to keep that northern area to themselves. Maybe head over to the little bit of a hill that maybe Haxer might contest, but considering he stopped over there, there's no vehicle movements, that's all right. Now this is where we have that circle shifting a little bit towards that eastern side, the water treatment areas that we were talking about. Now Team Blind, they look a little defensive, quite in contrast to week 2, where they were actually going in for a lot of fights.
No, at the same time, GOG, I've never seen them take that hard cover, high ground advantage, right? Once they tried to do that, they did put up some finish points for themselves, but eventually ruthlessly got taken on from the side of Team Soul. But this time, it looks like they might want to contest for that high ground rather than going in for the bottoms. And in case they do something different, let's see how long can they survive. And one other team to watch out for is going to be the side of Autobotz as well. Coming in from the southern side of the map, they are going to be coming on our screens towards the side of Graveyard. They also need some good games at this point of time, because I do agree that they've got some decent finish points for themselves, but ultimately that is not going to be enough for them.
You know, for Autobotz, nothing has really changed. Even if you compare the game with Erangel, right? They were the ones late inside the circle. They kind of rotate after the second circle sort of kicks in. Then their only objective is try and take the center, which I believe teams have figured it out. And you know, they're an open book right now. They need to start off. You know, they need to get some new strategies going in. They need to start engaging in fights. Now, Autobotz, again, they're going to be happy that we do have Sanhok back, because if you remember, Autobotz, again, they kind of stay around the center of the map, in the map of Sanhok, and that is how they racked up those position points. But it is going to be a very pivotal game for them. Let's see what do they have to offer.
Oh, at this point of time is where, you know, two bulls could have locked horns. That's going to be the side of Team OR with the side of WSF. I do believe that OR is going to be falling back with the retaliation coming in, but it's a good thing, you know. OR is also trying to play it as safe as possible, because if it was someone else, I do believe they would have rushed in blankly.
I think, you know, this is something that I really never expected, right? I really thought, you know, Seoul might be continuing playing like how they were in Week 2, but I think they want to get a little serious, and the same goes for OR Esports, who've pretty much been serious throughout, and as a result of which, such a humongous lead being built for them. Now, we always know, right, OR tend to kind of hold around the edges, wait for that curveball to hit, and that is when they go in for the circle. And Aditya, he's having so much of confidence instilled inside of him, and we have seen him. He just goes in, does not have care about the world, and I love that confidence that comes out of him, because he knows his teammates are going to provide him that cover fire when needed.
Now, at the same time, let's look at the Finnish leaderboard coming in over here. We did see that Goblin is going to be on the top. Aditya is going to be catching up, and he's already caught up, right? Equal number of finishes for both of these players. But it's just that, you know, Aditya was a little more clinical, because at this point of time, the way he's gone into the fight, he makes sure that in that frontal battle is where they capitalize. But Goblin on the other side, you give him mid-range, give him long-range. With that 4x sprays, he's able to take down bodies. With the close-range battles, he's able to take down bodies. With those grenades, again, he's able to take down bodies. But let's not forget, for the side of OR, it's Jelly who's actually bringing him to the right position to go in for that assault mode.
Oh yeah, I mean, like we've said, right, OR, they know what they're doing, and this little shift over here, little down south. I love the positioning coming out from Team Enigma. We're still waiting for that one chicken dinner from their side, and this perfectly and exactly could be the game. Now, we've got the players of Walkouts also trying to charge in, but look at Initiative Academy. Loki making those moves, getting that cover fire from behind. Dynamite has to take a little bit of a cover as the body goes astray, and so goes down Loki.
No, at one point of time, I really thought that Dynamite was not working well with his crosshairs, but eventually knows where to hit the bullet, took down the tire first, restricted the movement of the opponents, and then struck him to eradicate him out of the game. And again, there's going to be retaliation obviously coming in, and let's not forget, Enigma is very, very clever in becoming those third-party game. Every single time they hear a commotion, they're going to come in from behind like a slithering snake, strike, pick up some finishes, and eventually scoot away. This is the best example for shoot and run.
They get away with murder somehow. Somehow they kind of come in out of nowhere, just get a few finishes, and they kind of back off, right? But this week, we see a lot of teams play a lot more defensively. One of the biggest examples right in front of our screens, Global Esports. They've also made a few changes to their playing for. We did have Ronnie also coming in. Joker was out in one of those games. Then they're making switches here and there as Craniacs does open up on Aru. He's being taken down, and this is where OR Esports find themselves in a little bit of a trouble.
Oh, look at what Jackson is doing. The perfect gun with the perfect scope for a mid-range battle or probably a long-range battle where he's going to be spraying in continuously. Does a lot of damage. And I would like to say that most of those bullets would have got connected, but they have to watch out for the side of Enigma behind them, because Enigma, when they strike, they're going to strike in so blank that you won't be ready for it. And I just hope they realize it. But at the same time, Team OR Oro all far away after getting knocked out. No retaliation coming in. Again, the dirtiest of the job being done by the side of Doddy. With that, again, the deadly gun which we were speaking about with 4x. Aditya would like to put up a smoke at this point of time in the crosshairs. Get shot as well. Doddy's become as clinical as possible. Could he take down the side of Jelly completely and make the side of Team are already who are weak at this point of time?
OR Esports. I mean, this is one of those compounds that they love to hold on to, right? I think they were trying to go for a better one, and as a result of which, they're kind of getting sandwiched between so many of these teams. First, we witnessed Aru. He was trying to rotate around, got picked off. The other players were in a constant little bit of a shuffle, a little bit of a mix that, we need to try and get him back on his toes, and that is how the numbers kept on falling. Jelly, well, he's of course gotten that revive. I'm pretty sure OR at this point would want to hold off from where they are, wait for the next shift, and didn't make any movements.
Now let's see what's going to happen next as Oro gets out of the game. We can see Hydra picked up one for themselves. WSF have picked up one for themselves. But still, the rotations are working loud like a charm for the side of GOG as they've somehow made it to the high grounds. But this is where the challenge is going to get even more deeper for most of these teams outside the circle, because Enigma's position dead to the center with so much of real estate under their control could be the dominators of this game. And let's not forget that, the next circle shift, every single time we have seen a circle shift shrinking right to the dead center, is going to be another shift which is going to be so deadly. But on the other side, it's going to be Enigma finally coming towards the side of Walkouts and trying to challenge them out.
Of course, Walkouts love taking these compounds, those Hydra Estate buildings, as Eggy dishing hell from above. Mr. Spray has nowhere to run and hide, and so have the players of Initiative Academy wanting to get that little bit of a relic there, have certainly managed to do so as Eggy goes all berserk at the remainder of the two players, but he needs to watch his sideline.
Absolutely, UI is going to be walking in, but ultimately gets taken down, because it's important for you to understand where you're holding itself as well. Ayush is going to be in the open. The finish feed or the finish point for the side of Eggy is inevitable at this point of time if he's persistent to put his crosshairs over there. But let's not forget what's happening to the dead center of the circle, as a lot of skirmishes come in. Nigma Galaxy from the other corner is picking up as many finishes as possible, because this is where you come into third party.
I really love the smokes being deployed by Initiative Academy, right? Saving their teammates from the cusps of getting eliminated over there. But this is where OR Esports, it's a very important fight. Now, Team Blind, we have to consider the fact that they are the ones who never really back off. But considering the fact that Rage is not playing, that's a cause of concern for me.
Absolutely. Now look at the finish fade. Bullet is taken down the side of INS. Shows that again GOG has come on the offensive, picked up a finish point for themselves, but at the same time they're pretty much doing it outside the circle, as the circle is going to be coming in time closer. INS are going to tuck their tails and run away, as GOG on the offensive mode is going to follow them up. WSF with the side of OR, Jelly getting taken down. Throwables is going to be coming into picture anytime soon.
Indeed. Do they know that though, if it is OR? Because if they have a slight idea, they could have really gone in for the push, but not really taking chances. We know the players of Esports Wala WSF, they are under the hammer of a lot of the other teams. Everyone just wanting to thwart themselves out of the lobby, as Global Esports again just playing from the edges may fall under the jaws of Team Hydra officials.
Now, let's see whether that's going to be the case, because ultimately we can see that Hydra officials at this point of time have two other teams to work around with. That's going to be the side of GE as well as the side of GOG, as GOG is getting in a bit more closer. Let's not forget that this three-way Mexican standoff could be heavy for one other team, as OR or on the other side uses the gun to put down a player. As the push comes in, this is what happens as Nick OP is going to be putting up grenades with leader OP, taking that side of Team INS down. And I know Crazy Soul's location is also compromised. Kaboom! Goes the grenade, and seizing the opportunity is going to be the side of GOG, getting 4 finishes for themselves. 3 finishes to be specific, as 1 got stolen. They're going to be happy with what has happened here.
I love what GOG are doing, but this is where Enigma come into the picture. Now they are in the exact same spot, in that exact same dune. Now Evo, if those grenades connect, GOG might fall into tatters, but still, Team Enigma, are they going to go for a full-fledged commitment? Because if you take a look at the mini-map, they're kind of scattered away. It's all about Evo keeping a watch at them. The moment they step out, they might be in a little bit of trouble, but look at iQOO. He can play spoil spot, but Evo, I love that little bit of alertness from his side, making sure he's got that smoke going in, and this is a shift that we are talking about. Enigma, I'm pretty sure they're just going to come in and help Iggy out in his endeavors as big brothers just go kaboom from the back lines as go down Team RTR out of the lobby.
Now at the same time, Enigma have struck against the side of GOG, taken down a player, and I really want to see how GOG is going to continue playing from here on, as he's going to be coming into the crosshairs. Shots are going to be fired in towards him, but Evi on the other side has got GOG as well. Look at that. I don't know how he was trying to maintain that recoil. We all know how tough it is for them, as Manya is going to take down Evo at this point of time, pick up a finish point for themselves, as GOG is just waiting in the shadows to strike in against the side of GE.
I love how Nigma Galaxy have also positioned, but right now Global Esports do understand the gravity of the situation. Few nades being already flung over, haven't really connected though. AJ needs to drop and roll as the circle starts coming in, but how do they, considering that the players of GOG are watching out for them? Now they're going to make a run inside the circle. It's going to be rather difficult to find a perfect entry inside the circle. If Team Enigma somehow shoot at them, then it's going to be so much difficult for the lads.
At the same time, let's not forget the side of GE. The way they're rotating at this point of time is wonderful, as GOG is going to stop out of nowhere. Bullet is also kind of stuck at this point of time. Could this be the beginning of the end, as the shots are going to be fired in towards them? Let's not forget Bullet has got a little bit of a cover where IE is going to find him as well, as the last player of GOG will have survived from here on. That's going to be MJ to play for placement points, but GE versus the side of Hydra, which was supposed to happen, comes in as Manya goes in, takes down a player. The second player also getting wiped off. Hydra again with left out with one last player.
Hydra officials were kind of trying to stay aloof from all the fights, but right now Hellgod goes ram in directly a fight against the players of ACBC. It's going to be Haxer who he goes against, who eventually falls down, but the cavalry needs to arrive. iQOO already being taken down by Team Blind. It is pandemonium throughout the lobby as Creep barely surviving right now. One more grenade and he could basically be done.
But Kepron's grenade kind of bounced back over there. He's going to be looking out for a molly, a fire trap to, restrict the players to one corner, and that is where a grenade might be going in. But let's not forget, with 2 men standing, this team can actually do wonders, as smokes are going to be deployed in the perfect position, as MJ from behind is actually doing damage against the side of Enigma, as he takes down a player and eventually gets erased off, as GOG goes down with just 3 finishes for themselves. A total of 28 points so far in 2 maps. I believe they're going to be having a decent day.
So far, so good right now, but focusing our attention back towards ACBC. Are they going to commit fully into this fight? Are they going to come out of their cover? Because the moment they do, they're going to be shot at by elsewhere. But look at Global Esports. Look at the kind of coverage that they might have. All they're looking out for is that next circle shift. If it goes to west, then they do have a really good chance. But for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, we're sort of having an urban circle, especially in San Martin, where I really feel Nigma Galaxy, this is their game to lose.
Now, let's not forget, GE was very close towards the side of Enigma, and the rotation they've taken to the complete western end has completely backfired at this point of time. And Marcus Gaming yet again playing for placement points. It's all 4 men standing with no finishes for themselves. Let's see how far they can survive as well. As to the eastern side of the corner, we have 5 teams facing off. A 5-way Mexican standoff is something which we have not witnessed before.
Oh, indeed. But for now, we've got to see Enigma just dashing on at the compounds of Walkouts. They need to pick this fight up. Avi waiting for that perfect angle. Does find out, threading the needle over there. Gets the better out of a Brar. But eventually he's just going to get blown up by Yua.
Absolutely. That vehicle explosion is something which I was not expecting. But at this point of time, Walkouts have a very good hard compound where they can resist the side of Enigma as they have to make it inside the circle. But stay away from their crosses is going to be the key for them as grenades are going to be tossed in from the side of iQOO. One more perfect one could do a lot of damage as Eggy has already flanked in from the right as Rex gets taken down. This could be wrong as Enigma gets eliminated as the most vulnerable spot, getting themselves probably 4 finishes.
I mean, staying on the high ground didn't help them in those final few circles. Everyone had a safe haven for themselves. You know, just leaving Enigma behind. They had to make that rush in. But for now, Big Brother, they've already gone big. They've still lost out on a few of those players though. But Initiative Academy survived by just DG and iQOO.
No.
They know they have their attention at the players of Big Brother. Scream still alive for them. A last ray of hope, I must say, could make some huge changes. But look at OR, considering how they started off, they're still going strong.
Now at this point of time, a rush is going to come in from Aditya and Atanki. Is this the right move coming in against the side of Walkouts as both of them with the throwables above are getting ready to welcome anybody coming in a bit more closer. Let's not forget G on the other side gets eliminated with 7 finishes at the 10th position is something which is going to open a window for few other teams as Dionysus on the other side has started to damage the side of Walkouts. Could this be the opening as Autobotz versus OR is going to continue?
Nades have been flung over. Aditya still surviving though as Atanki is already on his knees and Autobotz trying to focus on the center. This might have just worked out for them as Nades will follow suit again. Aditya somehow trying to patch himself up first before the players of Esports Wala WSF. Look at them. They have a keen eye. But still Aditya trying to get in for that revive. Atanki will get himself patched up though, but the next circle shift is going to be so instrumental for all these teams, so important for them as they have to fight as it kind of goes to the laps of the players of Team MG.
Now this is the game MG was looking out for. Pick up all those finishes. Try to get the winner chicken dinner. Place yourself properly in the points table in such a way. But by the end of the day, you're going to have a smile on your face rather than the pressure for the rest of the days itself. But now it's going to be OR to the corners itself as they're cooking up a grenade towards the side of WSF. Will this grenade connect as it does a little bit of a chip damage? That's going to the location given away of Aditya as Autobots have jumped down and moved inside the circle.
They're off victorious ways right now. OR Esports in the nick of time, trying to battle it out, trying to get inside the circle, but that's not going to happen. As the watchdogs from the sidelines, Esports Wala WSF wipe them out of the server. But this is all being looked after by Orva, who knows that the 2 players of Esports Wala WSF are stationed there, are going to be making a move. As Tango almost surviving with a sliver of HP. Honey providing that instrumental cover fire will now resort to the healing battles as Autobots. They also have to fight it inside the zone.
Now, but at the same time, what's important for us to see is how much Marcus Gaming is going to be picking up as it's going to be the fight still going on between the side of Autobots as Blind is getting humiliated. Blind is getting taken down 1 player at a time as Autobots with all 4 men standing have taken down 1 last player left. Is going to be the side from the side of Blind. I don't know who's that last player, but they all know their location as IE is going to be the next target for these big dogs.
Initiative Academy really do have a good compound, but they have to get inside the circle. Autobots finally making a move. Finally, they're looking to rise up from all the gloomy days as iQOO just goes ham after the players of Walkouts, one after the other, just getting obliterated, survived by the last player as Danko has to fight against the entire horde of Autobots who seem to have reunited over here. And now, 6 finishes strong. Autobots are looking for nothing but a chicken dinner over here.
Now let's not forget Marcus Gaming on the other side. They might look silent, but the finish feed says a different story altogether. 5 finishes what they've raked up. 2 of the strongest teams at this point of time is going to be Autobots as Marcus Gaming. Waiting for them to lock horns is going to be the side of Nigma Galaxy. That is where they're going to get struck as it's going to be easy for them to make it inside the circle. IA also gets eliminated. 3 teams standing over here, but Nigma Galaxy trying to play it as safe as possible with just 1 finish for themselves. They've raked up a lot of position points.
Now for Team MG, they have to let all these 2 teams fight it out. Enigma Galaxy, they've been patient, they've been persistent, but finally get an opening. Autobots need to capitalize upon as 2 players survive. MJ has to walk out as IGL not paying attention to his backlines, gets punished as the trades are going to be coming in suit as now it all comes down to Wixkey. He's going to hold the fortress. Can he do that all by his lonesome is a big question. position. A low toss grenade being flung over as he needs to get the revives done.
I mean, Marcus Gaming on the other side can dominate over here as Vexy comes in from the window, goes in for a jump shot, doesn't connect very hard all the time to actually do it, but eventually gives a ray of hope for the Autobotz. But Marcus Gaming on the other side is waiting as the Innocence, the beast, the god himself, is going to be waiting for the last player to come out in the open as the blue zone is going to be striking hard against the side of Autobotz. Are they going to give the finishes to Marcus Gaming is going to be the next big question.
They're stuck between a rock and a hard place over there. Out of options, completely have their backs against the wall as Team MG will have to do nothing towards the end to secure that winner chicken dinner, the final one, the first one rather, that they've been eyeing out for so long. And boy, oh boy, what a way. What a way to start the day off. You know, two of those teams that were somewhere down in the bottom, and they're finally risen back from the ashes. As, ladies and gentlemen, we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco. Team MG coming up top at the first position.
Now, let's not forget, 23 points is a lot of points for the position they were holding, and they're going to be very happy. But we have to look at the bottoms and see which are the teams who have gone down early, right? Team INS, who actually required 5 points in this game. Hydra, Retribution, again, they were one of the teams who need to maintain average. OR Esports on the top. It's the first time after a lot of games I'm seeing them with just one finish and not any kind of finish point, one position point and no finish points for themselves.
I mean, at this point, right, it was all about that urban circle that kind of built up, right? A lot of teams were just kind of trying to play it around the center. The moment the circle shifted away, they were left astounded, right? But what a game for Autobotz, right? Even one of those teams that did not really have a first game going in their favor. But Enigma Galaxy also, this time showing that perfect balance between how do you hold the circle center, how to not take fights, wait for the zone to form in. They tried to play it around, but Wixkey making those few little mistakes towards the end. Could have clutched out the squad of Autobotz had he not gone for Orva, who was the one, had he gone for Orva rather, who was the one player trying to get the revives. But now it's time for the iQOO MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look at who is it going to be. It is going to be my man Scream. Again, 5 finishes, 675 points of damage. Wow.
I mean, 7th finish, 7 position points.
Yeah.
Or the 7th position is where they got eliminated, but still has one MVP standing out over here. Shows the kind of persistence, shows the kind of consistency, as well as shows the kind of firepower being held by the side of Big Brother Esports. Scream, you have been speaking, this could be the next big man in the game. I just hope that's got to be true. But ultimately, IGL, Fox and Orva coming in from the side of Autobotz are going to be so happy. And in the south, in the chat, we all know who's going to be taking it. It's going to be a very good game coming in from the side of Tamils.
What a sigh of relief for these lads, right? Especially week 1, they were in such a good position, suddenly had to crumble in week number 2, and this circle favoring them, right? Kind of taking that centralist shift, going towards those compounds and then holding on to the advertisement building really helped them out, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a look at the match summary. And 9,000 points of healing have been pretty average, 6 grenade finishes. I really thought that we might get to see a little more, considering it was sort of an urban circle, so many compounds. I felt, you know, teams kind of gassed out, or maybe it had to do with how the flight path trajectory was and how quickly the teams had to rotate.
No, but at the same time, let's not forget, right? The grenades were actually not connecting no matter how much it was tossed.
Yeah.
Everybody knew that this is where the grenade was going to be coming. They were more clever to hide themselves perfectly and also heal up as quickly as possible, as FT Graph is going to speak for themselves as Autobotz. 10 finishes with a 2,363. This is how Miramar is the place where you can expect more damage and less finishes for yourself.
And this was quite a different circle in Miramar, right? It's been ages. We finally had a circle going towards San Martin. But as we take a look at the FT Craft, you know, Autobotz getting that center position, dished out a lot of damage. And Global Esports, now this was one of those teams that we've been talking about, have been playing a lot defensive, right? They've been kind of avoiding fights. Once time comes, they kind of tend to take those. Eventually took down 2 of the squads and got the best out of Hydra. As, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come, right? We do know who are top on the overall standings, but what I'm really looking out for this is the mid battle that keeps on going. As OR Esports was not a start that they would have wanted for themselves. Few hasty decisions did earn them an early elimination in this game.
Yeah, but at the same time, they still have that 100 points buffer, right?
Yeah.
So they're not going to bother. about the rest of the
Yeah.
games left out for them. Even if they lose out, they can experiment and try out new things and see how well that's going to work out for them, because the intensity of the tournament is so high. But let's not forget to see that Big Brother Esports again comes back into the top 8 with just one good performance for themselves, all thanks to one good man standing over there. 7Cs on the other side. I do believe that, you know, this is also one of those teams who have to be a little careful, because the difference between them and the 16th position is just 40 points. And yeah, no, don't let go of those shields. You know, in case you drop it down, there's going to be fire coming your way.
But look at Autobotz, you know, they finally made it back at the 14th spot. A little bit of a climb. Blind Esports, they've made a few changes, keeping Rage out, but still did manage to rack up so many damage numbers over there. 7C, I'm pretty sure the next game they come in, they're going to be going for all those fights. They've been quite vocal about it, right? They were one of the teams that tends to focus on the position, rather on the finish points, rather on the positions. But as we take a look at the teams that are in danger, Arca, ACBC 17th spot, not a huge lead, nothing from their side. But Team MG, look at the climb, right? They were certainly somewhere around the 23rd spot, and one good game. Now they're at the 19th.
Now, this is the second, this is one of those games, you know, they just played 33 matches, right? They have one more game to go, and that is the kind of game I would want to see from them. Consistent games is where you would want to conquer on, right? Because ultimately, if you play one game, the next one you lose out, the points table is just going to look the same. So it's important for them to concentrate on that. But the next big question is going to be the side of GOG, because the previous game they played so well in the map of Miramar, they're very well known for the rotations they do. They come in at the right corners, they hold up, they play for placement points, but this time they were trying to be a little aggressive and again failed in the same spot of rotation. What do you have to say about that?
You know, I love what they did. Initially, the circles, everything, they were kind of playing around the peripheries of the zone. The one fight against INS, they kind of won that. They're feeling so confident about themselves. But Team Enigma, we had this a little bit of a chat before, right? They're one of the teams that hear some commotion, they come in. And Evo had them pinned down up until the point the players of Global Esports just come in from the backlines and get the better out of them. And that is how the cookie crumbled for GOG this game around.
No, let's not forget the two other players who made it inside the circle right in front of one crosshair eventually got taken down. The best is yet to come, ladies and gentlemen, but the best is already here. This is going to be iQOO Neo 6. You need to put your hands on this, as there's going to be a video for you guys to know better about this device, as iQOO Smartphones comes up with the best promo ever. Go and watch this.
Watch it, earn it.
Oh, that is what you do, right? You need to have the best device. You need to have the best platform as well to showcase yourself in the gaming community itself. So, ladies and gentlemen, download Loco. Make sure that you go in and watch all your favorite streamers out there, all your favorite BGMI players out there. You know, they're going to be showing the perspective. And let's not forget to get your hands on this beautiful device. Head on to Amazon, search for iQOO Neo 6. The prices might be hitting out over there, and you would not want to miss what you're going to get, as the best deals are still out there. Now, coming back into the game, because we have so less time and so much more to speak, there are two teams which is coming into my eyes. One is going to be Autobotz as well as Marcus Gaming. But concentrating on Marcus Gaming, one, for the first time, Miramar Zone favors them and the domination in this game.
Of course, but you know, before we talk about them, there is a Loco giveaway going on, ladies and gentlemen. All you've got to do is head over to Loco and follow the BGMI official page over there and partake in the quiz. Now, if you've been watching the stream thoroughly, it's not going to be any difficult. It's going to be a breezer for you guys. But But yeah, coming back, and if you're gonna do that, you're gonna win free UC if you're lucky. But yeah, coming back to the discussion, talking about teams like Autobotz over here, I think it's better that the highlights sort of pop up and we have more clarity into that
Exactly.
situation, because this was one of those games where Autobots really found themselves back into the zone, and this is where teams like MG made quick rotations inside the circle. They've done nothing really out of ordinary. That is the one of those hills that they always tend to hold on to, right beside the players of Nigma Galaxy, and the circle kept on favoring them. But what I loved initially was this beautiful spread coming out of Enigma.
Now, at the same time, I don't want to forget the side of Team INS, right? Because eventually GOG was so persistent, finally came in and got taken down. And let's not forget this one continuous, thing which they have to come over. But at the same time, BB's on the other corner. Oh, the way they took down the side of RTR. Look at this spray coming in persistently yet again. Another team doing it as Global Esports on the other side against the side of Team Hydra.
I think for Big Brothers, I think one of those things that keep on lingering down my head is, why did they have to get in Akshu in place of an in-form Zen OP, right? And maybe they're kind of trying to practice a few things around here and there, maybe new strats that they've been kind of hiding for the finals. But regardless, right, Big Brothers, considering how they were playing from the edges, I loved how they took those compounds right on. Especially this part, they knew they had the backs against the wall, but despite all odds, still managed to somehow push against Initiative Academy.
Now, at the same time, the strike which came in from the side of Nigma Galaxy MJ, just in case he had put another player down, it would have been so hard for them. But ultimately, they did survive, right? The final moments of the game came like this, where Dionysus with the grenade trying to hold back one last player. But ultimately, the zone was helping them out as Orvo goes in for a heal battle and gets taken down. Yes, we were speaking about Marcus Gaming, right? With the chicken dinner, we can see that in the camps, so much of emotions coming in. The one which was most wanted for them. I know that it's the second one in the overall tournament which they've gained so far, but one of the most important one about them in the game. And more light, please.
Especially right now, Team MG, they needed this desperately. Out of anybody else, much had to be done. And I think they have to thank the circle. Of course, their decision making, the last call out that they made, that they needed to hold down on the southern compounds over there, those high-rise buildings, that is where they pretty much won the game, right? Nigma Galaxy also had the circle for majority of the times, but the way they were pushed over by the players of Autobotz. Now, Vixky made some amazing plays, thwarted off player off. He wanted to jump over from that building over there and wanted to strike from the backlines. Now, what mistake he did over there was he went down for the knock player, right? Had his crosshairs been pinned at Orva, who was trying to get that revive up, could have been an entire squad being wiped out, and that extra 2 position points that he could have earned, that could have really helped them again. But it's still nothing to worry about. Nigma Galaxy, they're already doing good.
Absolutely, but at the same time, Autobots coming into this game, right, holding one corner, dominating that corner and making sure that, there were several times where they were challenged continuously with grenades coming in, firepower coming in, but the retaliation from their side coming in, making sure that they survive, making sure that they strike to the corner and sticking together. There was a point, right, there was one player from the side of Nigma Galaxy taking down, being at that sneaky place, taking down one player, the second one almost came into his crosshairs. I know trigger discipline is something which comes at that point of time, but still Autobots immediately coming, going in for a cover, taking that player down. I think Autobots had their backs held up with one another and playing it really well.
I think for Mr. IGL, right, since he was the one who was leading the charge over there, he did not pay attention towards his eastern side, which I completely agree. It was such a chaotic situation, can't really complain. But what I loved was the trades that followed instantly, right? He gets knocked out, all the 3 players go down after MJ over there. And this is where Nigma Galaxy played a little bit defensive, but it was still fine, right? Losing out on one of those players, Vixky did a commendable job. But in the midst of it all, it was the players of Team MG that were just watching out. They were watching out. You guys fight it off. It was a perfect Mexican standoff. These two were engaging, and all they had to do was wait for the final player to just eventually languish down over there from that from the wrath of the play zone, and that is how they got the chicken.
Now, at the same time, we have been saying this in this game of BGMI, you need to be in the right place at the right time, and that is how you're going to be getting that winner chicken dinner for yourself. But let's not forget, there were several other moments in this game which is going to be heavy for few of these teams. One single point which I want to ask about the side of 7 Seas as well, right? Because in the points, I do understand that they're going to be playing a game now, and it's not important, but do you think that 7 Seas have taken this a little lightly lately? Because the kind of gameplay they had in between the tournament, playing it a little safe, trying to rely on the firepower, Spray God, doing the job for the team. what do you think is right now which is required for the side of Team 7Cs to bounce back in the next game?
I think 7C have to do something like what Global Esports are doing right now. Try to get a few chicken dinners because it is the last week of the league stages, and then we have the grand finals. We somehow do have this feeling in our guts that 7C they're gonna head in. Now what they need to do in those final games is that they need to have that chicken dinner coming in their favor. They need to do that. Now Global Esports, they realize the gravity of the situation, and maybe Sandhawk could be the answer of all their prayers. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, let's head over to the pre-match segment powered by Loco, as Arca, well, is going to be stepping out. We have another group coming in. Of course, we're talking about Group C instead of Group A, as even on the desk, we've got a little bit of a shuffle as the big man himself arrives back. But, of course, he needs a little bit of time to settle down, and he's been watching the games from the sidelines. And XP, after a long time, we've got a very central-ish circle around the San Martin areas, and it's been ages, right? And anything that you caught that was not discussed over in the panel?
Well, first of all, I did love the fact that finally we had a little bit of an urban circle at the end, right? Because we've been out in the dunes way too long, and the sun is always just shining down upon you. But boy, oh boy, I mean, what I did take from this game is finally we did anticipate that week 3 is the day when the teams at the bottom, like I said, they're going to bare their fangs. They're going to come out swinging, and that's exactly what they did. GOG, even in this game, were in a good spot. And then you mentioned, Enigma comes in, takes advantage, and, that is all she wrote for them. But that is the beauty of this tournament. Of course, the iQOO BMPS, and a large thanks to Crofton for making this happen, and our lovely sponsors, iQOO and Loco, which means one more time, let's see how to slay your dragon. Fixes, I kind of have this little inkling that, most of the teams, since they have shifted to the iQOO Neo 6, that flash charge is helping them, because have a look at the revival, right? They are full of life.
Oh, indeed they are. I mean, after every single game, in 12 minutes, you're going to get to 50% of charge. And 32, you're back to 100, right? You get that little bit of 10-15 minutes of break. You always have that juice going in. And even if you charge and play, it does not really matter. Courtesy to the cascade cooling system offered by iQOO.
I mean, it's like icy cool in your hands, right? Even when things are heating up in the game, well, you are always going to have the best touches at your hand. Now, speaking of the best touches, it did kind of seem like, Team MG, like you mentioned, were in the right place at the right time, and you all watching are in the right place at the right time, because, well, we are giving away a lot of BGMI merch, and all you have to do is head over to the Esports page and make sure you click the link down below, fill out your form, and, of course, correctly predict which team is going to be on top at the end of the day. And, of course, you got to spread some love. Make sure you spam those hashtags, and, well, the action is going to begin next in Sanhok. We're going to have a lot of giggles, aren't we?
Oh, yeah, indeed. And considering the fact that, it's been after a week, we need a little bit of a reset as well. We did get that time. We had a lot of weekendy action. Today it's going to be Sandhawk. Of course, B and C coming in. This is where I really want to see the revival of Big Brother Esports. They come in, get that chicken for themselves. But what another thing that really pops up is OR Esports. They've also had very good games of Sandhawk.
They have indeed, but let's see again. You mentioned that we did have this little break. Have they kind of fallen off short? Because again, the RNG factor in this game is just, it's laughable, right? Because you think things are going your way, but suddenly in come the gods of BGMI, and boom, the circle is on the other side. But for now, again, the prelude to the show, right? The calm before the storm. Because if you thought things were chaotic in Erangel, boy, oh boy, once the bullets start flying and the bodies stop dropping, it's going to be a tough time getting to know what's happening.
Finally, we get to see more of those healing battles, right? Considering you've got Team Soul and Team EXO, that we have seen them do it again in the past, back and forth, right? We've seen Hector resorting to do that. We've seen Immortal, but today's day has been quite interesting, I must say, XP, because a lot of teams have gone in for the substitute players. Even for Big Brother, we did see Akshu coming in. Even for Team EXO, we did have Snacks coming in instead of Immortal, and even for Hyderabad Hydras, they had Manti playing for the first time.
And let me say one thing, up until the fact that they were wiped out, he was pretty much dishing out all the damage for his team as expected. You know, he's one of the veteran players of this game. And, well, like I said, they're one of my favorite teams for a very particular reason. And that's that they've stuck together. There you have it. Of course, they have that past, and now the Hyderabad Hydras. That goes to show that, A, they are comfortable with one another, and they are open for interpretation amongst each other, right? I mean, yeah, we all love pointing fingers, but at the end of the day, if you can basically stop that, well, that is where action is going to be aplenty. And speaking of action being aplenty, Sanhok is now going to be underway, and looks like we are heading straight to the west.
Indeed. All the way from Kampong towards Tambang. I'm pretty much sure players not going to have any trouble whatsoever. Team MG finally having a few laughter, but I think it's still a monumental task ahead for them, right? Considering how one game and the next game needs to be good. But we are kind of looking out for any sort of early skirmishes. Do you think that's going to happen today?
Hey man, I mean, if they all drop close to one another, we've seen action break out right at the beginning in the maps of Sanhok, and by the look of things, a few of them might just be heading towards one another's position. But again, it all comes down to where that first circle is going to form, and have a look at that. We do have a little commotion taking place down south, as Seoul are going to mix things up, and looks like they're going to be heading to Nakhon, but the circle comes in. It is going to be to the north, which means all the teams to the south, oh boy, they have a tough road ahead.
And more than that, look at Sensei, right? It feels like finally Team Blind have a little bit of an answer. If you talk about Team Exospray, they're way off, and finally Blind have realized that they need to capitalize upon that. But a little bit of an early battle maybe can engage as Dreams does have that weapon right on his hands, but it is two players of Team RE that he needs to deal with.
He does need to deal with them, but the thing is, have a look at your mini-map fixes. He is surrounded by the enemy on all sides, and well, this is where his Dreams can in fact become a little bit of a nightmare, because Jadu, although he is trying to scour the terrain and find out where Dreams is, if this lad lets loose a few shots, look at that. We have another few members of our esports making sure they are going to be on hand, and looks like Guru is going to be coming in and playing one of his first few games as well.
Oh yeah. So many teams are trying out the substitute players, you know, giving them a little bit of an exposure inside this tournament. But Guru, well, I mean, considering the fact that Enigma Galaxy are pinned down to that one position, they really need to charge in. You know, they can press in Dreams. He can be ousted, or rather outsmarted by the players of our esports. But there's that lingering doubt. They do not know where the other players of Enigma Galaxy could be at this point, and they're not making a rush because of that. And finally, here they go.
Well, here they go, as Gunu is still going to be a bit wary. Of course, his footsteps are going to give away his position. I think he got a little bit of a visual, and now he knows there's a snake lurking inside. And, well, one way to do something is just go all in, and there you have it. 3 guns are going to be trained at you, which means, well, the nightmare has begun, I beg your pardon, for Enigma Galaxy. And, you know, you did ask where their teammates are. Well, looks like MJ spotted Capron, and he is not going to move a muscle.
Oh, Capron. I mean, at this point, so helpless. Look at how Enigma Galaxy. Well, I did hear a few shots from the far lines. Wixky's taken a couple of damage. Now, where did that come from?
Well, I think Evil Sky is going to be a little lucky, as he is going to try and, you know, avert their attention away from their nearly fallen comrade. But, buddy, I don't see any hope for him, as MJ finally is going to go down. And this is where the position might just be given away. But again, he's got to be careful. And Capron, well, he is swimming away. And this could be a bit problematic for him, because right now, it's not problematic. It is going to be Sarkar. Well, KSR, I beg your pardon, goes down, and Bayo, although he did have a few more people coming up against him, well, 2 guns are better than 1, and he is going to be down on his knees. But God, on the other hand, he is going to deploy some smoke, and looks like he might just come in for that charge.
You know, a little bit of reluctance coming in from Rage God to try and get that instant trade. Did lose out on KSR and the IGL. That's not a good start for UP50 again, you know, as the problems keep on continuing. But at the same time, KU, look at him. Sarkar can really make good work out of him, but Onyx has been a threat from above. Ooh. He's going to take a leap maybe at some point or the other, but the big question is Sarkar well prepared to deal against it.
Now this is the problem. KU at one end and, well, Onyx at the other. In his element, he might just spot the glimmer of his helmet up there. Shots are going to be fired, and now he's going to switch to his M4, rattled a few shots, and there you have it. There is going to be dropped down to his bloody knees. Now Onyx goes up against him, but the Uzi is just going to be a bit too fast as far as damage goes, and now Sarkar again in the best position, making sure he didn't bat an eyelid, gets the better of both the gentlemen from the team Kinetic.
I love this recovery coming in from the players of UP50, especially Sarkar, how he held the fort, but God, doing the exact same thing on the other side. Now it comes down to a 1v1, and God, mind you, XP does not have a single first aid.
Not a single first aid, but he does have those little bandages, and, well, if he does loot those crates, he might just get some valuable time and HP for himself. Now the question is, does Sarkar move in for the finish? Because he knows it is going to be a possible 1v1 situation. However, there's another team that could be heading their way. Because remember, the moment you let loose a shot in Sanhok, everyone and their mothers are going to hail it roll around. And, well, at the other end of things, looks like the god Dionysus himself is going to get the better of 7C's Savitar.
Oh yeah, and this is one of those discussions that we were also having, right? 7C, I really thought they're going to implement the ways of global esports, focus a little bit more on the circle, try to steer off fights, but Team MG, they're on a whole different high right now, especially the adrenaline coursing through their veins. Now, this is one of those fights that's happening at the northwestern side, right, around the bridge area, where we've also seen these teams even collide in the past.
We have indeed, and it looks like Team MG are doing something right now. They were split up on either side of the bridge early on, and the team on the bike is not the best there in Sanhok as he is trying to go for the double knock. However, he's going to be happy getting the better of Ghosty for now, and, well, Ghosty is definitely going to be a bit ghastly right now as he is going to be a spirit once again pretty early. Now, this is something you don't want them to do, right? I mean, if they lose their members one by one, that is where things get tricky. And, well, I think he spotted something interesting on the map here.
Indeed. I mean, that is Team Soul again. This time, a different sort of rotation coming out from their side, kind of spreading out. And again, we know why it is that infamous healing battle as Team EXO. I was really wondering if Sensei could read the onslaught coming out from Team Blind, because he dropped right in the middle and instantly he swaps places, gets to his teammate and still survives. Now, for Soul, for EXO, it pretty much is evident, right? They're going for the healing battle. But is that the case also with Team Blind?
Well, I wonder if that is going to be the case, because all of them, you got to keep one thing in mind, right? Dropped in the town of Sami, and there's only so much loot. So what Team Soul does is they spread themselves far and wide, and, well, as a result of that, there is more loot up for grabs. Now, Hyderabad Hydras, not the best of days for them just yet. However, this being their second game, let's see what they bring to the table. Now, the Circle has taken a bit of a northern shift, and, well, we're going to have to wait and find out what's going to happen later on. But, oh boy, I'm waiting for that little, you know, chaos to come our way. Because keep in mind, UP50, we did see Sarkar, the last man standing. Our Esports, again, are going to try and block off any single way that he or anybody else can make it to the circle.
I mean, it's already dropped down for UP50, right? Considering they just survived by one of their players, do not really have a little bit of an option. But you know what? I would love, you know, the circle to take a little bit of a mischievous shift towards the western side, maybe towards the Western Island. That's going to change everything. It's going to be all about Team Soul being happy. But looks like so many teams are down south, right? Enigma Galaxy, you talk about ACBC, are going to be looting the entire docks area, get those meds up. So a lot of teams are resorting to such insurance measures as the final week does commence.
I mean, of course, this week is going to be big for all the teams on the bottom, as, again, as evident from the first couple of games, anything can still happen. You have a couple of good games, you get that momentum rolling, and maybe you could be like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped. But for now, Team EXO, 9 first aids on Sensei, and I'm pretty sure he's going to grab a lot more for himself. But as the teams are going to be trying to move towards the center of the circle, I wonder if 7C will lock horns with Team MG once again.
It's going to be interesting, right? Again, a lot of teams kind of tend to focus in the center of the map. You know, that's the prime basic when you're playing Sanhok. If the circle favors you, then you blessed. Your chances of taking the chicken dinner sort of increases. But I really love how the circle's been panning around. I have a slight feeling that it might head over towards where Team FS are, right? Have a little bit of a high ground advantage over those hills, because Hyderabad Hydras, they are holding towards the Paradise area. But we know for a fact, XP, that the circle's going to switch from there And that is where every single time the players have been taken down while they kind of try to maneuver around to a rather safe heaven.
You know, if we go back to our gaming days, I
Yeah.
mean, either we used to drop down at boot camp or
Or
Paradise
Paradise.
Resort, so those hills were inevitably in our paths every single time. So
yeah.
I'm sure we know the lay of the land pretty well as that team that is over there. Now, Hector, he is going to be the man who's probably going to be getting all those first aids for himself, 10 for himself now, and, well, looks like he is going to try and find a few more. Now, a few teams still out in the blue, as it looks like Hitman has kind of sensed out that someone could be lurking down below.
And this is what I was talking about, right? As FS, now they have their tensions focused on the players of Walkouts, but I'm kind of rather skeptical if he's actually going to be taking any shots, right? Does not want to give the position away, wants to maintain that little bit of a stealth as a circle takes a rather northwestern shift. Now, this is going to favor teams like Big Brother. Now, look at them. They're positioned at Cow. If Initiative Academy could go on to the coastline compound, just the northwestern sides, they also could have a really good game.
I agree with you because you've got to keep one thing in mind. There is a little bit of a hill that is going to be over there. And, of course, I'm talking about just east of Harthin. But for now, our Esports is hero. Is he going to be a hero for his team, or is he just going to let everybody pass on by because Team XO are going to be making their way to the next circle? Have a look at how many teams are still out in the blue. Of course, Team Soul, we expect this from them. They are definitely going for the heal battle, but again, all the teams are going to be congregating in and around the Paradise Resorts, and this is where things might get just a little bit tricky.
You know, for EXO, I really have a fear creeping in my heart that they might get sandwiched at this point, right? But for our Esports, they're still going to let them pass by, let them go, because they also know that they have to get inside the circle. Do have that bike though, but are they going to use it? That's the big question. As Initiative Academy and Big Brother, like anticipated, they are finally locking horns.
Oh, they are indeed, and that's the little hill that I was talking about. But they got to be careful because although for now it seems like they are only going to be hit at from one end, if we just saw a bike just went whizzing past, which means they are trying to open up those flanks, and this is what I was worried about. At the other end, we do have OR Esports, who could be a little bit of a thorn, and it looks like Blazy might just lay down a few shots and Scream might just be screaming, but again, that is where cover fire comes in, and beautifully suppressed. Blazy had to hit the deck, and for now, Scream is still untouched, but the question is, how much longer?
I love what Scream did over there, right? He was clearly out of options, directly goes towards that, downhill area, has that little bit of a shoreline, gets that cover fire from his teammates. That's teamwork. All in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, as look at Beast, we do not usually get to see a lot of QBU, but now teams are actually going to start using them.
I mean, you got to use what you have in front of you, and of course, it is a versatile weapon. Of course, in person, it could be dangerous, but have a look at what Scream did. He made sure, in fact, he went all the way into the water to basically keep the enemy guessing, and at the end of the day, that is what gets you the job done. And on the other hand, we did anticipate OR Esports being a bit of a thorn in the side of Initiative Academy.
Yeah, I mean, Initiative Academy wanting to get the better areas over there, wanting to get the high grounds, and eventually have become easy targets for a lot of the other teams, right? OR Esports, one of the strongest teams, especially in the iQOO BMPS. They kind of rule over all the maps, right? If you talk about them in general, right? Sanok, they've been having pretty good games. Now, they do have that dead center area. Now, if the circle takes a little bit shift towards the western side, it is going to favor teams like maybe Seoul or maybe 7C. But considering how, 50% of it already is submerged inside the circle, Initiative Academy really need to start recuperating and need to get down, congregating to one certain point.
Well, they need to get down, but it looks like Blazy is trying to get his bike inside that house, and might want to back it up and use the stairs just a little bit there, young man. However, OR's Aru, he's going to make sure no one comes in for that revive, but looks like Beas from the other end, from Big Brothers, is going to make sure his teammate Aditya, our Finnish leader in this tournament so far, is going to be brought down, as for now, they are still in a comfortable position, but Fixes keep one thing in mind.
Yeah.
Another team is sneaking in on their position from the northeast. Perfect timing production. Have a look at our Esports coming along the coast now. If they aren't too careful, they could have a sharp knife deep in their backs.
I love this from our Esports, what they just pulled off. Team Blind is also going to be following suit, but they're still, one team. Nigma Galaxy, they are, well, look at MJ, right? He's still around that Kampong area, around those pairs over there, still still looking out for all those first aids. But the big question is, considering ACBC was so much lingering around those areas, do they have enough compounds left open, right? Do they have enough first aid to use at this point as Team Kinetic? Now, this is something that we also discussed earlier, right? UP50, Kinetic, both, having one of their players surviving. It's all about the healing battles, which I think is not going to be the case.
You know, we noticed one thing. IA is kind of split up right now, with one of their members having no option but to hide just outside the compound that is under OR Esports' control. However, BB Scream still in the backdrops. I'm going to hold on my talk right now because Blind's still out in the blue. They have a nice idea. In fact, they can see everything that is happening in front of them. And if our Esports line themselves up, it could be problematic. But for now, EXO up against the Walkouts, and looks like the Walkouts, they do have those compounds to work with, which is going to be in their favor. However, looks like facing the boys, they might just go in for those finishes.
You know, at this point, somewhere down the line, we do have the live overall standings, but we're going to hold on to our statements as low-key just caught between those two lumberjacks, those planks of wood, and has to pay a hefty price as OR make good work out of him. As OR still maintaining the top position, but what we really want to focus on is UP50. Just 3 points out of this game. They need to survive because it's already 15 minutes XP, and not even a single team has been wiped out.
Well, it looks like all the hopes and dreams are still going to be carried forth by all your favorite teams. But the question is, for how much longer? Because, yes, you know, we still have 16 teams. A lot of them have been depleted down to just one man. And, well, looks like Initiative is going to be in that situation, as are the boys from UP50. And survivability is going to be the name of the game, as finally Apollo and MJ are going to make their way to the circle. And, of course, they love doing it in style.
I really hope they do have enough first aids, right? It's finally the third circle still kicking in, right? You've got to wait for that fourth where it actually starts hurting you. And while they're at it, if they spot out God, he might be done for good over there. But right now, a lot of clusters built up on the southeastern areas, right? So many of those teams, those western and the central areas, pretty much left vacant. And it's understandable why. Because you've got that little bit of a ditch over there, and majority of the teams can't really strike.
Well, speaking of team striking, it looks like we are going to have Blind go up against our Esports. This time, however, they have checked their blind spot, as Gunnu is going to have a lot of HP taken away, and lucky for him that Molotov was not directly on his feet, otherwise he would have been burnt to a crisp. Now, our Esports' Rockstar could be in a prime position. In fact, a pivotal role over there. That grenade is going to hurt you a lot, Gunnu, and there you have it. He does get brought down in a hail of shrapnel. Now, this is where Rockstar loses that little advantage that he had for himself, as Zaddy and the boys, they know exactly where their prey is, and well, even though it is obscured in smoke, they do hear a few shots. A little preemptive strike coming in, as Jadu, from the other hand, is going to make sure Williams is put 6 feet under.
Now, this is what our Esports were really never anticipating, right? A strike from their backlines coming out of Team Blind. They made such a late rotation, but still somehow they managed, you know, to cut out on the losses. Did have one of their players being lost out, but for now, still waiting for that push coming in from Blind.
Oh, they still are, and as the circle is still going to be shifting a bit to the northeast, these teams are going to be just a little happy now. Our Esports, they've got to make quick work, because the boys from BB are going to be listening to all this commotion, and well, they are going to be overlooking them like big brothers. Elsewhere, FS Esports is going to take on EXO, as Sensei's life is going to be lost in that little skirmish. Now, Blind Shadow is going to make sure that Jadu is blown to smithereens, and before they go in, despite not knowing that there's one man, they aren't taking any chances. Here they go. They are going to go on either side of the wall. We have the enemies lying in wait, as he does the perfect thing. He steps out of the house, and now Rockstar has his spray right where he wants them. He is going to go left. He is going to go right. He is going to jump and shoot. It looks like he might just get the better of Deadpool. However, he still survives on a sliver of HP.
Team Blind, they've given all their first aids to one of those players, as Hero just comes in out of nowhere from the side. It's going to be Zaddy, of course, as Hero gets one, gets the entire squad over there, as Team Blind, they are eliminated by our Esports.
Well, they've been taken out by our Esports. However, the victory might be short-lived, and oh my goodness, this is where God is going to strike down with his hammer, and now he gets taken down courtesy Snacks. Of course, those reflexes coming in handy, as he was almost wiped out, and well, it could have been a different story, but for now, Team Kinetic finally out in the 15 17th position with 3 points to their names, and Team EXO are still going to be a 3-man squad. However, they still have a long way ahead to make it to the circle, and if you have a look at what lies in wait, we have Team FS at one end and, well, a couple of members on the other. But this is what I was worried about. Our esports now are going to have to face the wrath of BB Esports.
Look at Scream, never really missing out on those shots. The skulls being cracked open as Rockstar. Nate's being flung over. Maybe it was the Molotov, but Hero, one with the nature in the grass. But for how long can he survive? As iQOO, we see him playing for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, in this weekend, and has made some good work out of Rockstar. Just blows his head over.
Keep in mind, BB are split up all across the map right now because 2 of their members are going to make sure nothing come towards the city of Cow from the south, while these boys are going to make quick work of the last man standing, and that, of course, is Hero himself. Now, is he going to live up to his name? Because it looks like another one is going to bite the dust as UP50 are finally going to bid us adieu, but it looks like Team EXO could be coming in a little bit of a pickle. Wait a second, Soul Omega going down outside the play zone, which means, well, it's not just the medkits that are going to be an issue. Someone definitely spotted them moving in.
Maybe could have been 7C at this point, right? But Team MG, even Dawn, struggling to get in. As 7C, they know they can get a lot of finishes to their name. They have a slight idea that Soul's going to rotate right beside them. And if Aladdin can spot them out, they might land themselves in a little bit of trouble right now. But OR still holding on to the central spot as BB are out on the edges as FS, one after the other. The pairs keep on falling. All comes down to Clutch and Hitman.
It does come down to the two as OR is going to capitalize on whatever they see, and, well, Atanki does get one finish, and now he wants another, and he sees it, and he shoots, and there you have one final connect coming in, but Explicit is going to be zigging and zagging his way, and looks like it's going to be our finish leader, Adit there, who's going to rack another one for himself. But the problem for FS Esports is, A, their position has been given away, and, well, they are outside the circle. That means sooner or later, they are going to have to move in. Now, OR Esports, 5 finishes for themselves, do have the circle around themselves, and in fact, they have this lumberyard all for their taking, but on the other hand, we were almost counting FS out, and now they're going to be walking in all over the walkouts. Yuva, in fact, could just get a little bit of a knock over here. However, Clutch is going to make sure he gets the better of his opponents.
You know, FS Esports, this has been an amazing game from their side as Hyderabad Hydras finally decide to strike, get the better out of 2 players of OR, but from the backlines, it's going to be ACBC. They come chiming in and make things worse for them.
Well, they are going to make things a lot worse, and looks like Mandy is going to be focusing on another team, but now this is where the Retribution, retaliation, and the revenge comes in. However, precise shooting coming in from Capron and the boys is going to make sure they make quick work, and once again fixes Hyderabad Hydras out in an instant.
And this is where OR Esports get the time to breathe, right? Instantly getting their players back up as ACBC sort of being the guardian angels from out of nowhere, and maybe could have dug their own graves, but now they've again have all their players back on their feet. But Aditya seems to have administered that first aid coming in. Now the next circle is going to be very important XP as Atanki, he is going to be returning favor with all those leads right in their hearts.
And looks like, speaking of the next circle, buddy, it is going to be on them. But have a look at that. Initiative Academy's Blazy still out at sea in a boat. But the thing is, he's got to move back in. The grenade is going to be good. In fact, it does take a chunk of Haxa's HP. But another one could be timed to perfection. It could just rain down shrapnel, but once again, it's going to be Jelly coming in from the other side to make sure, well, nothing is going to be moving anytime soon. Now, Capron is going to be the last man standing for his team. His position has been given away. However, the circle is still in his favor. But the question is, do they know his position? The short answer, pretty much yes.
Oh, indeed, they do. Not a lot of angles to work around, but giving enough time for the players of Big Brothers also to come inside the circle. Look at Team Soul. They've been steering away from battle for quite some long time. And there you have it. They have the insurance policy. Who does have those first aid? It is again going to be Hector, who's already started doing that infamous healing battle. But Big Brother, considering the trail of smokes being laid in out, and this is where Big Brother could face the wrath.
I'm sure you'll agree, though, that they are making the right move. They're not coming in for the open. Yeah. They're going to come in behind ACBC, and this is where OR Esports, they might have thought that, wait a second, one of our flanks is secure, but now it could be problematic as Aru does spot 7C in the distance. In fact, does finish one of them, and now he's going to scour the land for a bit more. Goblin is going to be lost to the play zone, as of course he did come under fire from Sarang, which means Soul, again, in the form of Hector, still have a good chance. But now, It is going to be Big Brothers going up against OR Esports, and Jelly knows exactly where the enemy is. He throws a grenade. In fact, he takes some damage from elsewhere. Drop and roll, but he couldn't do it too quick, as he is going to be burnt to a crisp courtesy of Scream.
Now this is where Aditya somehow needs to hold over to the fort, right? He's lobbed those Molotovs trying to stop that push coming in from Big Brothers as the other players. In fact, it's Atanki who is going to be giving that revive out there, but Scream making those big moves. A beautiful knock, and here he goes charging.
Oh, he's going in, but he's got to make sure his left flank is secure. He does hear them behind the vehicle. He does get one, and it looks like he almost got the second, but it was going to be Aditya who comes in from the side with the help of Atanki, who is going to make him scream instead as Hellgod. Now, the last man standing. One good grenade could spell trouble for OR Esports. He does fling it. Unfortunately, it is going to be good enough for Atanki, but now Aditya could be coming in for a little bit of a rush. Now, the thing is, they're still in the circle, but no, from behind, it is going to be Team EXO out in the blue, playing a little bit of spoil sport, which means, well, OR Esports finally have the number advantage once again.
How lucky are they? Every time getting some help for the second time as Aru steps over those wooden logs. Does manage to dish out some damage as from the backgrounds. Aru is going to be having his work cut out, wiping out the players of Big Brother Esports as the final two remain. And Team Soul, they've made it to the second spot once again.
Well, they have, but this time, however, they still have Akshat, who is in the circle. Now, it is a 2-on-1 situation. He is in a good position, and Jelly is trying to figure out which tree could he be hiding behind. I love the fact that, you know, Hector did his job, mate. Although we did see him getting knocked out earlier, he didn't really face any single battle. But Akshat over here, he could snatch victory away from OR Esports and, well, gain those 3 extra finish points. Well, actually 5 if he does manage to get both these knocks. But this is where OR Esports, they could get a little overconfident, but now the circle is going to force Akshat to come out of hiding.
Does not have any sort of healings over here. Those bandages right now are not really going to be working. But Akshat, he might hit the triggers anytime soon. The moment he spots maybe Aditya or Jelly coming out of cover, that is the point to strike.
Well, for now, Aditya is going to make sure no stone is left unturned as every single blade of brass is going to be taken down. But look at that, Akshat is going to strike at Jelly. He goes down. Aditya is going to be spotted. Akshat shoots. He's going to make sure he suppresses the enemy. Of course, his attention is all going to be towards the left side of the lag. He goes left. He goes right. He whips out his AKM. He shoots. He almost connects. And this could be a massive win coming in for Team Soul. Of course, the second position was phenomenal. But OR Esports, boy, oh boy, did they become complacent. And as expected, they went down one by one. And finally, it was Akshat who got them that delicious chicken as we head in to the post-match segment powered by Loco. Woo!
I do not know how on earth did he pull that one off.
Wow.
It was Aditya, for Christ's sake, right in front of him. The highest fragger, the biggest player so far, but that did not deter Akshat.
Wow.
He had, against all odds, somehow he managed to pull that one off. The zone was really not favoring them. Everything was not there aligned, but Akshat, he never gave up, as a result of which did manage to get the chicken dinner though. But OR Esports, those finish points really coming in handy, will still keep them on top.
I mean, 12 plus 12 definitely equals 24, but, you know, those 3 points coming in from position and those 2 finishes are going to give Team Soul a few more points in their kitty. Now, Big Brother Esports, boy, they kind of surprised me. They were doing good so well, in fact, up until that last moment that they were taken out. But again, EXO coming in from behind, playing a spoil sport, and, you know, almost OR Esports could have lost it all right there and then.
Not just that, right? There was again another one of those moments, right, when ACBC also provided them that help. But now, XP, it's time. Who will be the iQOO MVP?
You know, it is going to be tough, but of course it is going to be your Finnish leader who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. It's Aditya from OR Esports.
I love the Phoenix tattoo on his arms right out there. But I do not know. For me personally, I really felt Akshat held my MVP spot over here. But as statistics do speak, ladies and gentlemen, we have to take a look at the top 5 players over here. Aditya, Aru, Atanki, all the known players inside the lobby, all the known players that have been making a lot of moves over there, a lot of noise, even for Scream. He was phenomenal as well, 717 points of damage.
I mean, again, you know, all this damage does kind of add up to your top 5 leaders as well. But again, the play of the game definitely has to be Akshat.
Oh,
who
yeah.
knew, hey, he's got got nothing to lose, and he went out and got the better of OR Esports, as we, of course, are going to have a look at a few more facts and a few more figures as the match summary comes up. And as expected, I'm pretty sure it's largely due to Hector over here. And look at the healings, 12,890. I wonder how much he had individually.
I really thought, we would get a glance at how many first hits he was really holding on to. But it was about Hector. It was one of those players from FS. Even Fierce, as a matter of fact, did resort for the healing battle. Team Blind did have one of those players stationed to get those healings done, but eventually had to get themselves in the midst of the fights. And wow, I mean, our Esports also really played their hearts out. But now it's time to take a look at who had been the most devastating in terms of damage, as the FD craft is going to be in front of us.
Also, I like the longest finish distance. 300 for Sanhok is kind of unprecedented. And now let's have a look at those tall skyscrapers. And as expected, OR Esports, in the thick and thin of the action towards the end of the game, of course, they were going to dish out damage in every single direction, as did the boys from Big Brother Esports. But all in all, barring maybe just a couple of teams, everybody had a taste of blood.
Look at Hyderabad Hydras, not even a single finish and 1,000+ points of damage, right? And considering we did have this little conversation, right? They kind of tend to stick on to that, Paradise Resort area, do not really get away from it. They were somehow wondering maybe the circle's going to transition a little bit down south, but the moment they tried to go after the players, eventually just got picked off from the backlines. I think it was a fight against OR Esports where ACBC just hit from the backlines, but it is time. The moment has arrived, XP. We take a look at the overall standing.
Well, there you have it. We are going to have a little shuffle down to the south of this leaderboard, as Big Brother Esports, courtesy of their good game, are going to climb to the 7th position, as the Hyderabad Hydras are going to be lagging behind them by 13. Again, not a point of concern for this team. However, the first day of the third week hasn't really been their best yet.
I think somewhere down the line, Hyderabad Hydras, they've been making a lot of changes, right? Again, getting Manti in, putting Striker out, who was one of their informed players, right? And maybe again, Hyderabad Hydras do feel that they've already qualified, give Manti a little bit of a playing time, and hasn't really made a lot of noise, to be honest. But as we move on to the second page, now this is where the entire shuffle is constantly happening. But we don't get to see a lot of changes, do we?
Well, not a lot of changes at this moment, because everyone's going to be happy with the position they were in before the start of this game. Of course, a little shuffle coming up top, as 7C Esports are going to be edging past Enigma by a matter of 3 points. But this is where things are going to get interesting, as although these teams are in danger, largely due to Blazy's action of trying to survive for as long as he did get that one finish on RE's hero, I do believe.
Yeah.
That means that's 1 point coming in from there, and a couple coming in from position, which means they are now going to be 2 better of Esports while at WSF.
Now this is where I really felt, Initiative Academy, considering XP, how the circle panned out, could have been such a good game for them, right? And they suddenly started to split around, to have all their players scattered, and one after the other, they all kept falling down. It was just Blazy who was the one who kind of took a dip inside the ocean, did survive for a little bit of a time, did get those position points, which could have, been a top 3 easily for them.
Again, just talking about their little fight. Now, we did kind of predict that, they were in a good spot. They had all 4 members alive, but at one end, you got to keep in mind, BB was moving in, RE was coming in from the north, and of course, OR Esports, they had the lumberyard on lockdown.
Oh yeah.
Which means if anything moved around them, well, they are going to be shooting at them. So it's not like they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They were surrounded by enemies at all end, and unfortunately, they couldn't really do anything.
Oh, indeed, and that was another one of those games of Sanhok where we had our consistent teams performing back and back. It was OR Esports, it was Big Brother, and that is how Sanhok did unfold.
Well, of course, that was Sanhok, and this is how the tournament is going to unfold as well, which means a massive shout out once again to our sponsors, iQOO and Loco, and you know what time it is. It is time to slay your dragons.
earn it.
What are you guys waiting for? Everything is there for the giving. All you have to do is get Loco, and of course, that music is something that we do love grooving to. And well, if you do want a bad boy in your hands, of course, I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6, which is available exclusively on Amazon.
Of course it is, and you get the best deals over there. So might as well go and check it out. But right now, a lot of things did happen XP, especially in Sandhawk. I think one of which we really have to talk about and bring up is that fight between Kinetic and UP50.
One of the first fights that did break out, we thought it was all but lost for UP50 at that moment because, two of the members were out, which we are going to see in the highlights. But Sarkar, man, did he hold his ground again? He could have made a little bit of a move, that little panic setting in. But of course, we are going to come to that. And over here, poor old Dreams, again, living a nightmare, getting knocked out first in this game.
To be honest, our Esports also did have quite an interesting game this time around. But 7C and MG, we did witness that a little bit of a fight breaking out early on. But what I really need to appreciate is what Scream did over here. He had his backs against the wall, while he was traversing around, had players shooting at him, but somehow still managed to reposition himself and still come out as the victor in that particular fight.
I wonder if you noticed that Gunnu over here made a little bit of an oopsie. However, his teammate Hero, of course, was going to live up to his name. He, in fact, got most of the damage by his own grenade. And right over here, we did talk about God. He almost got the better of Snacks, but of course, one of the veterans of the game, he is not going to miss when his crosses are pointed at you.
And this time, EXO resorted for a different style of a play, right? When they already have one of their players going in for the healing battle, this time they had all four clunked in together, trying to get inside the circle, try to get into the healing battle as late as possible, as a result of which they kind of got eliminated. And this is where OR Esports, they had a little bit of a help unknowingly, unwantedly from the players of ACBC, whom they eventually took out later on.
They did indeed, and of course, even when big brothers come in, oh my goodness, the last man standing from Team EXO was going to be a bit of a thorn in their side, as one by one they were taking it around. And right over here, Scream, he does get the better of one, but it's going to be Opdanki who comes in from the right as well to make sure he helps a bit there, bring down the opposition. Now, this is the moment where Hellgod was thinking, you know what? Our backs are going to be secure, but from behind, Fierce, oh boy, he made sure that Scream's days are numbered, and well, OR did the rest.
I was kind of baffled.
Play of the game.
Play of the game, undoubtedly, right? When you had two of the players, Aditya has so much time. But all he did was just speak from that one particular angle. And look at how Akshat had his crosshair spin. Had he gone a little bit to this left, maybe Aditya could have gotten the better. But again, when you get into the minds of the players, it was the pressure. I think that is when down the line, Akshat had the momentum rolling in his favor, getting that first knock. He was confident. The moment Aditya steps out of his cover, he's gonna have his head cracked. And the moment he shifts to his AK, you know how the damage on that weapon is so exceedingly high. And wow, Akshat, take a bow.
Take a bow because, again, he's been one of the players who isn't high up on the finish leaderboard, but he has been instrumental in so many of their fights. And of course, we're going to keep talking about all this a lot more. But let's do one thing. Let's take a quick little breather. Take a deep breath. I think we'll take a few more deep breaths because, of course, we are going to be heading over to a short break right now. Remember, we are just midway through the first day in week 3. We're going to see you after this quick little break.
जब कोर्ट पर बनी टीम ऑफ 5, छठे यार का दिल टूटा ऐसे जैसे टूटे कांच, क्योंकि अब से कोई नहीं होगा कभी भी लेफ्ट आउट. Battlegrounds Mobile India brings you the new 8v8 TDM mode. Let the action begin in Santorini. It's not about being like everyone else. It's about having your own destination. It's not about how you fit in.
It's about the skin you choose to fit in. It's not about you belonging somewhere. It's about you belonging with your squad. Because everyone can be a player in Battlegrounds Mobile India. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Let the battle begin. Download now.
ट्रेन और ट्रैक्स के छिचक छिचक के बीच अगर लोकल में बैठी टीम मुंबईज अपनी गेम पटरी पे ला रही है, तो बनारस की पतली गलियों में राजेश गेम में पतली गली पकड़ रहा है। थैंक्स टू सिमरन, उसके क्लैन के रैंक का कोई बाल भी बांका नहीं कर सकता। बड़ा बाजार में कैसा भी हो वाईफाई, पिंटू अपनी स्क्वाड को दे रहा है हाई फाई। और अरविंद उर्फ शार्प शूटर को है पता, द वन हु शोज द वे इज द रियल ताला। चार मीनार के पास एवरीबॉडी नोज ये सिंगल हीरो और दो हाथ का गेम नहीं है। इरेंगल और मिरामार से भी बड़ा एक मैप है जहां हर कोई अपना रैंक पुश कर रहा है। बैटलग्राउंड्स मोबाइल इंडिया, इंडिया रैंक पुश कर रहा है यहाँ। आप हो कहाँ? डाउनलोड नाउ।
This car won't drive itself, right? Where to go, when to stop, read the map. अब ये सब तो in-game reader ही कर सकता है। And danger rarely announces itself. इसलिए आगे बढ़ने के लिए एक स्काउट भी जरूरी है। And without the fragger being there to wipe out the enemies, moving forward तो भूल ही जाओ। और फाइनली गाड़ी आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सिर्फ पहिए नहीं, जैक भी जरूरी है। कोई भी मैप हो और कोई भी रास्ता, जैक ऑफ ऑल ट्रेड्स के बिना टीम नहीं बनती। विदाउट यू एज द सपोर्ट ये गेम नहीं चलती। योर फ्रेंड्स आर वेटिंग फॉर यू ऑन द बैटलग्राउंड्स। फिर से अपने यारों के साथ चिकन डिनर करोगे, साथ मिलके रैंक पुश करोगे। Battlegrounds Mobile India. Download now.
What's your biggest weakness?
My biggest weakness?
If I had to pick one,
I'd say that
My biggest weakness is that I'm a real giver, you know. I give more than I should.
Are you going to keep all the loot for yourself, huh? We don't need glory hunters on the team.
I'm firing on all cylinders 100% of the time. Gives others a huge complex. Arey bhai, can't find any guns here. I'll be toast if I have to carry on with this frying pan.
I'm too calm and composed for my own good. Nothing can rattle me. I'm in constant zen mode.
Beast mode, guys. Come on, let's go.
अरे scout कह रहे हैं यार. Hello, respond.
I just can't push people against their will, you know. Even if it's for their own good. Seeing people uncomfortable just doesn't sit right with me. अबे तुम रेड जोन के बाहर नहीं निकल सकते, कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर कैसे निकलोगे? चिकन डिनर के सपने भूल जाओ, तुम्हारी किस्मत में भूखा मरना लिखा है।
Pick the game, drop the act. All new Battlegrounds Mobile India with new modes and maps. Download now.
We did say one thing, it is going to be a short, sweet break. Welcome back once again to the iQOO Battlegrounds Mobile India Pro Series, powered by Loco. And Arca, looks like finally the teams from down below are, waking up a little bit. And as we said, they have nothing to lose. They're finally showcasing that on our screens.
But at the same time, is it too late for them? Is going to be the next question. Because ultimately, it's important for us to understand few things, right? Because the heavy lifting being done in the initial days will always save you by the end of the tournament itself. So I do believe that, it's not too late, but I just hope that it's not late for the side of UP50 at this point of time as things are getting bleak.
UP50. Now, we did kind of, speculate before the day started that if they want to make something out of this, they have to come out swinging. However, they did kind of maybe try and pick a few fights here and there, but again, they weren't too aware of the surroundings, and one by one, they kept falling like dominoes because, well, everyone was just taking pop shots at them. And once you realize, oh, wait a second, I just knocked out a member from UP50, the aggressors are going to think, hey, that's 4 finishes in our bag. So again, they're going to be giving it their all to make sure they wipe them out.
If eventually, one other team which has actually made this the other way around is going to be GOG, right? In one game, they were so aggressive, so strong. Now, any team goes in for a finish against them, they're going to be careful as well. But let's not forget that, the next map is going to be coming in. But before all those things, one question to ask you. Akshat doing a 1v2 behind hard cover, what would you like to say as a player, perspective of that game?
Well, as we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco, the same teams from the last game are still going to be locking horns, which means we might just see another Seoul versus OR Esports coming up. And boy, oh boy, let me tell you one thing. Jelly isn't going to be hop, skip, and jumping around this time, just try and find the enemy lying in the grass, because, of course, it is going to be a wrangle, and I'm pretty sure they want that little bit of revenge back, because, again, yeah, we do talk about bragging rights. We do know that they did not end up getting the chicken. However, they still had a lot more points as compared to Team Seoul, and you know what? They are going to be happy with their position. Now, a couple of teams that I'm sure you also would agree that did surprise us are Esports coming in from the north, doing a good job. Big Brothers, they are going to be climbing up that leaderboard as well. But the question is, can they sustain this momentum? Because, again, Sandhawk, we do like saying that anything can happen. But what do you think?
I would like to say this, right, because it's important for you to make sure you capitalize on the game changer map, and eventually only few teams have actually made it. But ultimately, let's look at this game changer mobile, which is going to be hitting the market. Just hit the market. You'll get to know more about this device if you head on to Amazon. But for you guys, the promo is over here. Please go and enjoy.
Looking at all that ice out there, I'm reminded of Vanilla Ice's song, Ice, Ice, Baby. Because if you have this device in your hands, well, everything is going to be icy cool for you while the action is heating up in the game. And once again, a reminder, the iQOO Neo 6 is available exclusively on Amazon.
Now, that is the most important thing, right? There were giveaways for you at the side of Amazon. You had to head on over there. Okay, for now, it just give you a little bit of more information about this device. Get on to Amazon right away. Search for iQOO Neo 6. Go get to know more about this device, and eventually, probably, if there are questions out there, you're going to answer that and get your hands on this beautiful device. But at the same time, coming back into the game, the crucial games are going to be starting in yet again, because 16 matches is each of these teams had in their hand right now. Almost being played 3, I believe most of them have lost 1.
I like what I see on the screen right now. Zen OP is going to be coming back in for Big Brothers, who has been quite instrumental in their positions right now. As Akshu, of course, we did see him for the first few times today, is going to be heading out. I love the way that teams are still shuffling things around. But now here's the thing. Of course, the last game was Sandhawk, and anything can happen in Sandhawk, but now it is going to be time that we head back into the map of Erangel, and I like it's the same 2 groups going in. But before that, we do have a little surprise in store for you, as we are giving away BGMI merchandise in the form of these lovely t-shirts and those bottles, but Arka will tell you a little bit more.
Yeah, you guys have to make sure you head on to BGMI Esports channel, or you guys head on to the links given below, or in the description you'll find a link on which you're going to click, and make sure that you fill in a form and eventually wait for your chance. But at the same time, do not forget to spam your favorite team who's going to be coming on the top of the day by the end of the day itself. And if you predicted it correctly, that is where you're going to be receiving merchandises for yourself. As we step into the map of Pochinki, into the map of Erangel, in the parts of Pochinki at this point of time, this is where the fun is going to get intense.
Of course, it is going to get a bit intense over there, but I wonder if the action is going to be shifting towards that position towards the end of the game, because you've got to keep one thing in mind. There's one team who love calling it their home. I'm, of course, talking about Blind Esports, and, well, chances are that, well, I want to see a Pachinki circle, to be honest with you. It's been far too long.
Yeah, exactly. And now, no, also, you know, the church area has not been contested in a really long time. If the final circle is forming up near the side of church, there is one spot, hiding spot in the side of church, right above where the bell was placed before, and every single time you go and hide in over there and have a bird's eye view as well. Those are the few things which we're looking out for. But again, looking at the teams playing in over here, we have Team MG coming in, we have Esports, UP50, we have the side of Initiative Academy, all these teams on the bottom who need to do wonders, right? So I just hope at this point of time they all wake up, because ultimately now this we have seen, right, from the 17th position, the difference is now just 40 points.
Well, it is just 40. Let's see if they can rack up a few more as the flight is finally taken off. And this time, we are going to be heading a bit to the northeast as we do fly over the hospital. Of course, the ruins could be spotted high above, well, from high above the ground. And, well, things are going to be ending just northeast of Yasnaya Polyana. But the question is, again, where is that circle going to form, as Initiative Academy are going to be one of the first teams to drop down?
Now, this is where even now Team OR is going to be standing on the top with 252 points. Shows the kind of capability they have in this game itself. And let's not forget that at this point of time, it's going to be hard for any team to challenge them out in the drop locations. Yes, they are playing this match, and that's the best part about it, as Enigma and Soul are also going to be over here. So eventually we can see that, you know, it's going to be Rex who's coming in closer when it comes to finish points towards the side of Atanki. Just 4 more points is going to be catching up to it. But let's not forget that, you know, Soul have 2 players, you know, who'll be coming in over here. That's going to be Goblin as well as Akshat. So that shows that Soul is also trying to pick up some finishes for themselves. Even in the previous round, before they got taken down, they made sure they have 5 to 6 points. So this is the kind of mindset I think the other teams also need to pick up some 10 to 15 points in every single game and make sure that the presence is felt.
Well, that is going to be a bit of an interesting circle, because although, again, it's a bit central, it is going to be a little inclined towards the western side, which means, well, teams like Team Soul are going to be happy for now. Initiative Academy are going to have enough room to maneuver around. And as of the teams that do love heading down south, this is Snovka military base, well, I do believe they are still going to do what they do best. But look at Big Brothers. Now, they are going to be dropping down on either side of Pachinki. In fact, they are in a little bit of a split. I wonder how that is going to pan out, because I'm sure Team Blind Esports, they might just see something in the sky. They might question, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Well, it ain't Superman, but one of the gods himself, Hell God, dropping down. Not from the heavens. I thought he was going to be coming up from the ground instead.
It's hard in this game. You can just hit the ground and not, you know, raise from your dead. But eventually, if that was there in this game, the story would have been so different. But coming back, it's a well-designed game. I just love every bit of it, as we're able to see that Team OR are on the lookout at this point of time, wants to challenge a few players earlier itself. The rotation at this point of time is something which is shocking me. You know, heading towards the side of Mansion, Lipovka, or Milta Power, there's a game with a team already existing over there. I mean, this is so different.
I think what happened was they did spot, you know, normally we see FS Esports always head to Rozhok.
Yeah.
However, before they could drop down at the church, at the school, I beg your pardon, what happened was one of the members of the opposing team was already up on the hill, and, well, they want to make sure that each and every member has their own vehicles, because they want to split up right now, because they know no one is going to be contesting the apartments. No one is really going to be heading to school, which means they want to be a bit more maneuverable, right? They want to make sure they pretty much cover as much ground as possible, and it looks like they are going to be ending up just east of the school, and, well, they have these couple of compounds for the taking. Now, Team Kinetic have decided this time around that they are going to be dropping down in Yasnaya, and I wonder if they know that that could be a problem later on. But ooh, looks like Hitman again could have spotted some commotion in the distance, but for now, not a single shot is going to be fired. Elsewhere, we did have a look on the map. We do have 3 teams near and in and around Georgia Pole once again. UP50 is going to be the one I want to talk about. Now, they know that the Hyderabad Hydras are probably going to be to their west. They'll have an idea that the Walkouts are going to be to the north. The question is, are they going to take the fight to the enemy?
It's just the mind running out ideas at this point of time. They need to play it as safe as possible, because eventually, if they try to take the fight and lose players like how they've done in the previous game, then it's going to be hard for them to survive in this tournament. For them, every single finish, every single placement point is going to count, and it's going to be making a very, very big difference for themselves. But let's not forget to discuss more about the northern side of the map for the first time being taken from the get-go itself. We're able to see that teams have gone to 7E, teams have gone to Zarki, which has always been abandoned. Shows that now teams are actually thinking of going to places where they're going to have less commotion, get the right kind of farming, and making it inside the circle.
I wonder if we could just have a gander and see what the winners of Miramar are doing, because it's been so long a single dream has dropped in towards Zarki. Now remember, these gentlemen, they love heading to Kameshki and Stolber, and they love, you know, switching things around every now and again. But if we do head over to the north, looks like we just might see that autumn is finally going to be in the air, because once again, oh boy, we have some beautiful spots in and around that quaint little town. But for now, Team XO, boy oh boy, did Fairs play a little bit of a spoilsport last game, just making sure he, you know, snatched away the little opportunity that Big Brothers had taking out OR Esports.
Now, this is one other thing which I want to look out for. It's going to be the side of Marcus Gaming, right? This is the third game they're going to play straight. And that's one thing we have to see, whether they're building up that momentum, making sure that they bring it in the game, trying to gain as many points as possible. Because ultimately, when you know you're continuously playing the game, your fingers are going to be hot, you can jiggle around, make sure you place your crosshairs perfectly and get those finishes. Let's see whether that's going to be the case. As of now, the circle taking a western shift is going to be a bit of a problem for the side of Team XO, as well as the side of 7C. As big B's on the other side. Look at the way they're holding that linear formation at gatekeeping any teams which are going to be walking into the circle.
Well, gatekeeping is something that they could possibly do, but right now, since they have kind of switched up their drop spot as well, they're going to try and make sure they capitalize on all these little compounds, these little individual houses scattered around the farm area. Of course, I am talking about just south of Pachinki and a little west of the F of farm. So, you know, they do have their options open. In fact, they are going to have that massive mountain on one side, which is going to be a bit of a tricky situation if 7C Esports like Team XO do head in their direction. But for now, Hyderabad Hydras, man, I mean, it hasn't been the best of days for them, but they are in the place that they love most, and it looks like they might just be taking the fight to the enemies sooner rather than later. Let's just have a look and see how they've done on the overall stats-wise. 136 finish. Again, just goes to show that these boys, they know how to take a fight, and well, looks like the first knock is going to come in, and Ayush, well, looks like he just fell out of a moving vehicle.
Now, these are the small things you wouldn't want to do. Luckily, they're pretty much far away from the enemies, and if this had happened in between the momentum of the game where it's so hard for teams to actually make it inside the circle, that is where things could have gone wrong. But yes, coming back into the picture, we have Blind Esports over here, right? Blind Esports has got a lot of finish points for themselves, but just 90 position points, and they rather play a little bit for the position points. I know this is again the third match which Blind is going to be playing in this game. Eventually, it's going to be important for them to put up the finish points, but let's not forget that they're holding to the dead center of the circle towards the side of Pochinki, almost the dead center, I would say. But again, if they're taking those fights, they have to be careful, because ultimately position points is what they need.
Have a look at this over here. Savitar making sure that he was behind cover, just gauging to see where the enemies are going to be. And speaking of enemies in the distance, Hellgod does spot someone in the shadows. It is, of course, Shadow himself from Blind Esports. As well, they are going to be forced to take some cover back in the city that they love calling home, Pochinki. However, on the other hand, UP50, I do believe we just might see a few shots coming their way in due time. But for now, Big Brothers are going to be on this big hill all by their lonesome.
Now, Autobotz on the other side, as well as ACBC to be specific in this game, are also on a very bad position, because they need to maintain their position in the overall points table, or else things can go wrong. As they come in from the side of military base into the circle, they'll have to watch out for the side of BBs, because these are the teams which are holding that potato hills in front of the Pochinki. So eventually, if somebody is going to pass by near them or in front of them, they would want to take those finishes lying around. But on the other side, it looks like Kinetic have come in closer towards the side of UP50 to challenge them, as they run away to the high grounds and try to take advantage of that and try to get some finish points for themselves.
Well, they definitely have the high ground advantage for now, as the circle is going to be closing in a few seconds. And for now, it does seem like Everest, or Olympus, as we like calling it, is still going to be in play, as it does kind of implode in on itself, having a little bit of an eastern trend. But the problem for them is, now a couple of teams could be coming in from either side to be king of the hill, because have a look at that. Walkouts suddenly realize, wait a second, The tippity top of the mountain is occupied right now, and they are going to be going down to the compounds just towards the southeast. Elsewhere, it looks like FS Esports, they made a good rotation as well, and we just might see a few fights breaking out. But once again, Spray God, he's going to make sure he doesn't give his position away, as I love the fact that, you know, even though he's out in the blue, he's going to be relaying all this information to his teammate. And speaking of his teammate, Salvatore is going to be in front of him. He does lay down a few shots, and now the vehicles are going to move, and Team EXO, oh boy, they are going to be chasing down Sarum. But have a look at them coming in hard. Sarum gets out of his vehicle. He shoots. He does connect a few. However, that massive metal plate on the back of the buggy is going to be something that saves his life. But again, I like the fact that 7C Esports, they are literally predators on the prowl, as they know the enemy is going to be depleted, and look at them, they are still not giving up.
Now, let's not forget the kind of formation they were holding right to the dead center. They made Team EXO walk in, as Praygod at this point of time wants to look out as to where Team EXO is moving forward. But at the same time, as you said, they're going to be persistent behind them. But what they have to watch out for is EXO's retaliation, because if they make it inside the circle and try to take the fight, that is when things can go wrong. For now, it's going to be the side of Team HH trying to take down the side of IE, as they have better options over here and they can take enemies down.
Mount Iope, they're lurking in the shadows of their boot camp. He's going to make sure he hits the deck and, well, patches himself up because he lays down a few more shots. But again, I like the fact that Initiative Academy did take the initiative this time and, well, did try to lay down a few shots in their position, which means now the gentlemen from Hyderabad Hydras are going to be on the move. And, you know, I'm not complaining. They still have a nice little spot along this Wizard Tower. They have some flat ground to work around with, but have a look at what's happening on the east of your map. Now, we did see just south of Pachinki, 7C Esports and EXO still just driving past one another, but lo and behold, coming in from behind, it is going to be Enigma Galaxy, who just might be in a position to sandwich a few teams. Now, EXO's Punk, he is going to go a bit outside the circle and possibly try and come along the coastline, because he knows the enemy has that place in front of him on lockdown. But keep a look at that. They are still just driving behind them, possibly just pestering them with a few bullets. I'm sure we might just switch to that POV any second now.
Now, at the same time, let's not forget Team EXO is trying to do the same thing 7C's tried to do with them. Try to cover in all different directions as they make it inside the circle and try to tag them out. But let's not forget, as the circle is going to be coming in any second soon, and in case it goes towards the side of Quarry, which I strongly believe to the northern side of Quarry is where the circle is going to be forming in, that is when the eastern side of the circle is going to be very bad, as Riaz at this point of time wants to take retaliation into the face of Spray God, tries to spray it down. A red dot wouldn't be the best of the option for him, but eventually that recoil did do a little bit of a damage to the vehicle.
It did do some damage indeed, but the thing is, you know, there's another enemy really close by. Now, Sensei still spotting vehicles in the distance. He's going to be laying down shots, just making sure he depletes any other team of all those precious resources. Of course, I'm talking about vehicles as they are going to be coming down. It is going to be a member from 7C Esports, if I'm not wrong, as Aladdin is going to try and make sure he catches up with his teammates. But now, the question is, where is the circle going to go? And looks like it is going to implode in on itself. In fact, that is rather perfect over there, as Gatka is going to be the epicenter of all the action to come, which means Team Seoul could be racking up a few finishes. And, well, UP50, they are going to finally have to come down from their high seat up atop the mountain.
Yeah, but at the same time, Team Seoul, if they're going to play the same split as the rush is going to be coming in towards them, that is where the problem can occur. We all know they're capable of actually taking a 1v2 or a 1v3s. Let's see how well they're going to play this out, as they're going to be playing a split gameplay at this point of time. 2 players in one corner, the other 2 in the other. I think they're trying to play it in the water canals, you know, where they can actually hold control of the region of Gatka. But I do understand that, you know, there are the side of Hyderabad Hydras pretty much close to it. But at the same time, with the number of teams rushing in on the northeastern side of the map, that is where the fights can happen. But at the same time, let's not forget that 7C's Enigma Galaxy's clever gameplay to go in from the southern side could actually pay them off.
Well, let's see if it is going to be a payoff, or they are going to have to pay the price, because I did see a couple of teams coming close by, and you better move. You are never supposed to stop out in the open. That vehicle is going to be smoldering. However, looks like they managed to get out in the nick of time before it goes boom, and, well, Salvatore's life would definitely have been lost in grief once again. Living a nightmare all over again, as Nigma Galaxy did try and do what they were doing, just making sure that they kept them at bay, but looks like, oh boy, the nightmare is starting for him all over again. And Spray God is going to make sure he goes in and finishes what his teammate started.
No, but at the same time, this is where the challenge, trying to challenge the zone as well, right? Because they have to make it inside the circle. There's going to be Team XO, OR, two of the strongest teams waiting it out at the gates and trying to restrict them as an outside. It's going to be Nigma Galaxy already starting to lose players. But let's not forget one more thing, that, you know, with 3 other men standing and them getting closer towards the side of Team XO, how long can they survive?
Oh, well, look at this. He made it perfect. He was hiding behind the tree as one of them could be taken down, but now Sensei does have to go in for the reverse.
Oh, nice!
It's going to be Apollo who's going to make sure that he puts him down on the ground. Apollo taken down instead by the fair shots coming in from XO Fierce. Now Snacks, he's going to be snacking on the enemy, and there you have it with a blink of an eye. Nigma Galaxy have been sent to a galaxy far, far away as they are the first team to be eliminated in this game.
Now, at the same time, look at what they did. They tried to face off 3 different teams, right? It was the biggest problem for them trying to take the fight with 7Cs. When they had to prioritize the zone, they tried to hold back outside the circle, take a fight, but eventually got taken down as MG on the other side is getting taken down by ACBC. That is the least thing which they expected, because they need another game, another good game to make sure, you know, they have some good points, as OR at this point of time finding the side of 7Cs a little vulnerable, trying to take them out.
Well, they are going to be in a vulnerable position. Lucky for them, however, they do have the little shark to work with. What I'm worried about is XO. There you have it. Sarang is going to be on the left flank for his team's point of view. And now he gets one. He gets another. That means Snacks and Punk are going to be the last 2 members remaining for their team. But have a look at that. Snack whips out that DP28 because he knows there's some distance, but he wants that stability.
Oh!
Like the M4 is going to be a bit quicker as Sarang finds the 3rd for himself. And, well, Aladdin is going to make sure Snacks is going to be a quick snack for them now. Punk's position might just be given away. In fact, he's got to be a bit careful. They might want to look around because in the smoke there is a man lurking. They are going to open up, and there you have it. That is all she wrote for Team XO, as 7C right from the beginning have been a thorn in their side, and well, now they completely wiped them out.
Now, this is the point where Sarang just did wonders with the crosshairs. I mean, every single time he locked his crosshairs, it was making sure that they take the players down. And eventually, that is the kind of assaulter you need in your team. But now they have to make it inside the circle. They have to make sure, you know, they get to the right corners of the circle, because in this open field of Gatka, no matter where you are, you're going to be evidently visible to all those crosshairs. For the instant intensity coming in, instant replay coming in, it's going to be Sarang yet again. Look at that. First one goes down. The second one, he kind of knows, comes out in the smoke, takes the second one out with a red dot, but the third one,
well, the third one is going to be a bit problematic, because what was Snacks doing in the open all by his lonesome like that? You want to be either, you want to hit the deck, you want to be prone, you want to make sure DP gets the right balance, but right now it is going to be up close and personal. The grenade is going to make sure that Shadow is blown to smithereens, and the substitute is going to come in, but now Williams is going to help him on from the other side. He does go against him. His HP is going to be low, and he does get up in the nick of time. However, he is quick about it. He wants to make sure he doesn't give them a single moment of, well, any respite over here. Zenopi, he knows that the opponent is outside. In fact, Zenopi switches to the first person perspective, and, well, that is all it's going to be for Blind. But again, have a look at the give and take, the to and fro that's happening, because Zaddy, although he gave his position away, is going to be out in the open. And, mate, that is your teammate down on the ground over there. But this is where things could be problematic. However, it does look like Zenopi is doing the right thing. He is going to go for a revive. Elsewhere, it looks like Savthar just ran over Atanki.
Now, at the same time, it's going to be a 2v1 situation where Zaddy is going for the revival, and this is the time he has to be careful, and eventually finds Zenopi coming out of the window. The shots have been shared perfectly, both of them having the same kind of HP, as retaliation from the top is going to be a grenade. Will he be in the splash radius at this point of time, as Williams onside gets taken down? I don't know how things have turned out against the side of Blind, as one last man standing has to rush in. A fire is going to be tossed in from both the sides. Both of them are singing the same, and eventually he gets eliminated with that fire touching in.
Keep in mind, he did get shot at from elsewhere, which did kind of help Bias over there, but right now we're going to switch to another fight taking place in the compound, as UP50 is trying to get the better of Team Kinetic. Now, Aditya is going to make sure he throws that grenade. In fact, the grenade is going to force Team Kinetic to move up top, as Bio is still going to be outside playing a little bit of a sprawl spot. There you have it. KSR is going to be brought down, and I do believe God knew there was a grenade nearby as well. That is all she wrote for this team, and once again, Whew, an early exit for UP50 as Oraditya and his teammate Jelly are heading to Powerkilo's position. In fact, he is going to spot them. He hits the deck in the nick of time. It looks like they're going to get fired upon from elsewhere as Team MG are going to come in, and well, that could be it for Team OR Esports.
Absolutely, because MG at this point of time, the kind of formation they're holding, the kind of distance they're holding with one another and trying to spray from different angles, making sure that's an end for the side of Team OR, opens up the door for a lot of other teams. MG has a very good chance, HH has a very good chance, ACBC has a very good chance, IE. These are the teams who need to perform, and they need those valuable points when it comes to the overall points table, as the zone is still going to come in towards the side of Team Soul. Let's see how much more damage can they do in this game.
Well, they are going to make sure they converge to the center, as ACBC are now going to take the fight up against two squads. They have 7C Esports at one end, and well, Team MG at another. And speaking of 7C Esports, Sarang is going to be the man of the moment. 7 finishes to his name already, and he is vying for a few more. 806 points of damage coming in, and now Spragon wants to run over the enemy. Unfortunately, he did make a little bit of an oopsie as the vehicle did kind of swerve out of control, and now this is where 7C Esports are going to be in a lot of trouble. But there you have it. Capron is going to be run over, in fact, by Avatar. In fact, the second little vehicle manslaughter coming in over here, but he does have the upper ground. There you have it. A grenade is going to go off, and now there's only one man standing. And the question is, do they know where he is? I think they do, because Evil Sky's position is going to be given away. One big grenade could be it for that team. Oh my goodness, a little chunk of HP is all that Evil Sky is going to still survive by, but this could be it. The grenades are going to go in. Sarang is going to be shot at from elsewhere, but before he goes down, can he take out the enemy? No, he can't, because Evil Sky definitely has his evil eye.
Now, at the same time, the kind of fight he has taken over here, the kind of retaliation he has shown, the composure in this game, he needs to get all the credits. But at the same time, BBs are coming in a bit more closer. IE far away is also getting dished by a lot of damage from two different teams. One is going to be Team Soul, and Kinetic having a little bit of an idea where IE is at this point of time. Inside the vehicle, they're trying to have some cover for themselves. But at the same time, let's not forget, these two teams are doing wonders in this circle with the position points they're holding. But how long can they survive, as there's going to be the strongest of the teams holding the hard compound?
Well, they are lucky that the gods above are going to give them a few drops, and maybe we might see a big few weapons come in and that much needed level 3 armor. But for now, big brothers Beas and Zenopi, the last two members standing for their team, as Haxa is going to be taken out by Hyderabad Hydras. Now keep one thing in mind, Soul, they've been quiet so far because they know they are right dead smack center of the circle, and well, if the circle does shift their way, there you have it. They are finally going to open up, as Akshat is going to finally get the better of ACBC's Evil Sky, and even though he had a valiant effort coming in just moments ago, he is going to be out of this game in the 9th position. Boy, oh boy, 7C, they came in with a bang, they went out with a bang, and now Kinetic God is going to be opening up on FS's K47.
Now, at the same time, he's going to be in the crosshairs. Obviously, it's going to be Team Soul spraying it down, getting the third finish for themselves and eliminating another team with nobody to their backlines except for the side of Kinetic. They kind of have a vague ideas where they are, but it's going to be Paukilo on the other side with the grenades taking it against the side of Team IE. The second one comes in, connects perfectly, as Loki at this point of time is going to use some smoke screens to avoid all these commotion coming in from the side of Team MG. Paukilo is not going to stop himself, as he has a little bit of an idea. He's got two more players coming in from his team in two different angles, and having a real estate in the final circle, they could be the dominators of this game.
You know, if you think about it, Paukilo and Dionysus' position is pretty decent right now because they are on that little gradual slope. But again, her person who's not going to be in a good squad are the gentlemen from Hyderabad Hydras. And it looks like even though Manti is going to get high atop his roof, BB are going to be in some trouble. Now Ace Black with the grenade knows exactly where the last man is. That grenade, even if it touches him, is going to be problematic. But there you have it. He does have an ace up his sleeve, as Zenopi is going to be blown to bits. And that is going to be the end of another team, as Big Brother Esports, oh baby, this is problematic. Loki does know the enemy is right next to him, gets out his UMP. He in fact is going to get up. He shoots. He does connect a few. Unfortunately for him, Bayo is going to be a bit quicker on the trigger.
No, but at the same time, let's not forget that the lucky is going to be the side of Team Kinetic, as another fight going on over here. It's Marcus Gaming trying to take the fight over here, but let's see what's going to happen, as Dionysus is still over there. I do believe that Max OP kind of knows his location. Paukilo on the other side also know the location as well. Hyderabad Hydras, when everything was going right, rushes in the wrong corner, gets taken out ruthlessly, as Dionysus' good grenade is going to be cooked in at the right direction.
Oh, however, grenades are going to coming in his direction, as well as Carry is going to take out the guard himself, and now Manti makes sure He capitalizes on what his teammates started. Manti and Carry, the last two men standing. Oh, they've spotted out the members from our Esports, and now grenades are going to be flung willy-nilly, just making sure the enemy is kept at bay. And looks like Carry might just be going for a little bit of a revive now. Manti's got to take a few seconds. He's got to patch himself up. And as far as Team Soul is concerned, they are finally going to have to step out of their fortification. And looks like they might have a little bit of these hay bales for cover. And of course, they still have their vehicles to play around with. And speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, oh boy, although Carry did get a few revives over here, Manti is going to be brought down, which means still they are a three-man squad. Now this is where Team Soul can rack up a few finishes. They have the high ground. In fact, Gunu is going to be spotted out, and as expected, shots are going to be headed in his direction.
Now at the same time, Team Akshat could be that key player, because with that off angle, he can finish up a lot of finishes, he can get a lot of finishes and also give out information, and that is how Team Soul is going to go in and capitalize, as they're going to be moving in as a pack of wolves, making sure they take down enemies. Sector is gone taken down. It's going to be easy for them to pick them up, but Carry on the other side knows their location, and is going to be tossing a grenade perfectly, as Goblin will be the next target for him, as another grenade is going to be cooked in to get those confirmations as quickly as possible. A lot of bullets have been showered towards them. I don't know how Akshat is not watching this. Another person gets taken down. This is the 3 finishes which HH wanted to take before they got taken down. Got some more in throughout the way.
Keep in mind now, they are going to come under fire from Team Kinetic. However, Onyx is going to be taken down, even though he got the better of one of their members. Now, this is where Manti OP is going to shine. This boy does have a lot of potential, and, well, he is showcasing that. And I love the fact that Hyderabad Hydras, despite almost coming down to a one-man squad, have all 4 members still intact, which means, well, we were saying they didn't have the best of days. They might just get their first chicken dinner, but again, they have to face a team that does have a lot of potential energy on their side, as Team Kinetic themselves have 8 finishes to their name. Now, their position is going to be good. Their weaponry is going to be good. They do have those grotzas for all that close quarter combat, and if a grenade comes in over here, it could be problematic for the boys from Team Soul. But again, problems are going to be arising for Maxi and Manti, who have been taken down in a hail of bullets, and a grenade to shoot, and there you have it, a finish and a knock coming in from HH Carry, which means again the positions of Team Soul are looking just a little bit too tricky, but that grenade is going to be a bit too far, but the position has been given away, and now Akshat is going to be running through the fields, which means someone could just get up and lay down some shots in his direction, while Team Kinetic still pummeling Hyderabad Hydras with everything that they have.
Now at the same time, this is the moment where we can guess that Hyderabad Hydras carry could be detected, as he's not getting into the crosshairs of Kinetic. Somehow he's trying to survive this and make sure that he's heavy for the side of Team Soul. The last player standing of Team Soul is also trying to survive as long as possible. I know that, you know, Akshat has already done the picking up of another team, as Carry finally gets detected, gets taken down. Could this be the blessing in disguise for the side of Team Soul, as they can pick up Akshat and then take the fight towards the side of Kinetic? But let's not forget, Ace Black right in front of BO at this point of time, doesn't know the location. Face-to-face frontal battle, as the snakes can strike each other. Who's going to be standing alive?
Well, the enemy is right in front of each other. Ace Black is going to be spotted, but Ace Black is going to shoot with a bit more precision despite being spotted earlier, and now God's position could be given away as well. It looks like he is not going to be even shooting in this direction. Finally gets a few hits, and that is all she wrote for Hyderabad Hydras. Again, a tremendous effort coming in from their part, but it is going to be Team Kinetic who do get the little upper hand in that skirmish. Now, Akshat is going to be down on his knees, which means it is going to be a 2-on-1 situation with the Goblin. He's got to be careful, and for now, he does have a little semblance of cover. However, if Team Kinetic do go on either flank, this could be it for Team Soul. We've seen Team Akshat do something tremendous in the last game. Can he pull something off right now, as God is going to make sure he repositions himself, as it gives Goblin enough time to patch himself up. But the problem is they don't really have a lot of meds, and it looks like Team Kinetic have finally run out of utilities, as well as Akshat is now going to be brought down, which means the Goblin himself, well, everything is going to be on his shoulders.
Now it's going to be hard, right? Kinetic can actually use the smoke screen, which we came referring to, throw it, toss it towards the side of Team Soul, restrict them from having a view on them, as Kinetic, it's exactly what they're doing. He's going to be putting up smokes to the death center, you know, but still, Team Soul is trying to retaliate again, goes in for a revival. Could this be the key moment of the game, as God at this point of time has given away his location, and Goblin wants to dominate on it, as he's going going to be picking up, connects some shots, and Goblin is going to be walking out strictly to make sure that he's going to be hard, he's going to be fine, and eventually Kinetic is going to be dominating as the knock comes in from the other side first, and eventually this is going to be the winner chicken dinner coming in from the side of Kinetic. I love this game. Every single inch was so exciting, and look at the reaction coming in. There are some people who are putting their head down and taking a huge breather because this is one of the most important things for them.
Their first chicken dinner as we do head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, and they had a big game, just 1 point shy of the big 3-0. 14 finishes for themselves, and let me tell you one thing, they did it in style. But I like the fact that Hyderabad Hydras finally were being a bit more aggressive, and as expected, once they go in for the finish, well, chances are they will end up in the top 3, which is exactly what they did.
No, absolutely. At the same time, what we have to look out for is the kind of finish points, which Team Kinetic have raked up over here. I know 7Cs had the most of it, and let me count this out. It's going to be 30 to 35 points coming in with just 3 teams. If they're eradicating half of the lobby, I do believe that for the rest of the teams, they have to play for placement points, and that is what exactly Team Esports did, Team Initiative Academy did, and Team MG did. And again, Team MG getting an average of 10 points for themselves. The overall points table at now is going to be looking brand new, as there's going to be a lot of doors open.
Well, now let's have a look and see which god is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP, but it isn't going to be someone from Kinetic. It's going to be Sarang from 7C Esports, because let me tell you one thing. You're talking about wiping people out. 7 finishes for himself, but just have a look at the amount of damage he dished out. 1,133 points to be precise. But joining him, of course, we do have the god himself from Team Kinetic with 7 finishes for himself.
No, this is clinical, right? 793 damage coming in from him. But let's not forget 2 other players of Hyderabad Hydras are coming in. That's going to be Manti and Carry. And finally, that one player Manti has done the damage for the team, has carried his team forward for a really long time, helped it out. At the same time, 8 points for 2 players with 1,400 damage in total, as Kinetic's other player is going to be coming in at the end. Again, 2 finishes for themselves. I don't think so it's going to be a hard game from here on for the side of Kinetic.
It isn't going to be a hard game, but what is going to be hard is when all those grenades come at you, it's going to be a bit tricky to find some cover, because we do have grenade finishes in double digits this time around in the map of Wrangle. Of course, in the first one, I do believe we had 8 on that screen. But if you have a look at everything else now, we do just see 1 vehicle finish. But let me tell you something, a lot of people will run over in this game than all the games combined together today.
Yes, but at the same time, 7,000 healing, I was expecting a little better, to be specific, because most of them were trying to come in late into the circle. But the southern eastern side of the map, where most of the commotion happened with Nigma, Galaxy, 7Cs, everybody were, trying to take a fight. I do believe that that is one corner you wouldn't want to be in this game.
Now, we are going to have the FD crop popping up, and as expected, there you have it. 7C Esports, even though they did kind of, go out a bit earlier, they had 2,011 points of damage for themselves, as the Hyderabad Hydras finally, we saw in the last game, right? I mean, 1,000 points of damage, no finish. This time they have 11 for themselves, but Team Kinetic with their first chicken dinner, and they did it in style. 14 points coming in from finishes, and well, 2,474 points of damage to boot.
Now, this is where I want to look at the overall points table and check how much of a difference has it made for the other teams, right? Because Marcus Gaming at this point of time did put up 11 points for themselves, and which was most important for them.
Well, ask and ye shall receive, buddy, because the overall standings are popping up. And well, at the tippity top, Team Soul finally are going to retake their 2nd spot away from Team EXO, as Hyderabad Hydras and Big Brothers once again exchanging their positions on the leaderboard.
Now, at the same time, we have to see the point difference between these two, right? This time, I strongly feel Hyderabad Hydras have picked up a little more than, the Big Brothers, and they can maintain that lead because both of them have played 35 points. But Global Esports and Hydra officials have still got a very good opportunity because both of them have another game which is left out to be played. But the second page is where all the interest is going to be coming in, from the 13th to the 16th position. Which team is holding how many points? Because later after that, the bottom of the table will be challenging exactly what is required.
Well, it looks like the Walkouts are going to be walking over just a little bit over Team INS, as 1 point is going to separate the two, and our Esports, despite not having the best of games, are going to have a 1 point lead over Team Enigma. But the thing is, I do believe now, of course, you got to look at the cutoff over here, right?
Yeah.
2-2-2 is what Team INS is at. Now, Team Kinetic, before they started this day, they had a total of 183 points. And when you have 29 coming from the next game, you know they've crossed the 200 mark barrier.
Yep.
The question is, where are they going to be? As we have a look at page 3, and well, right at the tippity top with 221, just 1 point behind Team INS is Team Kinetic.
Now, at the same time, ACBC is also not having such a great day, and that's why they're going to be suppressed to the 18th position. 215 points shows another 6 to 7 points is what they need approximately to make it in the next round. Team MG catching up as quickly as possible. 200 points for them. Initiative Academy, Esports Walla, Retribution, and GOG. These are the teams who need to wake up. I know that they have one more game to play where they can catch up to a bit, but at the same time, by the end of the day, they need to make sure that from the 16th to the 24th position, everybody needs to be having at least 210 points to have a fighting chance from tomorrow itself.
Well, again, speaking of fighting chances, even the teams like Team GOG, I mean, a valiant effort coming in Game 1. Of course, getting the job done over there. 15 finishes is nothing to scoff about. But, let's just quickly talk about UP50.
Yeah. 3
games played so far, and they haven't really been able to find a footing, which, again, is going to be weighing down on their minds. And, maybe they just might lose a little bit of their drive. But the thing is, this tournament is all about this, right? You come in, you do have a few days to basically qualify for the next round. And, of course, it's largely thanks to BGMI Crofton for making all of this possible, because without them, we wouldn't be able to shine a light on all these teams. And, of course, I am going to talk about iQOO and Loco, which means it's time once again to see how to slay a dragon. I love that.
Watch it, earn it.
Well, I like that. Where else would you want to be? You want to be on Loco, India's largest gaming community, and of course, you want to have the best devices in your hand if you want to be a part of it too. Because, well, when you have the iQOO Neo 6 in your grubby little fingers, just like mine, anything is possible.
Absolutely. And how do you get it? You have to head on to Amazon, find out what are the best of the prices they afford. And I do believe that, most of it is going to be in a range where you guys can actually take this device, go in for a grinding, and then think about the bigger picture later. But yes, the highlight's going to be something which is going to be coming on our screens to understand how the game went in the map of Erangel. A lot of commotion.
Of course, once the action starts, it is pretty much going to be never-ending right up until the end. But let me tell you one thing. 7C Esports just getting the better of Nigma Galaxy's dream once again. And it was just brilliant. But I like the fact that, they were on pretty much the tail of EXO right from the beginning. In fact, if you notice one thing, we did bring this up, that Savitar was keeping a keen eye on the movement of Team EXO, and one by one, well, they did wipe them out from the face of Erangel. Now, this is where I thought maybe the enemy could have got the better. Unfortunately, had Pong pretty much stayed in his position and, gunned them down as soon as the vehicle was heading his way, it could have been a different story altogether.
Now, over on the other side, were caught up in a very bad, corner and eventually had to get taken down. But this was the moment where, that one knock, that one vehicle finish is going to be something which we have witnessed on the side of 7Cs. But ACBC, the kind of retaliation they showed was also really good. At Beard Baba sitting in one corner, making sure he takes down players until Hitman found him and eventually put an end for him as well.
But of course, another end was coming in from Ace Black's grenade, which did go boom, and with that, well, the opponents were going to be taken down. But now this is where Manti was pretty instrumental in his team's success over here. Team Soul coming in hard on our Esports, do get the job done. Unfortunately, they were caught in a little bit of a kill zone over here, as Carry was going to be raining death upon them courtesy those grenades. And let me tell you one thing, once he started, he did not stop until he got the job done. But this at the end was where Team Kinetic did capitalize on it. Have a look at the reflex. He gets out, does lay down a few shots. In fact, maybe had he just used his ADS just a little bit over there, he could have potentially gotten the better of the Team Kinetic's guard. But again, it is what it is. And even though, you know, Team Soul were in such a precarious position because A, they don't have any healings on them, B, none of the teams really had utilities, which was, it was good old-fashioned warfare, right? You were relying on your bullets to do all the talking, and finally, Team Kinetic held their ground. They didn't overextend because that could have been problematic, and, well, won their first chicken dinner.
Now, this is what we need to learn, right? There was similar situation coming in the previous game where we had the side of Team OR holding a very strong ground against the side of Team Soul, and Akshat did wonders trying to take advantage of that, you know, disadvantage which was held by the side of Team OR. At the same time, the next match happens where, you know, it's Kinetic place, it's a 2v1 situation yet again, but again, lesson learned in a hard way for the side of Team OR, but Kinetics holding on to the composure, waiting it out, and that was the best part amongst them all.
It just goes to show that, you know, all the teams have been doing their homework because, you know, you obviously want to learn from the best as well, which is, of course, at this point of time, OR Esports, which means, well, a lot of teams are going to be scrutinizing them really carefully under the microscope and are going to take advantage of any weakness that they do sense. But all in all, man, I mean, I love the fact that, you know, all these teams at the bottom are finally waking up because they have nothing left to lose. And like Loco likes saying, what are you waiting for?
Eventually, I mean, I know that, you know, when you have nothing to lose, that is where you actually bring out the best in you. And this was something which we have been saying to the teams that, you know, play like as if this is the last game of your life, and that is where you can kind of outperform yourself, outperform the enemies, and try to get all those finishes as possible, as much as possible. And we have been seeing this, right? I would say 3 good games for the side of Marcus Gaming, and the jump they have from bottom of the table to the almost the 16th position. 1 point. Yeah, 1 point away to the 16th position shows that the kind of gameplay they have. And also Kinetic on the other side. This one good game, again, 1 point away from the 16th position.
And, you know, again, we like beating around the same bush, that anyone can still do it. So we still have no idea who is going to be in the top 16 when the grand finals start. Now, of course, you might say, hey, wait a second, think about it. UP50, they're pretty much out of it. But you got to keep one thing in mind. 4 games have already been dealt with this day. And, you know, we did say that there are 16 games that each single team is going to have to play this week. So, like Team Kinetic, like the boys from, I do believe, Team MG, you know, if they come out swinging, things could be going in their favor. Even if I just quickly talk about GOG Esports, the way they started the day off, 15 finishes for themselves, a 3rd position finish, which again, you know, a little bit of a mishap coming at the end, goes to show maybe if UP50 again just give it every single thing they have, they just might surprise us.
No, at the same time, you know what's running in my mind from the time you're doing the maths? Just imagine that 14, 15, 16, 17, all 4 positions have the same number of points, and the only team which has got the highest number of winner-winner chicken dinners as well as the highest number of placement points will make it into the next round. So teams have to realize this. When you're trying to play those points, you have to watch out for the team above you, and this is the kind of pressure which builds up. You have to make sure you have better points than them. If you're trying to play it for the 16th position, then better have better placement points from the team on the top, or else you might get eliminated.
Because at the end of the day, you got to keep one thing in mind. Once you make it to the top 16, it's an even play. It's going to be a clean slate, and you all are going to be pretty much, you know, even Steven and neck to neck. And that is where the real battle, of course, begins. And who knows, maybe the top dogs could be at the bottom, but again, that is all speculation that we love doing over here. But, you know, all in all, Erangel was kind of like we expected. Action was there from the beginning. However, it was spread far and wide, and I love that it was out in the open this time.
Yeah.
Because, again, that just goes to show how well the teams are going to be well versed with the terrain And, we see the fact that they deploy grenades for cover or for obscuring the vision of the enemy. And all these little strategies do come into our screens.
Yeah, but at the same time, it was the circle yet again which played a major part, right? It was just another ordinary circle. It was nothing out of the blue. And the teams which were holding the dead center always had the best of what they can. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be heading into the pre-match segment powered by Loco. And this is where we're going to have the big man telling bye-bye to us for now. But again, he's going to be back in the last game as we're going to have fixes on the table. And I know that there's going to be a lot of discussion coming our way with big dogs again coming in. UP50 GOG again coming into the picture with RTR Retribution. But a quick discussion on what happened in the previous match. It went on so fast at the end. It was so hard for us casters to actually look out as what has happened. So if you have to, lay a small picture over here as to explain what exactly happened over there.
Of course, I mean, it was a shift towards the western side. Majority of the teams, as we do know, kind of tend to lurk around the eastern areas, right? We had those fights breaking out on the southeastern side. It was a lot of teams, right? 7C, EXO, Enigma Galaxy, everyone getting caught in the mix. But one thing for sure, I really want to point out, Team Seoul, they're back to their old ways, right? Especially how they played in week number 1. But they were really focusing on the positions of the circle, not really engaging in fights that they should not take. And as a result, they're having 2 back-to-back good games. But this is where we bring teams that have been struggling, right? Especially Kinetic. Right from the day's beginning, they have been showing what they've got. And ever since the fight against UP50, they never seem to have stopped at all.
No, at the same time, we have to speak about Hyderabad Hydras as well. I do understand that, they are kind of pretty safe at this point of time, but the way they took that fight was also very impressive.
Oh, indeed it was, right? Especially how they shifted from the northern side to this southern side. But now, I guess, we're going to talk more about them. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, this beautiful smartphone in my hands is already out in the open. We all know a lot about it as we take a look at our sponsors for iQOO as they have a special message for you guys.
Or 90 FPS coming in. I mean, I just can't get my head off it because we all know how much we were wanting those FPS to come into play, right? When you have the right ping and the perfect FPS supporting you, you can do wonders in this game. And ladies and gentlemen, head on to Amazon right away to check out the best prices of this, as well as, the few giveaways which was available over there. iQOO Neo 6, type it out, search for what you can get. And I do believe that, those lucky winners would have received messages from the side of iQOO itself.
Dream from playing in 90 FPS, right, currently is finally real. But we do have a few substitutes being made out. We do have Kinetic coming in finally for our esports, but I think it's going to be instead of Gunu. But lately, I think our esports have been having a decent time as well. This time around, they were holding down the southern side of the circle just to be obliterated by the entirety of Team Seoul. But coming back into the discussion that we were just having before the ad came up, it was Hyderabad Hydras, right?
Yes, exactly.
We were struggling through the initial phases of the day, finally seem to have woken up from this slumber. And the best thing that they did was take those compounds down south, right? Just opposite to them was, of course, Team Seoul. They did manage to rotate out and carry in those final moments. Little did they rise.
I mean, at the same time, I really love the way the rest of the teams were also supporting him, right? Because they knew that there was one player trying to take all the fight to the eastern side, where the rest of the players were just looking forward to make sure they restrict the crosshairs to be placed to the teammates. And this is one of the best thing I want to, I witnessed in this game. But there is something best for us to also give you, audience. There are some giveaways coming in, the merchandisers to give away. I do believe in a very short way, I think he's going to put it up for you guys.
Of course, I mean, it's so difficult today, especially so many teams are playing.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
But hashtag your favorite teams in the BGMI official esports channel, and if you are lucky, if your team ends up on top by the end of the evening, all you've got to do is fill up a link on the description, and hey, if you're lucky, 10 winners are going to be getting those beautiful t-shirts and those sippers that we have for you guys. As ladies and gentlemen, we head into Miramar. It is going to be teams from groups A and C battling it out, which really means GOG and Hyderabad Hydras. We're going to see more of them on the northern side.
Yep. At the same time, let's not forget the flight path is going to be something really, really important, because just in case it starts from the side of Porto and ends up towards the side of Valle de Mar, and that is when, you know, the challenge is going to arise for the teams who tend to go to the northern side of the map. But again, I'm just still praying. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed, because I want a circle going towards the side of prison. When will that ever happen?
I really hope it does in the grand finals. Imagine, you know, a circle where it matters a lot, and suddenly
It'll
you
be
get
worth
a
the wait.
whammy. It will be worth the wait, 100%. But now today, you know, today has been a revelation for all these teams, especially when you have them on the cliff, on the threads, just of being eliminated, the journey getting over. They suddenly seem to have woken up, right? Suddenly are starting to play like there's nothing to lose. It's last game of their lives as we head into, ladies and gentlemen, yet another beautiful game of Miramar. And this time, Arca, the 5-part trajectory, well, I mean, it's quite ordinary, right? El Positivids, Minash and Rales, a lot of teams will get to their favorite or rather desired drop locations. But what we are witnessing, or rather what we're going to anticipate for, is those fights breaking out.
At the same time, what I'm anticipating is the circle itself, because every single time the circle has formed up in a very unique way, a new team has come out on the top. And I was hoping that, you know, there are a few teams that will be playing it out. Let's not forget to see the side of GOG as well as the side of UP50 have come into this game, if I'm not wrong.
Oh, yeah, of course. I mean, C is playing, so they're also with us. But yeah, I think for UP50, their chances of making it to the finals look really, really bleak right now. Especially their body language. They can't really confident, right? They kind of make those hasty moves, and that is how the cookie has crumbled so far. But what we're in pursuit for, Arca, is the circle. Quick predictions.
Southern side of the map to Chumasera is what I would like to place my bets as of now. But I do believe that I'm going to disappoint it. But still, the drop locations and the early skirmishes, which I'll be looking out for. As I said, you know, sometimes I just shouldn't go in for the predictions. Lately, it's not working out for me.
I mean, again, predictions really do not come. It was just, you know, what you wanted, a desire, but it's fine, you know. But this is one of the circles, Arca, we've seen even in the past, right? One of the circles where teams like OR loves to thrive. But good news for all the other teams, they're no more in the lobby. As UP50 pretty early to take a fight and poke the bear in the form of Team Soul. Never have they been infiltrated, never have they felt exposed, vulnerable, especially in this particular area, the Picado, that has always been a strong house for them, but now they're being challenged. Are they prepared for it though?
I don't know. I think UP50 is just pushing too much. They need all four men standing. And this is the kind of, you know, I do understand. Probably they're just like, let's forget about this game as of now. Let's just come in and enjoy. As Aditya kind of knows the location of Soul, Hector at this point of time. But Omega from far away, how much cover fire can he give? But eventually Akshat is also holding a very good off angle from the other side. Even he has a lot of job to do. But this UP50, I have missed in a really long time.
You know, Hector, he's isolated. The only semblance of cover he gets is from Omega from the backlines, wanting to retreat. That's not gonna happen, buddy. As Sarkar, he's gonna be unloading all that mag. Now, UP50, they have their work cut out. What they're gonna do is go after Omega, but Aditya making so bold and ballsy moves and still not being punished. This shows that Team Soul were really not expecting this.
No, at the same time, I was getting a little bit of a deja vu moment that Team Soul will be trying to take down the side of UP50, because every single time they've gone in for a fight, they've not come out successful. But this time, the story is a little bit different for them. And the next play which you're going to look out for is something which you have to watch out for, because one corner we have Akshat coming in, who is again doing the same old thing, which is the new thing coming in from players. Try to jump in and punch in the air so that your footsteps are not heard. Does that actually work is my question.
Yeah, 100%. It's been there for a long, long time, and the players have been using it. And a lot of players have made such big and huge plays out of it, right? Kind of completely suppresses your movements, those scale moves that you need to make. But now, I mean, Team Soul seem to have dealt with the weakest link right now, going after the strongest, as Akshat caught all awry, astray outside. There's not even a single chance. Or maybe UP50 needed this, right? Needed that little bit of a boost in the confidence, which is sort of all, you know, gone you know, into the drains, right? Especially with the way they have been playing. But for now, you know, going after the big guns, This should give them that little spark, and from here onwards could mark the comeback of these lads.
I don't know whether I should be saying this, but UP50, I believe, has born an extra ball. I mean, I literally, man, and look at
really
them
feels
push.
like.
You know, look at the push. They've taken down 2 players of Soul and still not satisfied. They want to go in and take down another one, but from far away, Goblin is going to be coming into the picture. I don't think so that's going to be stopping them. They're not going to bother about it, no matter how much spray is going to be coming in from the side of Goblin. Look at the retaliation coming in, trying to tag him out, immediately going against the side of Team Soul. Would have never expected this to happen, as you said, but at the same time, UP50, all the best for you guys.
I mean, UP50, they have done their homework, right? They knew that they can infiltrate in Seoul's territories, because never has this ever happened. Any team went on to contest them and come out standing, right? It was just the fact that Team Seoul over here were caught off guard. Now, moving like a pack of hyenas, Omega has to somehow hold this push, because Goblin, his position has been compromised. UP50 are the smarter ones, right? They're not going to make any of those movements, would not want to expose them from that southern side, as Omega, the moment his position gets compromised, well, he's done for.
Yeah, at the same time, look at the scavengers circling around towards the side of Omega. His only hope is going to be this. Take down one player before getting taken down and get that finish point for the team, so that, you know, Goblin can actually do wonders. And there was an opening for Goblin to actually rush in at this point of time. Can open it as Omega at this point of time. No, the grenade is not where they want it to be. But eventually the push is going to be coming in from the scavengers. Even though retaliation came in, a drop shot from Aditya is going to make sure they put an end for another player of Team Soul. As the last man, Goblin, is going to be running away for the first time. We'll be able to see that Soul is going to be tucking their tail and running away.
This is what I was talking about. 7C finally hearing all the commotion, reading that finish feed, realize that Soul is in trouble. It's the right time to strike. The iron is hot, just go for it. But now UP50, are they anticipating it? Because Goblin, well, he might have come to and dig his own graves. Getting back to the casino, all he's going to be looking for is getting some revenge. But is he aware of 7C making all these moves, all these interventions over here?
Oh, I don't think so. Shots are going to be fired in towards the side of Goblin, as he's going to be running away to cover, try to take the fight. Healing will be his first priority at this point of time. But how will he strategize against the side of 7C's, as Savita, yet again not giving up his footsteps, got in a bit more closer, has a view on Goblin at this point of time. It's just information which is going to be relayed to the teammates, telling that, you know, let's try to push him out of the cover to make sure that we put an end to him. But Goblin on the other side is going to be boosting up, wants to take the fight towards the enemy's face, as the grenade was about to be cooked in, takes down one player, the second one almost getting taken down. Goblin in huge trouble as retaliation comes in from the side of 7C. Sarang, the man with the iron finger today, has done the job again.
Oh yeah, he's feeling it, absolutely. But at this point, you know, what I'm rather more concerned about is how do UP50 relocate themselves? How do they reorient their positions? Are they going to fight it out against 7C? Because, you know, they have already dug in deep, and considering how aggressive 7C have been, I think that could be a really bad decision. And eventually, what I'm looking forward next is how do they manage to escape from the situation, right? They do not have any vehicles. They have all they focused on was trying and take down Team Soul. They've accomplished that objective. Now take a look at the circle, right? Again, we do have Team Enigma having the center of the circle, but we will have a little bit of an instant replay, as Omega was just pushed upon, a little late, a little nervy moments, but despite all odds, he still managed to take one of the players out, and UP50, pushing like a pack of hyenas, got the job well done.
At the same time, Sarang, the way he went back, changed the gun and came back was one of the best, or one of the most clever move, I would like to say, because eventually he knew he has to lure out the last player standing, and when he stepped out, it was easy for them to take them down as UP50. Now, this is the fight to watch out for. UP50 have got 3 finishes for themselves. They look like they're a little bit greedy at this point of time. They need to get at least 20 points in this game to kind of have a little bit of a hope as they take shots against the side of Spray God.
You know, Spray God, he's already out on the flank. Well, one of his teammates for sure is. They know they want to pick fights, and Sarang just luring the players of UP50, baiting them out in the open, forcing them to reveal. But I believe Rage God, his position has been compromised, but KSR still lies in the dark.
I don't know how this game is going to turn out. I think Sarang is going in. He's pushing towards at this point of time, trying to make sure that, you know, he lure out enemies, but it's going to be a suicide probably suicide mission to be specific, because ultimately, you know, cover fire might come in, but the kind of mindset which UP50 is playing with to get all those finish points for themselves, oh my goodness, not the right move.
This is something that UP50 never really anticipated, right? They knew they're going to go after Seoul. Whatever happens, they kind of were accepted with the fate, right? How down below can they go? But look at them. They want to fight back. They want to retaliate. As Sarkar finally, you know, getting some control over the gas station. But is Savitar aware of all these movements being made? Could be really an interesting fight. The circle still favoring both these teams out here. Only one can survive as Sarang goes in for the ramen. He wants to fight it out, but before that, he needs to patch himself up.
Sarkar on the other side with the right kind of instrument to be used over here against Sarang. Puts that molly, puts him down, and this is what happens when you become overconfident against a team like UP50, because finally coming back to their senses, they're going to be very, very happy with the free kill which is going to be coming in towards them. But at the same time, let's not forget 7Cs are going to be rotating around, trying to get that, you know, off angle against them, as GE might be the right key as a blessing in disguise to take down the side of 7Cs.
Oh, look at Aladdin. Does manage to give that perfect cover, but pretty much too late for Sarang to get himself back on his feet. Ragecott has his attention focused at them, but Ronnie from afar, he's going to be unleashing all that lead. Now 7C, they have nowhere to run and hide. Aladdin needs to find some means of escape, as KSR is well aware of Savitar's position right now. UP50, I have no clue how on earth are they still keeping themselves alive in this battle.
I mean, I just love the way this is what happens when your sense get heightened and you're going to be looking at every look in corner, listening to every small footsteps is going to be moving around you, as at this point of time GE is going to be trying to tag out Savitar, and in case he gets taken on, we all know how hard it's going to be for the side of 7Cs to come back into this game. But you know, one other thing which I love is how GE is also getting into this fight, right? So could they be the next prey for the side of UP50?
It was quite an interesting day, right? Especially how the day started off. Teams were taking it very slow. But right now, when we kind of come towards those final matches, especially for the other teams, right? I think it's for C that they're playing the last final game of the evening. Yes, now they're starting to step up eventually, right? UP50 know they need to go after with a good laugh at their faces. And for Global Esports, it's all about, you know, capitalizing on situation. And 7C Esports, this is something that has been really a cause for concern, right? They do not really know when to draw the leash and when to draw a line as not, you know, just overextend, and finally seem to have paid a heavy price, you know, have lost out on their top fragger. But still, for now, ladies and gentlemen, as the way the circle is going on, we have to wait for the next circle shift. And where do you think could it be, Arka?
I somewhere feel it's going to come to us a set of Picardo Graveyard yet again, you know, and still favoring out the fight which is going to be breaking out between 7Cs as well as the Hydras, because at this point of time, Hydra, I don't know whether Aladdin realizes this, a team which is going to be coming in close and try to dominate, as they know the location and the spray comes in from the side of Perth. It's not going to be easy for Aladdin from here on to escape, but if he does, oh my goodness, have Hydra lost a very good opportunity to get a free finish for themselves?
I think they might have. I do not know how could they not take down that McLaren. I mean, it's such a delicate darling, and now he knows. Aladdin is all by his lonesome. Jackson, he's making those moves, getting really close and personal over here. We'll start cooking up that grenade. Does spot out that car. We'll try to toss it in that direction, but somehow gets a little bit of a damage done, but a little too short to get a knock.
On the other side, GOG is picking up at this point of time, which is most important for them, as they've got one for themselves. But prediction coming in from the side of Jackson to perfection, as the finish is going to be stolen away from far away from UP50. Yet again, UP50 standing out in this game. 5 finishes, but the rotation right now is going to be something very, very important for them.
How do they get out, ladies and gentlemen? Look at the circle shift going all the way towards that eastern side. So many teams cluster up on the south. EXO making their move, but FS seem to have been caught in a really awkward position as GOG. They want to make this game count. They have a little bit of a high ground, but can they get the better of them? The trades are coming in. They need to go for the revives.
Absolutely. Now, you know, Leader on the other side has got a very good angle to actually push in. I don't know why he's holding back, as Bullet on the other side This man is on fire today as he gets another finish. In the previous game they played, I mean, in the map of Erangel, he was the man with 7 finishes for himself. And here, he's trying to do things right for the team as INS is coming a bit more closer. 2 finish points of FS is what they're going to be getting up at. Cyan is going to be very happy with what he's got. But at the same time, how much more is going to this take fight up as GOG has heard all the commotions as they're going to be coming in closer to this fight.
Oh my god, FS just caught in a crossfire. INS and GOG making good work out of them as Crazy Soul, the best player of INS so far, has started cooking up a grenade. FS right now, they're shaking, they're shivering, they did not really see this coming. Such an important game for them, such an important day for them, and they seem to be falling out. But somehow Hitman wants to move out from this location, but can he make it out alive? That's the big question.
At the same time, Crazy Soul's location is going to be compromised because of the footsteps coming in. At the same time, one good grenade cooked in from the side of Crazy Soul. Can it do the difference? But I know that, you know, GOG is actually so happy that this is happening. They're going to be just on the lookout, waiting for some finishes to be getting in. RTR on the other side is also coming into this picture, right? We can see that Chono is driving right to the commotion which is happening over here. 2 different directions. The one to leave the hard compound will be in the crosshairs of the others.
But there you go, Joker just burning the life out of Clutch. He knows he's the lonesome player. Crazy Soul needs to be the one who leads the charge, pushes it before the revive comes out, and there you go, the rest comes out. Clutch gets a knock, but can he get it more as Hitman just comes out of cover, and suddenly FS have pulled out a clutch of their lives.
I mean, Hitman over there did all the difference because, you know, the timing which he took for the revival was amazing. We're going to be looking at the instant reply, getting to what exactly happens. Look at the placement of Crosshair. As soon as the first person got taken on, he came out from the outside, put the Crosshair to the helmet of the first one. Second one, already damage was being dealt by the teammates, and eventually teamwork. This is the kind of fights you need to take. Make sure you stick together, get your teammate alive as quickly as possible, put him on his foot. 1 or 2 bullets from his side can help out a lot.
Teamwork makes the dream work, ladies and gentlemen. That has been the mantra as FS out of nowhere just pulled out an INS. They're going to start sweating right now. Not a good day so far. And look at the circle shift all the way down south. And UP 50? Did they just get wiped out?
I think it's the zone which ate them up at this point of time. I saw them, you know, coming in the finish feed, but I just hope that, you know, they had enough points before they got taken down. If not, all those valiant efforts are going to go in vain. But now inside the circle is where we can see that Team EXO is holding a very, very good compound for themselves and a little bit of a high ground. GOG needs to be very, very careful because from here on, in case they do not dominate from one corner, which they've started to do against the side of Enigma, and the right team to go against will be really happy to get more finish points for themselves.
GOG at this point really need to watch their backlines because it is not just FS, it is RTR Retribution. I think they have an idea of where FS, the players, are located, but now this is where they're going to make their moves, right? Get inside the circle, and that is where they need to thwart them off from that. But Team Kinetic, they're on a whole different high, right? They have that higher ground as Hyderabad, Hydras and Global Esports engage in a little bit of a fight over here. Maxi trying to get the better out of Ronnie, who's in turn is cooking up a grenade, but decides against it as Maxi looks to reposition.
I mean, I really love the positioning coming in from the side of Maxi. He did not go in blank, but rather he went into hard cover thinking that, you know, that is where I can actually give an opportunity. In case I get taken down, my teammates can actually come in and help me out. But at the same time, they can come in and dominate against the side of GE as well, right? But Manya coming in from an off angle, completely making sure that he closes down towards the side of HH at this point of time. As we can see that, you know, he's in the crosshairs. Shots are going to be connected. He's going to be jiggling around. But there was an opportunity for Manya to strike. I think he's lost it because of the lack of scope. This is where resources come into play.
You know, just bobbing and weaving in that situation. How on earth did he make it out alive? But this is where, right, Hyderabad Hydras are kind of stuck, are kind of limited because look at how GE are spreading out, right? Look at their spread over here. But at the same time, they have also opened up to a few palaces. If Mania gets shot from the backlines, could be devastating as Ronnie still having that buggy for a cover. He is trying to put pressure on Ace Black. Now, this is a very pivotal fight. If Ace Black can get this knockout, maybe Hyderabad Hydras in this game
No, at the same time, the Crosshairs is working out for the side of GE, and I hope that it continues to do so with the next circle coming up. The team to hold the center mountain, the team to hold the center of the circle will obviously have a very good chance to get that winner chicken dinner for themselves. And let's see who's that going to be, as Sensei has already gone into the move. We are speaking all this courtesy to the map feed we have over here, but at the same time, this one fight is going to be very, very different as the circle shifts completely away from all these teams, which is that one team to come in from the left corner to hold that ground for themselves. And let's see, I think it's going to be GOG as they picked up already.
Esports Walla WSF do have a really promising position as well, but Manya getting a beautiful knockout on carry. Now he's going to be making the move. Now Ace Black has no idea that he's already made it up pretty close and personal over here. Now does get the info though, but how is he going to stop this push from coming in, especially when Joker and his teammates, both of them are pushing from a different position. Ace Black is under a whole world of trouble as Manya pulls out yet another knock.
I mean, this is beautiful work coming in from a flanker, I would say, because this is the kind of moves you need to you need to do at this point of time. It's going to be Ronnie coming in a bit more closer. Maisie is trying to hide out inside that. His location is going to be compromised. Eventually, sprays are going to be coming in. A jump shot is more than enough at this point of time, but retaliation at the right time. If Joker hadn't taken cover behind, I don't know, Ronnie. I think this would have been an end of the story for them.
I think Manya was the MVP of this fight.
Yeah,
absolutely. Right?
Absolutely.
Especially getting those 2 knocks, giving the players of GE sort of trying to regroup and then go in. But for now, RTR Retribution on the move. Sensei just stepping out of his cover a little bit, showing his head, trying to fire a few shots. But Rudy, does he respond? Or maybe Chonu. But regardless of that, EXO need to get inside the circle.
At the same time, Sensei did not make it completely inside the circle as GOG have already made it. And it's going to be retaliation coming in from the side of RTR as one person gets taken down. Sensei is concentrating on all those finish points which are going to be walking in. He does see Chono at this point of time as Molly is going to be tossed right to this rock, but the cover coming in from the rock. But eventually, a little bit of it, he does catch fire, but I do believe this is more than enough for him to get knocked out. But for the boosters, every single time we have seen the person who is boosted is always surviving with the fire.
But he just escaped pretty much soon, but could not escape the shrapnels coming out from that plane as Brainiac spotting out the final player will do the finish, get it, and this is how Team EXO get deleted from the server.
I mean, Craniac being the loose cannon at this point of time. I don't know where he was all this while, and suddenly all these big gameplays are going to be coming in from those unknown teams as, Canary at this point of time is trying to push in towards the side of GE, I believe. He's going to be firing some shots, who's the pretty much closest one, I would like to say. Let's see whether this is the end of the story for the side of GE as well.
I think Canary wants to get a little close, right? Wants to find that perfect angle because he knows he's got Ronnie pinned over there just behind that rock, but finally coming out of the open. Ronnie, he is going to meet his makers as he also is out of the lobby. Now, that being said, our Esports, they know they've got a monumental task right ahead of them, especially with WSF keeping a watch from the hills from such a high ground position. I think this is the game that Esports Walla WSF were looking out for.
At the same time, how long can GOG survive is going to be the next big question, because right now they're going to be walking into the crosshairs of WSF in case they grab the attention far away from the side of GOG. That is where it could be a blessing in disguise. But let's not forget, at the same time, it's going to be RTR also trying to make it inside the circle, and Karan has got his eyes set on them, and also to the other corner where Autobotz, Kinetic and Hydra are making it inside the circle. Which team is going to be taking all those finishes for themselves as evenly distributed? We have RTR on the top with 5 finishes for themselves.
GOG, they're so helpless at this point. What do they do? Where do they run? Where do they hide? So many questions. But again, getting those 2 finishes, I do not think it is going to be enough for them right now. They need to make it somehow into the top 5 as Esports Walla WSF pull off something really great. Want to get that knock? Indeed they do.
At the same time, can you see the location of GOG? MJ coming in so close to the side of WSF. That one movement coming in from his side could be the key movement for the side of GOG. But let's see whether that's going to be the case as Doddy is trying to push in towards the side of Nick OP and try to take him out, as the crosshairs of Karan is still going to find the players of RTR at this point of time. How much more can they survive as Kinetic is also trying to push in as Yonex is going to be coming in the crosshairs, makes a mistake trying to be in the open. Bajwa is going to rain fire against him and eventually get that finish.
Oh, Onyx, I was just wondering if he could get away with this, but eventually was just punished. Autobotz making the move. They have all risen, and now they want to get something out of Team Kinetic. Two of their players getting knocked out. KU going up for the revive as Honey from above is dishing out so much damage. Somehow GOG have managed to enter inside a good spot, but now this is where Honey comes in, steps down below, gets yet another knock with his arm as Bullet falls down. It all comes down to MJ. How does he respond? But seems like he wants to hide.
Yeah, I mean, eventually MJ is pretty strong at that, right? Try to hide it and play it out. His health is pretty low as well, as WSF Honey kind of had a vague idea as to where this player is going to be cooking up a grenade. This is going to be obvious for him to stay as he sits on the buggy as the molly comes in. This grenade is going to be more than enough to say goodbye for the side of GOG. I don't know, 7th position with 2 finishes was the least expected thing from them.
I mean, that's all they could bargain for at this situation, but right now Kinetic do have that little bit of an edge, little bit of a high ground, but once the smoke dissipates, they're out going to be all in the open as God, the one lonesome survivor out there, he is getting dished with all that damage coming in, but despite all odds, still manages to get the better of Mr. IGL as Orva remains the final player alive, but no, it is hell from above that will put them out of the server.
No, at the same time, it's going to be Esports, well, as you said, having the best bot in the house. 9 finishes for themselves, all 4 men standing. I would say 1 man is down on his knees, but eventually he's going to be picked up, right? So even in case he gets taken down, they still have man advantage. They have the height advantage as well, as in the bottoms we can see that it's going to be Enigma coming in from the other corner every single time in the map of Miramar. How can Enigma survives, make sure they come into the final circle and try to fight it out?
You know, still on the prowl for the chicken dinner though. But now Enigma survived with 2 of their players. But again, I really like this little bit of a change from their side. You know, they're focusing a little bit more on survival. They haven't really been engaging in those careless fights. But now it's all about being consistent, which they have achieved. A top 3 as now the grenades come in as Bajwa getting tackled by Eggy, who somehow comes out on top.
Now, at the same time, this could be the beginning of the end for the side of WSF as Enigma Rex is trying to get in. If this dinosaur strikes, we all know how strong it can be. But at the same time, will the opponents try to make this person extend and allow the side of ABZs to also come into the fray? Look at the shift coming in from the side of WSF. They had the high ground advantage. They let go of it at this point of time, and they're paying a very, very hefty price.
Little too greedy, being punished for that. But Autobotz, what an amazing game, right? Ever since they've come in, they know that the swords are hanging over their heads. They have put their hearts into it, right? Always focusing on the center. Still have one of their players alive. But Team Enigma, could this be the first chicken dinner? Finally, after so long, can we get it? Because look at Eggy does spot that MG3, and we know the amount of damage this weapon can dish.
Absolutely, but at the same time, there is one curse which comes in for the teams which holds the high ground. The circle is going to eventually shift away from them, and when they drop in from the top, they don't have the crosshairs set to a certain specific location. But still, MG3 we all know is a very important gun, is a very highly, damage dishing gun. Can they make it to the best use as the circle at this point of time is going to be forming in, and WSF, hopefully, they have the enough number of medkits to go in for a heal battle.
Oh. There's that stark possibility of that happening also. But a little bit of an eerie silence. Everyone sort of trying to respect the circle. But where has it shifted?
Away.
Right into the jaws of Esports Wala WSF. And this is where Tango has got to make his best moves, right? Along with Honey. A little bit of a sugar and spice. Maybe Esports Wala WSF can come out as the victors.
I mean, you would water lemonade with a little bit of a honey, right? It's going to be Tango coming in. Let's see whether it's going to be making it count for the team. As I said, the curse still continues for the team trying to hold the upper ground. As, WSF thought a little different. They're going to be blessed with this, right? At the same time, let's not forget, they're trying to put up some smokes over here, which Enigma can actually dominate on. The smoke screen can be something against them. As Hell at this point of time, trying to punch in the air to make sure his footsteps is not given away. Gets a bit more closer to both of these teams. And eventually, if L sees one player on the top and gets that knock, again WSF will be on the winning end.
A 2v1 situation is all we have, and Hell could be the one up for mischief as Tango does lob that grenade, does not get anything out of it, but still he's not going to give up. He's going to be persuasive in that particular situation. But Eggy, ever so patient, but he needs to move 10 meters inside the circle. All they are looking out for is that perfect one opener, and we're still yet to receive that.
Absolutely, as hell is trying to come in closer. It's going to be Honey puts him to an end as both the teams try to retaliate against him. But eventually, Eggy took that chance, came down, strike against Honey, and he's going to be pushing in. But eventually, retaliation comes in as, oh my goodness, Rex from the top does the impossible. And for the first time ever in this game, Enigma is going to be so happy with the first ever winner chicken dinner. Least expected time, the curse has been rewritten.
Oh yes, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into the post-match segment powered by Loco, Team Enigma Gaming, against all odds, finally breathe a sigh of relief. There you can see the smiling faces coming out. But what a game has it been for Esports Wala WSF as well. 23 points from this one particular game. Team Enigma also breaking that curse. But Autobotz again being so consistent. And what a much needed game even for Retribution RTR.
Absolutely. I mean, this is where I would like to go to the overall points table again and check out what things have happened, because 4 points for GOG, 5 points for UP50, 5 points for R Esports, Kinetic 9 points, Retribution with 11, and Autobotz, they're pretty much on the safe side with 17 points for themselves. But WSF, as you said, now has again taken the bar a little more higher for the teams in the bottom to actually run them out.
Oh yeah, of course, and especially with still one more game remaining to play, I'm so excited to see what's gonna come out of them. And majority of the first part of the game was all about that UP50 versus Soul 7C intervening in that particular fight. But how did it end out? None of those teams did live for long. But UP50, I mean, well, they're finally just shooting in the dark. If it hits, it hits. But now let's take a look at who the iQOO MVP is gonna be, and it is going to be nobody else than Autobotz, Mr. IGL.
Oh, they're going to be so happy, right? Because they're getting finishes today. They're getting themselves some winner chicken dinner as well. So they're going to be very, very happy about it. WSF on the other side have done most of the damage. And also Sarkar coming in from the side of UP50. That's a sigh of relief. So eventually, when one of the players of UP50 starts to outcome like this in the MVP board, it's going to be easy for them to concentrate on those finish points as well. But Eggy, oh my goodness, what happened at the end? Enigma, I really thought WSF had that game, but that, again, the smokes which was not required for the side of WSF, as I said, Enigma took advantage of it.
I think they wanted to do that to deal against Autobotz, but either way, they kind of dug their own graves doing that, ladies and gentlemen. As we take a look at the match summary, well, the healings were clearly not there. Not a lot of teams did get, enough chance to loot, but what really comes out on top of it is the 3 airdrops having been looted, out of which 2 we did get to see in action, and AUG, another one of those MG3s. But anything else that really catches your eye over here?
Nothing much. 319 distance finish, something which is kind of normal in the map of Miramar, giving the terrain it's designed in. But at the same time, let's not forget to look at the FD graph, as it's going to be so different. WSF is going to be the only team dishing a lot of damage, kind of getting half paid for all the hard work they did with just 11 finishes. But at the same time, Autobotz is also having the same kind of fate, as they get 7 for the 1563 damage they have done. But for me, the clever ones obviously are going to be coming in from the side of Enigma Gaming, because look at that, 1000 damage for 7 finishes, a good one.
Well, I mean, the lobby assassinators, I might call them, right? Nobody saw them coming. They were ninjas in hiding. And, well, Esports Wala WSF, maybe just kicking themselves in the feet, thinking, why did we let go of that higher ground? Had they had one of their players on the high one on the lower? But I think it's all time, right, ladies and gentlemen? The moment has come. The overall standings, as we see, take a look at the top half. I mean, the upper echelon is going to be pretty much fixed over there. No changes so far till the top 8. But what happens right after? Well, you're going to be shocked.
Oh yes, and not only that, let's not forget 10 points away from 500 marker is where OR is standing. We have to give credits for all the hard work they have done so far, but ultimately, as you said, from the 16th position, our eyes are going to start, looking out for the small numbers, the difference. There was just 1 point difference from 14-15, and then 1 point difference from 15-16, another 1 point difference from 16-17 until now, right? So how many points difference have they raked up, as INS is going to have 224, Blind Esports with 228, Kinetic, oh my goodness, the way they're equipped up today. They have come up to the 14th position with 230 points for themselves, and Autobot again shooting off to 240 points.
What a climb has it been for these two teams, and cannot really rule out FS, the way they played, the clutch of their life, just wiping, annihilating the entire horde of INS pushing at their direction as we head into the territories which are under heavy danger. Of course, Retribution RTR finding some respite over in this game, do climb up, and Esports Wala, well, the distance, the margin sort of starts diminishing.
At the same time, GOG have got one last game today to make sure they hit the 200 marker, and that's very, very important for them, because we all know, right, it's easy for you to put up 40 points in a day, but rather it's going to be hard for you to put 80 points in a day, because eventually you'll have to do wonders in 3 different maps. So I just hope that this team, which is capable, they've proved to us today that it is capable for them to actually get another 20-pointer for themselves. I hope they do so. But again, the final moments of this game was so beautiful. As I said, WSF, unnecessary use of those smokes. The smoke screens became a big diversion for them, and I really love the way, one thing which Rex did, right? As soon as the fight took off between the side of WSF and the Autobots, he eventually jumped down, took advantage of it and struck properly, whereas the other person far away, all he had to do was drop down and take advantage of it. Wow, just wow from the side of Enigma.
What a wonderful game was, and wow is the right word to describe. Same goes for this phone that is already out, ladies and gentlemen. I'm talking about the iQOO Neo 6. Now we're going to be transitioning into a video where we teach you how to slay the dragon.
Watch it, earn it.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you have Loco for yourself, because that is where the perfect mantra for a gamer is going on, right? You have to play, you have to stream, and again, you have to repeat all those things with a little bit of a sleep. But yeah, and it's also important for you to download this app and get in over there, because most of the streamers, all the BGMI players are actually streaming their perspective of the game as well. You would want to catch that out, and let's not forget that you need to have the best of the devices as well. You have iQOO Neo 6 for the perfect grind with cooling, charging faster, everything required in the game of BGMI. We're going to be coming back to you fixes at this point of time to discuss more about the game.
Yeah.
The initial fight which took place, do you think it was way too elongated, an unnecessary fight for most of these teams due to which nobody made it inside the circle?
Well, unnecessary, no, because, UP50 needed that fight, needed that little bit of a boost, right? And I think we're going to talk more about it as the highlights do come up.
Yeah.
But yeah, of course, 7 Seed really trying to capitalize in this one thing that needs to be brought up, right? UP50 did not have enough time to loot, right? They were pretty much out of meds. They had nothing. They finally managed to find some vehicles, but that was all about it. The moment they tried to get inside the circle, they could not really do much. As Soul, one after the other, they just get picked off, and 7C wanted to capitalize, but eventually we know what fate awaited them.
Absolutely, and Sarkar on the other side, he was just not done. He wanted more and more and more, but eventually Mr. IGL turned out to be an amazing player with the clutch coming in against the side of... I would say that, RE could have done much better, but again, FS on the other side, this one clutch coming in from the side of Hitman, wow, and what a time to do it.
And more than that, I think that was one of the beautiful fights, but this was my favorite of the lot, right? Global Esports Mania. I mean, he did manage to whiff out a few shots, but still was the MVP. Gave that exact 2 openings that they needed. And Team EXO kind of seemed a little lost in this particular fight, right? Especially the way Craniax just played it out, proning down, spraying, making sure just wipes the entire squad over there. But Autobotz, despite all odds, they were focusing so much around the center of the circle. Did this time play from the little edges because the circle kind of shifted, took a hard shift towards Esports Wala WSF. Now this is where we did get to see Autobotz and Kinetic fighting it out of which GOG was really out of options, had to just push in. Eventually, Esports Wala WSF, they came out swinging.
At the same time, GOG, I think they, they played it really safe over there. If they were a little bit of an aggressor, taking the fight towards the face of Honey, things would have been much more different for them, right? Because there was no fire coming in from the top, but Enigma did the right thing, they struck in when the time was right, and then eventually, this was the moment where he jumps down, Eggy comes in a bit more closer with the deadliest of the gun to have in the hand, does the damage, and also Tango on the other side who's busy retaliating. Eventually, Rex jumps down. Look at that crosshair placement, lovely. This is what I was saying, right? Every single time you jump from the top, you need to have that crosshairs exactly to that enemy. None of them till now could do it. Not even from the side of Team Soul, not even from the side of BB could do it. But eventually, Enigma proved that that is the reason why they are in the top without any winner chicken dinner, apart from this one which they got.
I really like the crossfire that was set up, right? Eggy sort of becoming the punching bag over there. Of course, that smoke played such a pivotal role, right? In denying Esports Wala WSF that chicken. But Eggy making sure that he was the punching bag, taking all the shots, while Rex realized that this is the time that I need to take a jump. Takes that huge plunge, a leap of faith, and make sure. It's of course, this is where the other 2 players of Esports Wala WSF, one of them being knocked out, were out of options. We're kind of shocked with what was happening. Did not expect that, and eventually got taken down, and that is how the cookie crumbled. But more than that, right? What a game for all those teams down in the bottom, right? Retribution, RTR, Autobotz, Kinetic, everyone just picking up the pace along with Esports Wala WSF. Now this was the chicken dinner that was written in Esports Wala WSF all over it, but kind of threw it, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And at the same time, if you had stuck to the corner of that place where, they wouldn't have come into anybody's crosshairs, would have been a better option for them. But at the same time, that greed of getting another finish for themselves, they had to pay a very hefty price for it. But at the same time, if the teams in the bottom, the way they're playing now, if they'd done it from the last week, at least from the final 2 days, things would have been so much different, right? The teams on the top or in the middle bracket would have been so serious about this game. More intensity would have formed in. I do understand right now our hands and our legs are kind of frozen, but still, it would have been much more better for the teams in the middle bracket.
I think, considering still that we do have 3 more days remaining, if they can keep their head straight, focus on what's important, anything is possible. A miracle is possible. But for UP50, man, I mean, it was good what they did initially in the start, how they followed it all up, but clearly being out of meds, clearly being out of options, because it was just not a 7C that did come to intervene there. It was, again, Global Esports, even from the far away, were trying to cause trouble for them. Now, Global Esports had their tensions redirected at Hyderabad Hydras later on, which I really felt, HH kind of messed it up a little bit, because the way they were kind of clustered, they were kind of being engulfed from every single direction, especially Mania making those big boy moves out there, sort of became the reason why HH were out of the lobby.
Now, at the same time, Mania's location was already given away from before, but I still don't understand how HH did not look towards him and try to retaliate, or probably have one person concentrate on him. If he had got taken down, we all know GE could have been a little more vulnerable at that point of time.
They certainly could have, but one final game remains, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be transitioning to the pre-match segment powered by Loco, where Arca is going to be calling it a night as a lot of teams are experimenting, and we will have the experiment with us as he's settling down. We're finally done with all the games of Group C, XP, and now it's just for A and B. But my first question does come down. How do you think the teams from Group C have played so far?
Well, I mean, let's talk about the elephant in the room, and that, of course, is UB50, as you guys were talking about earlier. Day 1 in week 3 has really not been their best so far, but again, Is it too late for them? Well, we are going to have to wait and find out. But again, as far as Group C is concerned on a whole, they've had a good day. A couple of teams making a little bit of an impact today. But again, 3 more days, I'm still saying this. Anything can still happen if they come out swinging.
But what about that attack on Fort Knox, right? Especially you head over to Picardo, right at the hearts where Team Soul love to, and you still pick up a fight and somehow come out as winners?
I mean, that is what you need, that little momentum. You need that little confidence in yourselves, and that is exactly what happens. And that is what this tournament does. Yes. It promotes confidence because, again, the spotlight is going to be on you. So a massive shout out to BGMI Crofton once again. And this bad boy in my hand, I'm talking about iQOO and Loco, which means for another time, we're going to see how to slay a dragon. That, of course, is the iQOO Neo 6. 90 FPS in BGMI means that you're going to have a clear advantage over everyone else. And, well, that is something that does help every now and again. But remember, it is going to be sold exclusively on Amazon. So if you guys want to grab yourselves one, well, what are you waiting for, as our other partners would say? But again, Fixus, boy, oh boy, last game, Enigma Gaming finally getting that elusive chicken dinner, which has been so close, yet so far away.
I mean, the curse has finally been lifted, right? Especially, we were kind of witnessing, or rather hoping that, teams start to play a little bit more serious, because it's the final week before you head into the finals, right? And now we've got a few subshoots coming out, as Bed Baba from Walkouts is going to be sitting it away, and I think it's going to be Kirito from the anime world makes his way in.
Well, I wonder if it is going to be in their luck for having Kirito in, because you guys are definitely going to be in some luck. All you have to do is, well, check the link in the description down below, fill out a form, make sure you predict which team is going to come out on top at the end of the day as far as points is concerned, and of course, spam your love. Put your hashtags and, well, just flood the chats right now, because you might walk away with some cool BGMI merch.
I think today is going to be the hardest day of it all to predict really who comes
Too
out
many
on
ups
top.
and downs.
So many ups and downs, and especially when you sort of imagine that it could be just Team Soul, the next game they get eliminated pretty early on.
I mean, that's the beauty of this game at this stage right now, because like we said, week 3 is going to be the most important week for all these teams to just come out lashing. And, well, it looks like before we head into all the death and destruction and carnage that is going to follow, let's just appreciate the map of Erangel. Now, of course, if you aren't aware of where we are right now, this is north of the shelter, that massive monument, that massive museum to all the accolades in the past as far as BGMI is concerned. Of course, the C-130 is going to be there right in the middle. But I do like that, you have all these pictures around, and, well, it is quite an inspiring place to be at. Now, of course, as we have a look at other places, this is somewhere I do want to see the action coming in, because, again, as we mentioned, the North hasn't really been that popular in this game so far. And, well, we did kind of see something different in the form of a fight taking place around the shooting range and all those hills. But boy, oh boy, I love having a look at the remnants from a past war, as we have all these howitzers still lined up. And, one thought does really cross my mind. I wonder if they're still operational. I wonder if someone's actually tried to go in and let them loose. But once again, because we have the minimap on our screens for display at all times, GOG are going to be playing this game, and once again, the entire team is going to be on the main island already. It looks like they are eager to step in the action, and I wonder if they can do what they did in Game 1. Now, they did just shy away from that chicken dinner. They did end up in 3rd position, but thanks to the fact that they had 15 finishes, oh boy, they were pretty much neck to neck as far as global esports were concerned. But now, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time on day 1 in week 3, the Big Bird is going to take to the skies, as this time around we have a little bit of a switcheroo. If you have a look down below, you might just see the shooting range coming up, because we are going to be heading in the northeastern direction, which means Rozhok is going to be pretty much under the flight path, as are the places of prison. And, well, things are finally going to end up at the Milta power plant.
Of course. Now, this is where we would love to see a Southern Circle break out, right? As military-based circle, what an end to the evening would it be? Now, it's team groups A and B battling it out, right? A lot of teams have really stepped up. GOG, I think they've kind of buried all the grievances of the past and getting over things. They've been playing pretty well. But in the game of Miramar, they were out of options.
And again, it was similar to the previous Miramar that they had played as well, because even at that stage, you know, they were, like you said, out of options, right? Because yes, they did get one of those squad wipes early on, but Enigma were a thorn in their side at that time. So again, they have to make sure that they don't find themselves in that similar predicament once again. But now, the question, buddy, is going to be, where is that circle going to form? Because I want some drama. I want something down south, and I hope the entirety of the Sosnovka military base is going to be in play, because boy, oh boy, that's going to throw a wrench in all their gameplays. But, hey, I'm happy. Zarki.
Finally.
Finally.
And Team MG has dropped over there. Now, if they make some early movements around the northern side, maybe around the shooting range areas, or maybe the little hill just behind the S of shooting range, maybe this could be the game that they were searching out for. Now, we've talked so much about all these teams, right? But we've missed out on one XP, and that has to be Team Walkouts, right? To be honest, have they given reason enough for us to talk about them?
Well, listen, I mean, they were in a decent position at the start of this week. However, today they seem to have been walking away rather from their own game plans. And let's see if they do something different, because again, they aren't too many points away from making it back into the top 16. And if you have a look at how they have done in Wrangle, 14th position finish for them, 122 points is nothing to scoff about. But again, you know, the pressure is going to be mounting on them. And speaking of pressure, one team that isn't going to be feeling any are the boys from Hydra Official.
Yeah, but haven't really seen a lot out of Team Hydra today as well, right? Especially how good they were in week number 2, figuring out how to crack the code of the circle. This time, wanted to maybe go a little aggressive, engage in a few more fights, but that hasn't been visible from their side. Somehow, global esports have always been a cause for their demise, and could be today as well. But right now, considering how the circle has really panned out, there's so many teams. There's so many teams on the eastern side. So do you really think that we're going to have some fights breaking out in the early phases of the games?
See, here's what I believe is going to happen. We might this time see a lot more drive-bys happening, and, you know, people just stopping their vehicles, alighting from them and shooting, because I do believe a lot of these teams are going to try and go north of that fjord, just north of Yasnaya, because, again, you know, Severny is going to be open. You have a lot of hilly terrains, and the best thing is, it is so hilly that sometimes it can get a bit difficult for teams to basically lock down on you and, you know, shoot as you drive past, as compared to, say, if you're coming in near the school or if you're coming in through Zrazog, because, again, so many buildings means that, well, you have a lot of angles to look out for. But again, OR Esports, they haven't really been doing what they do best today, but again, do they really need to worry about anything?
I mean, no. but to be honest, right, this is not good signs, especially when you're sort of heading into the grand finals and you finally start to figure out, yes, the teams have finally managed to pick up what you're doing, right? Completely read you like an open book. We've seen OR getting caught off in various situations, various fights, and that is something that they really need to watch out for. But this is where, you know, history has been a testament of the fact that the circle has, on various occasions, taken a shift down north. So there is a slight possibility that we might get to see circles happening around maybe the Ruins area again.
Or maybe, since it is OR Esports, one of the bigger organizations in the BMPS right now, maybe they still have a few players that even we don't know about, because they're going to keep that under wraps, because whatever they have tried and tested, yes, definitely works out. But you got to keep one thing in mind.
Yeah.
When the grand finals do start, they might still do what they do best, but again, will any team actually lock horns with them, because everything is going to be on the line?
You didn't have to spill the beans, XP, because this was the exact conversation I was having with OR Esports. I mean, they were out for an interview yesterday, and, you know, I was having a chat with the boys, and I asked, you know, since you've been on top, pretty much the bounty on your heads, I think teams are going to be for figuring out how you rotate and everything, and that is when Jellies tells me, you know what fix is? There's still much to offer. We still have so many tricks up our sleeves. I'm so elated and so stoked up to see what they are going to be offering us in the final phases of the game.
See, again, you know, of course, as you did have a talk with them, that is what I did kind of feel. And, you know, just coming back to the same point, even if they do what they've tried and tested, right, the pressure is going to be so high on a lot of the players because, you know, they don't want to lose those crucial points early on, and maybe, just maybe, on the last day of the Grand Finals is when teams are going to be coming for their position. But for now, we did bring up gentlemen from Walkouts. Now, they have been pretty outstanding in week 2. However, like you mentioned, today wasn't the best of their days. Again, still a lot of days in hand, and, well, they still can make it nice and easy to the top 16. Now, Blind Esports. Looks like they are going to be in the blind side this time because normally they're the ones who catch teams off guard. However, they found themselves in pretty tight spots of late, and well, the circle is up on our screens. Do you see anything out of the ordinary?
You know, this is why I really want to talk about Team Blind. I'm starting to wonder, why are they keeping Rage benched when he was pretty much one of the best players, right? If you talk about the aggression that he puts on the table, he looks fearless every single time as he engages. Now, this is a point that we did discuss. You know, a lot of teams would be opting for those early rotations, but one thing really stands out is none of them want to go for the northern side of the map.
Well, again, it is the case right now, but looks like we might just have a few teams charging past Yasnaya because Enigma are going to be probably one of the first few who are going to think that, wait a second, you know, I mean, there's a massive landmass over there, which a lot of teams, like you mentioned, don't really traverse that often, and they might find themselves in a nice little spot, you know, up top a hill maybe, just waiting for the enemies to walk or rather drive their way. But as we have a look at Blind finally transitioning, INS over here, again at a place that they do like, anticipating that ACBC once again probably is going to come, you know, via that bridge, and they've been locking horns time in and time out. And they don't want to be on the receiving end this time around.
For Team INS, it's been a rather funny day, right? Just getting eliminated in mere seconds every single time they come in. Even in the last game, XP, FS, they were outnumbered. They were cornered to one position, and all 4 of their players just charge it from same direction, and suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the whole squad gets eliminated. Now, that was not the first time. Even in the previous Wrangle games, if you've seen it, it was a fight against Enigma and INS, where they also got wiped out in a jiffy.
You know, speaking of Team INS, it looks like they might be lying in wait for ACBC, but last time around they didn't really do anything because what they are going to try and do is basically loot every single thing that they can while they make their way into the circle, but chances are someone could be coming up from behind. Now, I'm pretty sure we might in fact just switch over to their POV because there you have it. Capron is going to be the first one, but this time Crazy Soul, even though he does lay down some lead in his direction, he isn't going to hit its mark, but it looks like he might be getting ready for something else to come over that bridge.
You know, we've seen this countless number of times, you know. INS just being the watchdogs over here, watching out for ACBC, but this time they're here to pick fights. Now Joker does spot out Evil Sky, does manage to land a couple of sprays, but nothing really connects.
Nothing connects, but this is also going to be opening them up to a little bit of a backstab because now Team INS are going to be between 2 members of ACBC at one end and 2 members of ACBC at the other, which means, well, the Predators might in fact become the prey as the circle is going to implode on itself, and looks like Olympus is still going to be the epicenter for all the action to come.
Esports Walla WSF, they're making quick work of it, and we've also seen them in the past, right? They kind of take the Everest area, but at the same time, they get spotted and they get pushed off from so many multiple directions that at times it feels like that was a bad move to make. But look at Team Autobotz, always outside the circle, even after the second zone, and then suddenly they wait for that hard shift and contest for the center.
They do indeed, and as usual, you are going to expect them to be coming along the Western Highway, and you know, I don't blame them because they aren't going to have any opposition right up until they get deep into the city of Georgia Fall. And well, speaking of Georgia Fall, looks like Initiative Academy do see some movement in the distance as they are going to take a few shots off towards Walkout's direction. Now, ooh, this is interesting. Alrighty, Blazy has the M24 in its hands. He does have an 8-time scope, and wait a second, maybe had he looked a bit longer, he could have spotted someone in the distance, as I do believe Loki has an idea that someone could be lurking in that Wizard Tower, as an MG3 is going to fall from the heavens above.
Is it the first time that Loki's in, I think Blazy's gone for a bolt action? Because I have never Never even seen him try to do something like that. But I think it's the confidence that speaks out. But Initiative Academy do need to understand the circumstances that they are in, right? This is dire times. They have to find a game. They have to find a chicken dinner. And so far, hasn't really been a game, or hasn't really been a day that they could be really proud of today.
Well, that is, of course, something we are going to have to see if they can do something later on. But something interesting is happening. Now, we did kind of expect the Autobotz to head over from the west. And, of course, as expected, Enigma Gaming, they went all the way north of Yasnaya, went south of Severny, somewhere around the shooting range. And let me tell you something, buddy. They are now in the city of North Georgiapol. But for now, ACBC, they do see another team go by, but it's not INS. It's the boys from Big Brother Esports. Again, 11 minutes on the clock right now. Shots are going to be fired, but nobody has hit the ground on their bloody knees yet.
Considering how the games of Sanhok, how the games of the previous game of Miramar went by, I really thought that we might get to see some early action. The final game of the evening, but the moment of truth over here is pretty much in front of us, a little bit towards the southern side. We might expect the circle going to where maybe the players of Blind are stationed, right? We have seen on numerous occasions. Now this is where I love what players of Global Esports are doing, but I hear gunshots, and I think it is ACBC going up against the Autobotz.
Well, ACBC up against ABZ, quite a mouthful when you have to say that all together, but again, they're just going to make sure that the enemy is kept at bay. But again, the most surprising maneuver for me thus far has been Enigma Gaming. They've cemented their position north of Georgiapol, and well, they still have that massive bridge to come down on.
But, you know, if we could have had the map feed, right? If we could have the map feed in front of our screens, maybe we could have shown something. But right now, Rain at this point spots out that Jelly was in the fray, but did take some damage from the back lines and now has to run for cover.
In fact, I do believe it was possibly the members from BB who were shooting at his position, but now the circle, oh boy, this is where it's all going to be. I like this. I like this. We have a lot of bridges in play. We still have Everest in play. We still have the north of the city of Georgiapol in play, which means, again, Enigma, they're going to be coming along that coastline and, well, cementing their position in one of those high buildings over there. But Global Esports, they're, in fact, going to be heading a bit towards the periphery. Now, two of the members, Ronnie and I do believe AJ, are north of the river already, right? So they are going to have a nice fortified position. And speaking of fortified positions, although this is not going to be any concrete around him, he does have the higher ground, as Duty does see a lot of movement down below, and looks like Dreams once again might be the first person to be knocked down, but this time that M4 ran out of bullets.
Look at the splash of colors from down south, right? So many teams stationed, and everyone needs to find a concrete cover. As finally, OR seems to have stepped up, and Jelly gets the first blood inside the game. And it is already 13 minutes, and well, we've been sticking to times, but Mr. Spray getting the better out of Haxer, having entire coverage from up top. This grenade is certainly going to land.
And in fact, it was cooked a bit too much, which means Evil Sky is still going to be on his feet right now as the second grenade is going to go in. Is it going to connect in the nick of time? Yes, it does, and he's going to get a double knock as Haxer and Evil Sky are going to be brought down. But this is problematic. They have no idea where the shots are coming from. Of course, now his position is given away, which means the rest of the Cuba and the boys are going to be moving. But how about Capron making sure he's going to thwart that attack, as Mr. Spray is going to be on fire, as Capron knows the enemy is right in front of him, as Rain is going to go in from the side and, well, finish off the remnants of WO. Now, the problem for WO here, buddy, is that they have a man up on the tower. However, oh boy, it's going to be a bit difficult coming down.
Indeed, especially when he's started laning so much lead down below. And I'm starting to get scared for him because it's Autobots coming from the backlines. If they take over the water tanker area, then maybe Uproar might find themselves in a little bit of trouble as Big Brothers. They made a dash for the containers. Now, we haven't really seen quite often that this is where the circle forms, and this is what I was talking about.
Well, it's not going to be ACBC, but BB Scream, who's going to be laying down lead in his direction. And again, now he is in a tricky and precarious situation because he does have to lay down low. But if he gets up, chances are Scream is going to be sending a barrage of bullets his way. And again, coming down from the tower at this position is going to be a bit problematic. Elsewhere, I do believe Global Esports might just be laying down shots on RTR. In fact, we might see a little bit of action breaking up because INS, buddy, well, he does make it. He does make it. He loses some HP, but he made sure he patched himself up. And oh my goodness, that is going to be the save of this day. He doesn't even have a pixel of HP, but from the distance, it is going to be Enigma's Avi, who is going to be playing a little bit of spoil sport. Well, that little victory, that mini victory is definitely short-lived.
Of course, indeed it was. And a friend for life. He was a keeper there, but they go out pretty early, and Walkouts doesn't really seem to go their way. They need to go back to the drawing boards and pick themselves up.
Mind you, those shots came north of the river. Have a look at where Avi's position again. The fact that he was high up in those buildings.
Yep.
I do believe that team thought that, wait a second, we've got a back secure, but from the distance, it is going to be problematic. And what is going to be problematic is for all the teams from the south to make it into the circle. Now, Esports are going to be one of the last few, as Shane doesn't empty an entire magazine in Initiative Academy's direction. However, for now, they are going to be in a safe spot. INS, on the other hand, well, they are going to have a little bit of a problem because more teams are coming in, but looks like Mr. IGL from the Autobotz is going to make quick work of Hellgod and, well, send him back to the depths of hell.
I really feel this is the game that Team MG were looking out for, right? Get a chicken dinner yet again, finish the day on a good note because they have the perfect spread throughout the lobby. No one on their backlines. It could be Nigma, Galaxy, Retribution, RTR, maybe fighting it out. But if the circle takes a little bit down, shout shift, it could be again Team Enigma's game to win.
Well, it could be. What is interesting is, however, we did see that, Esports, while we're atop the mountain, I'm going to hold on to my thought right now because looks like Palkillo is going to be raining down a little bit of shrapnel in Global Esports' direction. However, they are a bit too spread out to be taking any damage, but it looks like his teammate, well, it's not his teammate, it's going to be Nigma Galaxy coming in from the other hand, who is going to be bringing down Manya early on as Blazy is going to be picking a fight. Ooh. Don with the interesting weapon over there, the VSS, Silent Death, as I love calling it, as Wixie does spot somebody else coming in. He might just think it's a teammate, but no, it's going to be RTR. We're going to be coming in, and Manya is going to be, well, finished, but before Chonu could put him in the ground, well, they can have a nice little chat now.
But Global Esports, they're in a whole world of trouble, right? Especially two of the players being taken down, and Blazy finally stepping up the guns. What can this man yield? He has mastery over every single weapon, as from the backline Initiative Academy getting so much of the work done.
Well, they are getting work done. Of course, GOG are going to be helping them out as well as outside the play zone. If you notice one thing, Honey was lost. I'm going to come back to that later as Shane was run over by Curran in his vehicle. And let me tell you one thing, we thought Esports Walla are going to have a hard time. They took the westernmost bridge that leads to the northern city, just to paint a picture, as that grenade, if it bounces over the rocks, it is going to be good, and there you have it. Duty is going to be, well, lying in a bit of duty himself as Craniax is taken down as well. Chonu low on his HP. Is he patching himself up? Yes, he is, as Coops now is going to try and make sure he has a little bit of a grenade. He does throw it out, and looks like Ghosty is going to get the better of AJ on the other hand, and MJ is going to hop, skip, and jump his way out of harm.
Bobbing and weaving and still surviving. GOG. Still 40 teams alive, though a long way to go for them. But now they want to fight it against Team Blind. Right now, look at Shadow. He could be that differentiating factor. But at this point, GOG do have the higher ground. So perfect time to pick up fight. All they need to watch out is for the backlines, which seems to be clear.
They do seem to be clear for now. However, Shadow, he is literally lurking in the shadows right now as Curran is going to be taken down by iQOO from IE. There you have it. Gets a little spot. Wait a second. Where was he shooting? Of course, that smoke just obscuring his vision a little bit, but now grenades are going to be rained down on his position. And, well, the blue zone coming in from behind isn't going to be helpful as well. There you have it. One big boom, and leader OP is going to open things up. And now he's going to go in for the molly, making sure that his prey is burned to a crisp and it's going to be nice and charred. But the thing is, GOG, they are going to have to back off just a little bit, because if they let Blind take that little hill up top, well, it could be a different story altogether.
The circle has already shifted away from them, but seems like they want to get the fight, getting that second pick. They want to go in for the push, and Leader, he's been such a pivotal player for his team, but looks like he wants to get inside the circle, and this is where RTR are holding to the centers. All these teams are going to be making a dash, and there you go.
Now, keep in mind, have a look at the position over there, right? Now, we did just bring it up that they were in a precarious situation. I'm talking about Blind Esports over here, from the north, about almost 300 meters away. It was Nigma Galaxy who got the knock, and well, they couldn't really come over here, which means, well, GOG, they can make it to safety. Now, leader OP is going to be all by his lonesome, and Blaze, he does have that big bad gun in his hands. Question is, can he pull off something over here and showcase his sniping prowess? But for now, I guess the main thing is how to cross that road, and looks like luckily they are going to be going in towards leader's position. But they've got to be careful here, Fixers. If they just come over the summit, well, everyone can see them.
Hydra has been a sacrificial lamb over there, letting his teammates pass, making sure they landed safely. But elsewhere, Esports Wala and Team MG, they are in a little bit of a tango out there, getting those knocks, opening the fights up. It is going to be so spicy and heated up as the final fights are going to start beginning, as Paukilo trying to squander around the area.
Have a look at your mini-map, though, because Team MG are now going to be caught between, well, a giant rock on one side and another bigger rock on the other, as they do have a few teams on either side. But meanwhile, Blind Shadow is going to get the better of Coops. We thought it was going to go the other way. However, he does manage to pull up his off, and right now Fox is going to go right up against the enemy in the form of, well, Dynamite is going to be taken down by the look of things, and things aren't really looking good. It was Powered By Loco from Hydra officials who was taken down, which means now their numbers are going to dwindle to just one man standing. I do believe the revive, however, might come in, but it isn't going to come in for the member of Team Blind. As Zadi's taken down, and now, well, another one is going to bite the dust from above. It is going to be Shadow, still alive, still kicking. In fact, boy, oh boy, he's going to make sure he wipes out the entire team of Retribution RTR. However, he doesn't have enough meds.
He certainly doesn't. Just 9 bandages to work around with, and look at where he's stationed, right at the epicenter of the circle. Now this is where GOG need to start making moves, but look at Toasty just pushing in, but in the crossfires built up by Nigma Galaxy would be enough to put a stop at his way. As Ronnie, look at how he's surviving. How on earth XP is still breathing?
Well, looks like he does have the gods overlooking him right now, as the Fox is finally going to fall down to his knees. His hunting season is on, and now Enigma, your winners of the last game, are going to be giving everything they have in the direction of Hydra official. Toss grenade over there, all 4 members still alive, 6 finishes to their names, and now they are vying for a few more. Mr. IGL from Autobotz, on the other hand, is still going to be standing outside. Looks like finally the play zone is going to catch up, and Jackson, oh boy, he has no idea where the shots are coming from, as they only have this buggy for cover, as MJ is going to be doing something, but Avi comes in and, well, seals the deal with a massive grenade of his own. 8 finishes for the boys from Enigma game.
Team Enigma are on a whole different high right now, but leader, considering the form that he has been, he looks nigh unstoppable at this point. But now Team Enigma look to recuperate. The 6 circles already starting to cook in, but now GOG, they have the blessings of the circle. They have all 4 of their players alive. Could this be the game that GOG have been waiting for so long, XP?
Oh, for another couple of shots in Enigma's direction, and Rex could have fallen, but looks like he does have a little bit of respite, but looks like Dreams is going to be reliving his nightmare. Now, let me tell you one thing. Enigma Galaxy are in a good position. However, they are too far open, and this is where grenades could be coming their way. And speaking of grenades, Enigma Galaxy's Max is finally going to send Blind Shadow packing. And with that, we have 5 teams and 14 players still vying for that chicken dinner. But Ronnie, oh my goodness, he is not just a snake. He is a predator, because he did throw a grenade. And I wonder if Avi has any idea that someone is lurking in a bush behind him now. As soon as this dissipates, Eggy did have a little bit of an inkling. Wait a second. Someone could be here, but I think he might have an idea.
Has he spotted him though? Has he spotted? One with the nature completely. Rex cannot be so blindsided. Ronnie, he's just waiting. But look at the people coming in from his backlines. Nobody seems to have appeared. But Ronnie, he's got to play the clutch of his life.
He does indeed. He is going to be biding his time, but what I'm worried about is there is someone to the right, as Enigma Gaming are going to be basically just focusing all their fire on members of Enigma Galaxy. They know there's someone behind that car, and any second now it could go boom. It does, however, it is thrown just a bit too far away. Now, Enigma Gaming, although they've finally been spotted, and wait a second, Ronnie, you couldn't really do that because they had an idea. Wait a second, someone is going to be behind us, and now Eggy is going to make sure that Global Esports are sent packing. 4 teams remaining, ladies and gentlemen, 12 players still alive, and Initiative Academy, all they have to do right now is hold down the fort and get all those position points.
Such a big game for Initiative Academy, you know, DG making it to the top 4, but GOG, they need to seal this, they need to win this, as Enigma almost on the precipice of pulling off a back-to-back. over here as Nigma Galaxy do have Max indeed. And I think he's replaced Apollo, and I think there have been few changes and it's sort of working out right now.
Well, they are working out, but now Enigma good and racking up all those finishes, but from behind it's going to be Leader OP who comes in and brings down Alvi, and of course he is going to be bringing down Rescue now. Bullet can't live up to his name. Is he really overpowered? But he gets taken down. MJ going on a bit of a back foot right now. One good grenade could spell trouble as he does get shot from the other end. But now the Wakel is going to come in. Boom! He's going to be driven over as Evo is still going to make sure that he's the last man standing. But is he going to go out and style? And wait a second, this was just a bit too cray because from behind, let me say one thing. I do believe Blazy also got a last-second finish, but Nigma Galaxy, oh my goodness, coming down to the last man, making sure they had that aggression come in from the other side, and well, are going to make sure GOG and Enigma both pay the heavy price. Let me just tell you one thing, as we are going to be heading into the post-match segment powered by Loco, well, have a look at that. It is going to be Nigma Galaxy who, well, did get that chicken dinner. They're going to be in the third position, but what a game from Enigma. 14 finish points to their name. Wow.
I mean, back-to-back consistent plays, but look at the cojones on GOG, right? Especially Leader in those final moments. Just charges in like a madman, and they were not expecting. And the next moment is they get picked off, and suddenly, you know, when two cats are fighting, the dog comes up and takes the food away and runs.
I'm thinking, if I just quickly talk about Enigma Galaxy, they were basically like lambs at a slaughter, right? Because at one end you had Enigma atop the hill just raining down death, destruction, and bullets at them. On the other hand, you had GOG, as we are going to find out who is going to be crowned the iQOO MVP. And of course, it is going to be Enigma Gaming. Have a smile on your face because Avi is going to be at the tippity top. 4 finishes for himself, 680 points of damage. But once again, I like how Enigma took advantage of all that chaos, because as soon as GOG and them locked hands, oh my goodness.
I mean, it's so hard to process right now, but Avi, well-deserved MVP, considering, you know, from the very beginning, held on to the higher grounds, took advantage of situations where walkouts were caught in the mix. As we take a look at the top 5 players, and I was wondering, when do I get to see Leader? Maybe because he was my clear MVP in this game. He'd been doing so much.
Amazing.
But MJ, look at the damage numbers.
I mean, that is just phenomenal. 818 to be precise. And let me tell you one thing. Another good game coming in from GOG. A second position finish.
Yes.
9 finishes for themselves is going to be something that propels them further as we have a look at the match summary. And this time around, of course, thanks to that last little drive coming in from GOG, 3 vehicle finishes from this game.
And 8 grenade finishes, pretty much standard, but yes, the 3 vehicle finishes really steps out. And Avi getting those far distant knocks, I'm pretty sure it is the final player of Walkout who had been taken down. But what a way the circle played with our hearts, right? Especially when we thought for a moment it was going all the way down south, a little hard shift towards the north, and every team, they were all in a riot. What did they want to do? They were out of options, and that is where, you know, I really felt even teams like MG could have really capitalized, but they did not do much.
Speaking of every team, the finish damage graph is up on our screens, and it looks like once again they did get a taste of blood. However, the big dogs in the form of Global Esports, OR, well, they didn't really have the best of games, but GOG Esports once again the hardest hitting team in this round.
This is so better. This is so much better, especially when you are GOG right now, especially when you know that SWAT could fall any moment on your heads, could wipe you out of this tournament, could end your dreams. But here the boys are still, you know, keeping it alive, the flames still lingering somewhere. But now is the moment.
Alrighty, let's have a look and see what the last game does to the overall standings, because, well, I do believe we are going to have a few shuffles, especially at the bottom of the table. But once again, Nigma Galaxy are going to be coming a little bit up top. They are going to edge past Hydra Official with a 7-point deficit, as Enigma Gaming, again, we did see them in the 8th. They have kind of, you know, skirted around Hyderabad Hydras, who are going to slip down by 7 points.
Finally, that one chicken dinner icon coming up for Enigma Gaming. That's something to be proud of, you know. After playing 35 games, they managed to get the first spot.
I would have still liked if they didn't have a chicken dinner, but still we're on the first page, because that is something that is going to make them stand apart. And, you know, it's going to instill fear in the teams of, well, in the other teams. But now, the second page is where the excitement is going to be. Blind Esports making a little bit of comeback with a 6-point lead on Team Kinetic. And, well, except the fact that Big Brother Esports are now back on page 2, everything else looks tickety-boo.
Indeed, and I'm really intrigued to see how much have GOG climbed up, right? INS, I think, has been probably their worst day, especially every single time they get into few fights, they get picked off. But this time, few position points here and there. But now, the moment arises, the moment that we've all been waiting for, as Walkouts are on the 17th spot. But look at GOG, 202. Of course, the gap seems to have diminished, but they still have work cut out for day number 2.
Well, they finally hit the big 200, and Retribution are going to fall down to the 23rd position with 195 to their name. And, you know, again, we're not going to count them out. Now, let's just, again, address the elephant in the room. UB50 Esports did not have a good day.
Yeah.
10, 12 points in the day is nothing to write home about. Let's see if they come out swinging on day 2 of week 3. But again, it is going to be a bit of a shuffle over here. Initiative Academy also are going to be just edging past GOG, largely due to, well, their position points. However, they have that one chicken dinner, so that is what is going to differentiate from them. But all in all, I do believe the first day of week 3 was something that we expected. The teams from the bottom to come out swinging, and boy, did they take those shots.
Indeed. I mean, something that we really wanted to see, right? Especially even in the final game. Initiative Academy, a team that we might have written off, finally seemed to have stepped up, right? In terms of getting a few finishes, even if it did come down to survival. I think DG did quite live up for quite a long time. But Team MG, I was sort of disappointed with, considering they dropped over at Zarkis, the zone pretty much going their way. Could have done so much from this game, but did not survive for long.
It was the positioning, and it was the fact that, you know, a couple of teams, like we kind of were even surprised by, did come in from behind. And, you know, once you think that you are at, say, the northernmost point, right? Just for example, and you're going south, you're always going to feel that you have your backs against the wall, because you will never imagine someone taking such a long migration out of the blue and coming in. Of course, I'm talking about WSF, and they came in and basically took them by surprise.
And even for Esports, Wala WSF, right, they had their money back at the fact that the circle is going to go maybe somewhere down south. The moment that curveball hits, they kind of lost, right? What do we do? But I think they really adapted to the situation pretty well, especially taking that Western Highway, a road not taken, because we've seen a lot of slaughtering down there, especially I think it was mostly between Walkouts, Hyderabad, Hydras, all those teams just, you know, fighting it out against each other. But what a final game of Erangel has it been, you know, so many curveballs, so many shifts that we were not expecting. And our Esports, well, today were a little absent.
I mean, you know, as you were speaking to the lads yesterday, I mean, they're going to take it easy, man. They have such a huge lead that I doubt, even if they don't get a few points, no one is going to be dethroning them. But for me, the thing that stood out the most was, again, Enigma Gaming winning the last game. They had that momentum, and they did that in style too, as he jumped off and, you know, was shooting mid-air, did get the job done. I thought WSF were going to take it. Even this time around, their quick rotation was something that pretty much, you know, took teams by surprise. They were caught off guard because they were one of the easternmost teams to begin with, but suddenly they're the ones on the west, and lucky for them, again, the circle did kind of help them. But, you know, their maneuverability in and around the hills is something that I'm going to be looking forward to in the future.
Me too, indeed. Because, again, Esports Wala WSF, the way they've been playing today, I think so far has been pretty much a successful day, right? But they still know they are men on a mission. And same can be said even for Autobotz. Now, the only contrast that does build up is if Esports Wala WSF make those quick rotations towards the center, Autobotz come in pretty late. But somehow, they've had a really successful day so far.
Speaking of another team that hasn't had a successful day, we are going to bring that up once again, was Team INS, because I wonder what they were doing, and every single time within the blink of an eye, they were being wiped out, and, well, things were looking good. But what is looking good is that this competition is finally coming alive, and it wouldn't have been possible without BGMI Crofton and the iQOO Neo 6 and Loco. So one last time in this day, let's have a look at that amazing promotional video, and you know what's coming up next.
Watch it, earn it.
You know, Fixus, we keep asking the question, what are you waiting for? Of course, the simple answer is the iQOO Neo 6, which again is exclusive on Amazon, but all our lovely viewers are going to be waiting for something as well, because it is going to be exciting. And let me tell you one thing, you and I have a work cut out right now, because we are going to be announcing a few names.
Okay.
And I wonder who all stayed behind, because normally what we've done in the past is every single day we've given out merchandise to 10 lucky winners.
All right.
As we are getting closer to the finals, let's give it away to 25, which means who knows how many of you are going to be winners in the grand finals. But kick things off, Fixes, take it away.
Of course, we do have Chetan, Sonu, Rahul starting off our lucky top 3. And I'm starting to wonder which was the team that actually ended on top today.
I mean, whoever predicted this, I mean, these 25 people, of course, you know, we are going to be bowing down to you, because maybe you need to be on the analyst desk as well. Now, of course, congratulations to Shubham Yadav, Ishu Kumari Gupta. You guys are getting a few nice t-shirts and bottles your way. And, well, let me just go on with this. Hina Kumari, Hembrom, and Shani Dev are getting something too.
Oh, indeed, and that's not where we stop, right? We've got a few more for you. 25, a long list, and I love it. I Shubham Jack Ishu. We've got Vidya, we've got Chedeep Solanki also with us, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to you guys, as we are going to have a lot more now. And there you have it, Vansh, Harshit, and even Tuhin.
Well, I mean, we are going to have a lot of names we battle off right now, but the question is, are you still here watching? Because maybe you wouldn't find out. And speaking of a few more, yes, we are going to have Sahadev Parab, Mehek Ganeriwal, not bad, I got that right, and Aditya Bhakat, who are going to be walking away with the merch as well. And once again, we're going to add a few more names to the tally.
Oh, I love this. I love this. So many winners. Karan, Praveen, and Manish Kumar. Also, our 3 more that we do have. But, you know, we're going to have few more XP. I think the numbers are starting to reduce.
Well, Rana Mahir, Sheikh Zakir, and Just Pavla are going to be getting some t-shirts and bottles heading their way. And once again, Fixes, let's add a few more names on the screens.
Indeed. Krishna Raj and Amanjot Singh and Santosh Mahato. I mean, I'm loving all these names that do come up, right? Especially considering it was 10 before, 25. I think we have few more surprises up our way, and I think the announcements are going to be made pretty soon.
I'm going to be surprised if this is what week 3 is going to be like. I wonder what's going to happen tomorrow, and then I wonder what's going to happen during the grand finals, because we might know a couple of things you don't. And let me tell you one thing. Oh boy, there are so many goodies coming on your way. But day 1, Fixes, what an amazing affair. We expected, we wanted, and we were hoping for the teams at the bottom to finally, you know, bare their fangs and sharpen their claws, and looks like they finally did that.
Yeah, they certainly are. Most of the teams have finally stepped up. Now the middle order is completely in shambles. It's all out in the open till the 22nd spot right now. And even teams on top right now, they've started to play seriously. For example, Team Sol.
They have, because again, we all were kind of just wondering, wait a second, what happened to Team Seoul in week 2? But looks like they are going to try and make a little bit of move. But again, like I said, none of this would have been possible without iQOO and Loco. And did you know? Of course, you did know one thing, that Loco is India's largest gaming community, where you can catch all your favorite BGMI streamers streaming exclusively. And, well, you stand a chance to win some BGMI UC as well. Let me quickly ramble this off, because all you have to do is head over to Loco, participate in a little in-stream quiz, and who knows, you might get all those delicious skins. But Fixes, it's been an amazing day, and I think we might just bid our lovely viewers adieu for now. But remember, the action is going to continue once again tomorrow. So from Fixes, I and everyone here, bye-bye. See you tomorrow.